In the dead of a Tennessee night, two gunshots rip through the silence of a lonely log-in. Inside, a man lies bleeding on the floorboards, a man who mapped a continent and gazed upon the Pacific Ocean. It's Meriwether Lewis, a national hero. History tells us a simple, tragic story. A great man, broken by depression, took his own life. But the whispers along the old Natchez Trace tell a different tale. A story of robbery, of political assassination, of a truth so dark it had to be buried. What really happened at Grinder's Stand on that awful night? Was it the final act of a desperate man, or the perfect murder of an American icon? To understand the darkness of that end, you must first remember the brilliance of the beginning. Just 3 years earlier, Meriwether Lewis was not a broken man, but the nation's brightest star. He returned from the great unknown not just as a survivor, but as a conqueror of myth. He was the man who had walked to the edge of the world and come back, bringing an entire continent with him, folded neatly onto maps drawn by his own hand. Parades were thrown in his honor, women swooned, and children whispered his name like that of a folk hero sprung to life. He was America's Odysseus, the living embodiment of its boundless ambition. This was no simple soldier. Lewis was a scholar of the wild, handpicked and mentored by President Thomas Jefferson himself. He was a man who could navigate by the stars, identify 1,000 new species of plant and animal, negotiate with dozens of native tribes, and command the unwavering loyalty of his men through brutal winters and starvation. His mind was a finely tuned instrument capable of holding the vast, unmapped West in its grasp. He was quiet, introspective, and prone to melancholy even then. But it was a poet's melancholy, the thoughtful burden of a man who saw the world with a piercing, almost painful clarity. His reward for this monumental achievement was the governorship of the vast Upper Louisiana Territory. St. Louis, his capital, was the wild heart of this new American empire, a chaotic frontier town of fur trappers, French Creoles, Spanish agents, and land speculators, all swirling in a storm of ambition and conspiracy. For the hero of the Corps of Discovery, this was to be the next great challenge, to tame not a wilderness of rivers and mountains, but one of men. He was meant to be the architect of civilization at the very edge of the map. But the world he had mastered was a world of clear dangers and honest truths. A grizzly bear does not lie. A river does not plot against you. The skills that had kept him alive in the wilderness, unquestioned authority, swift and solitary decisions, and intolerance for deceit, were precisely the ones that made him a poor politician. He was a man of action and honor, suddenly trapped in a swamp of paperwork, petty rivalries, and whispers in smoky back rooms. The ground beneath his feet, once the solid earth of the trail, had turned to quicksand. He had once been at home in the deepest, most unforgiving parts of the continent. The rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig, the cry of a distant hawk. This was the language he understood. The vast, untamed American wilderness was not his enemy. It was his sanctuary and his domain. He could read a forest like a book and a river like a letter from a friend. There was no place on earth he should have felt safer. Little did he know, the modern world he was helping to build would soon turn on him. The hero had returned from the great wilderness, but a different, more dangerous wilderness was beginning to grow within his own mind. The adoring crowds were fading into the distance, replaced by the silent, judging eyes of creditors and the sneering faces of political enemies. The world he had won was about to be lost. The conflict that would end Meriwether Lewis' life wasn't born in a tavern brawl or over a disputed property line. Its seeds were sown in the grand halls of European palaces and in the treacherous politics of a new nation. The land at the heart of this story wasn't a few acres of Rocky Mountain soil. It was an empire. The Louisiana Purchase of 1803 wasn't just a transaction, it was the acquisition of a ghost, a vast, undefined territory haunted by the ambitions of France and Spain. Lewis was the man sent to give that ghost a body, to map its rivers and mountains, to make it truly American. The land was his legacy, the source of his fame, and ultimately the reason for his destruction. The ink on the purchase treaty was barely dry, but the region was already scarred by a century of shifting loyalties. St. Louis was not a simple American frontier town. It was a place layered with history, a city with a French soul and a Spanish past. Its most powerful citizens, the old money fur traders and landowners, had deep ties to the old world. To them, Governor Lewis wasn't a hero. He was an outsider, a federal agent sent by a distant government in Washington to impose a new order. He represented an American authority they had no reason to trust and every reason to resent. This wasn't a feud between families. It was a cold war between the old guard and the new nation. At the heart of this simmering conflict was a man who personified the region's treachery, General James Wilkinson. To the public, he was a decorated general. In reality, he was a master of deceit, a paid agent for the Spanish crown, and a man whose ambition knew no bounds. He was a spider at the center of a web of conspiracy that stretched from New Orleans to the Canadian border, and he had served as the first governor of the territory Lewis now controlled. Lewis, a man of uncompromising honor, was a direct threat to Wilkinson's shadowy empire. He wasn't just an obstacle, he was a potential witness, a man who, by virtue of his office, had access to documents and records that could expose Wilkinson's treason and send him to the gallows. In these mountains, a family name can be a heavy burden. But for Meriwether Lewis, his own name had become a curse. The name Lewis was supposed to mean courage, integrity, and triumph over the wilderness. But in the viper's nest of St. Louis, his enemies worked tirelessly to redefine it, to associate it with incompetence, instability, and financial ruin. Every rejected expense report, every political maneuver that undermined his authority, was a deliberate blow against his honor. To be Meriwether Lewis meant you could not fail. And as he set out on that final journey, he knew he was fighting for more than his career. He was fighting for the very meaning of his name. The world of Meriwether Lewis had shrunk from a vast continent to the suffocating confines of his own office, and the most venomous snake in St. Louis was the one who sat across the hall. His name was Frederick Bates, the territorial secretary and Lewis' second in command. Bates was a man made of paper and ink, a bureaucrat who saw the world in rules and regulations. He resented Lewis' fame, disdained his decisive, often unilateral style of command, and coveted his position. He became the quiet, meticulous architect of the governor's downfall. The deepest wounds were not inflicted by a knife, but by a bookkeeper's pen in a distant Washington office. Lewis, acting as governor, had issued drafts to pay for militias, for Indian affairs, and for government supplies, all necessary expenses to manage a wild and unruly territory. But the War Department, perhaps nudged by Bates's poisonous letters, began to reject them. One protest after another came back, branding the hero of the nation as financially irresponsible. The most galling was the refusal to pay for the expedition to return the Mandan chief Shehike to his people, a matter of national honor that Lewis had personally guaranteed. These weren't just numbers in a ledger, they were stones being thrown at his good name, each one chipping away at the foundation of his reputation. From his desk in St. Louis, Frederick Bates spun a web of insinuation that reached all the way to the capital. He wrote letters to his powerful friends, painting a picture of Governor Lewis as erratic, extravagant, and possibly corrupt. He framed Lewis's decisive actions as reckless overreaches of authority and his bouts of melancholy as evidence of a complete mental breakdown. The rumors took on a life of their own, whispered in the halls of Congress and the offices of the War Department. The hero who had once been praised for his boldness was now being condemned for it. The whispers from St. Louis had become a roar in Washington, and Lewis could feel the ground crumbling beneath him. He was a man isolated. Beyond Bates, he had made powerful enemies among the old guard of St. Louis, by challenging their dubious, often fraudulent, Spanish land grants. These were wealthy, influential men who saw Louis not as a governor, but as a threat to their fortunes. They formed a silent chorus of approval for Beatty's campaign of character assassination. Everywhere Louis turned, he saw a smiling face with daggers hidden behind its back. His few allies were far away, and his mentor, Jefferson, was now retired. His influence diminished. The hero was alone, surrounded by a closing circle of enemies who wanted nothing more than to see him fall. As Meriwether Lewis left the civilized world behind and plunged into the autumn twilight of the Natchez Trace, he entered a different kind of wilderness. This wasn't the majestic, untamed West he had once conquered. This was a place of dark folklore, a path said to be haunted by the ghosts of murdered travelers. Rivermen and traders called it the Devil's Backbone, and they told stories around their campfires of spectral highwaymen and strange, unsettling cries that echoed through the cypress swamps on moonless nights. The trace itself felt like a bad omen, a place where the veil between the living and the dead was thin, a place where a man's worst fears could take solid form in the oppressive shadows. The human omen on this journey was Louis himself. The hero of the Corps of Discovery was gone, replaced by a tormented figure whose mind was unraveling. At Fort Pickering, near modern-day Memphis, the darkness had surfaced with terrifying force. He had tried to take his own life, not once, but twice. His traveling companion, Major Neely, found him so utterly deranged that he had to be placed under watch. The men around him no longer saw a governor or a great explorer. They saw a man possessed, his eyes wild, his speech frantic and paranoid. He was a storm cloud moving across the land, and everyone in his path could feel the chill in the air. Inside Louis's own mind, the premonition of dread was a constant screaming torment. Every snap of a twig in the forest was an assassin sent by Wilkinson. Every shadow that danced at the edge of his vision was a debt collector sent from Washington. The papers he carried, the very documents meant to be his salvation, felt like a physical weight, a death warrant, marking him as a target for his enemies. He was caught in a gut-wrenching spiral, unable to trust anyone, not even his own servant. This wasn't just a journey to clear his name, it was a desperate flight. He spurred his horse on, riding ahead of his companions in a frantic burst of energy, as if he could outrun the demons that were chasing him, both from behind and from within. He was riding hard toward a rundown little inn called Grinder's Stand, a place that was waiting in the gloom to claim him. The point of no return wasn't a dusty crossroads or a declaration of war. It was the moment Meriwether Lewis, alone and haggard, rode out of the darkening woods and into the small, squalid clearing of Grinder's Stand. The inn was little more than a pair of crude log cabins huddled against the immense, indifferent wilderness. For a weary traveler, it should have been a sanctuary. For Louis, it was to be his Gethsemane. The proprietor, Robert Grinder, was gone, leaving his wife, Priscilla, to manage the place alone with her children. She was a simple frontier woman, accustomed to hardship, but she was not prepared for the storm that was about to break upon her doorstep. The confrontation began not with a drawn pistol, but with a gaze. Louis dismounted, his face flushed, his eyes holding a wild, feverish light that unnerved Mrs. Grinder instantly. He asked for some spirits, and as she served him a simple supper, the governor's torment began to spill out. He couldn't sit still. He paced the dirt floor of the cabin, from the hearth to the door and back again, his movements sharp and erratic like a caged wolf. He would stop, stare into the fire, and then burst into frantic, disjointed monologues. The words tumbled out, a torrent of grievances about the government, about the protested drafts, about the ruin of his good name. He wasn't speaking to her. He was a man arguing with ghosts only he could see. Mrs. Grinder watched, her initial unease curdling into genuine fear. This was not the celebrated explorer she had heard tales of. This was a man on the ragged edge of sanity. She saw his hand tremble as he raised his cup. She heard the desperation in his voice as he muttered about his enemies and the destruction of his honor. This wasn't a guest seeking lodging. It was a man's soul coming apart at the seams right there in her cabin. The conflict was no longer a matter of distant politics and letters. It was a raw, terrifying human crisis unfolding just feet away from her. The escalation was silent, but decisive. When Lewis retired to the room she offered him, the atmosphere in the main cabin was thick with dread. It felt charged, like the air before a lightning strike. The last semblance of normalcy shattered. For Priscilla Grinder, the code of frontier hospitality was overridden by the primal instinct of a mother protecting her young. She gathered her children and fled to the separate kitchen cabin, barring the door behind her. It was a simple act, but it was the final, fatal isolation of Meriwether Lewis. The last friendly human face in his world disappeared behind a wall of logs. He was now utterly, completely alone with the darkness that had chased him all the way down the devil's backbone. In the suffocating dark of the kitchen cabin, Priscilla Grinder lay awake, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The silence of the Natchez Trace was absolute, a heavy blanket of blackness that seemed to swallow all sound. And then, the blanket was torn apart. The deafening roar of a pistol shot from the main cabin ripped through the night, a violent crack of thunder from a cloudless sky. She jolted upright. A moment later, she heard a second sound, a heavy, sickening thud, as if a sack of grain or a man's body had crashed to the floor. Silence rushed back in, now more terrifying than before. It was a listening silence, charged with the question of what had just happened. And then another shot rang out, echoing the first, a brutal exclamation point on the night's violence. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Mrs. Grinder. She didn't dare move. She didn't dare breathe. She was a woman alone with her children, with a terrible violence unfolding just a few yards away. What came next would be seared into her memory forever. It wasn't the sound of fighting or shouting. It was the sound of pure agony. She heard a dragging, scraping noise from the main cabin, the sound of a body, wounded and broken, trying to pull itself across the rough-hewn floorboards. It was a sound of desperate, animalistic struggle. And then a voice, strained and hoarse with pain, cried out into the darkness. "Oh, Mrs. Grinder, give me some water." It was the governor's voice. Paralyzed by a terror she would later call a woman's fear, she remained frozen in the dark. The pleas continued, rising and falling with ragged gasps for air. Through the chinks in the logs of her cabin, she claimed she could see a shadowy figure stumbling outside, reaching for the water bucket before collapsing. For what felt like an eternity, she did nothing but listen to the low, tortured groans of a dying man just beyond her door, a sound that would surely haunt her for the rest of her days. The nightmare only ended with the grey light of dawn. Lewis's servants, finally arriving, found him. He was still breathing. Propped against the cold logs of the cabin, he was a ruin of a man, his clothes stained dark, his body a testament to the night's horrific violence. He had endured for hours. As the sun's first rays touched the clearing, he looked at his servant and whispered his last words, a final, desperate plea for his honor. "I am no coward," he said, "but I am so strong. It is so hard to die." And then, as the sun climbed above the Tennessee wilderness he had helped to claim for his nation, the great explorer's light went out forever. If we are to believe the official story, then the beast that cornered Meriwether Lewis in that cabin was not an assassin or a robber. It was a phantom that had been stalking him for years, his own mind. To understand its twisted logic, you have to understand the code of honor that governed men like Lewis. His reputation was not just a part of his life, it was his life. In his mind, the protested drafts and the whispers from Washington were not just financial problems, they were a mortal wound to his soul. The beast, his depression, his paranoia, told him that a slow, public death by 1,000 cuts of disgrace was an agony no man of honor could endure. It whispered a poisoned logic, that a quick, violent end by his own hand was not an act of cowardice, but the last defiant act of a man refusing to be broken by lesser men. The point of transformation likely came in the suffocating solitude of that cabin after Priscilla Grinder had retreated. That simple act of her leaving, of barring a door against him, was the final proof his paranoid mind needed. He was utterly alone, an outcast. The switch flipped. The methodical, brilliant explorer who had charted a continent was gone, consumed by a storm of shame and despair. The beast took the reins, and its only goal was to silence the torment. This wasn't a calculated decision. It was a surrender. The cool-headed commander who had faced down grizzly bears and stared into the abyss of starvation now faced an enemy he could not intimidate, an enemy that lived behind his own eyes. And so, the violence began. But the beast inside him made one fatal miscalculation. It underestimated the sheer physical resilience of Meriwether Lewis. The body that had survived the Rocky Mountains and the Dakota winters refused to surrender easily. The first shot, a devastating wound that would have felled an ordinary man, only crippled him. This sparked a new kind of horror, a frantic, desperate rage against his own vitality. The second shot, the razor cuts, these were not part of a plan. They were the savage, chaotic acts of a mind trapped in a body that was simply too strong to die. It was a gruesome, bloody battle, not for life, but for the release of death. After the frenzy passed, as he lay bleeding on the cold dirt floor, there was no triumph. There was no relief. There was only a chilling, agonizing clarity. The beast had retreated, and the man, Meriwether Lewis, was left in the wreckage. His desperate cries for water were not the ravings of a madman. They were the most basic, human plea of a person in excruciating pain, a return to the simple, desperate need for life at the very moment he had tried to destroy it. In those final, agonizing hours, he likely felt not the peace of a Roman falling on his sword, but the horrifying, empty truth. His last great expedition, a journey into the uncharted wilderness of his own despair, had ended in nothing but ruin and pain. When the sun was fully risen, it illuminated a scene of profound desolation. The clearing at Grinder's Stand was no longer just a poor remote inn, it was a gravesite. The unnatural silence that followed Lewis' last breath was broken only by the quiet grief of his servants and the unnerved whispers of Priscilla Grinder, who had finally emerged from her hiding place. The body of the great explorer, the man who had dined with presidents and stood as a titan of American expansion, lay in the Tennessee dirt, his grand legacy reduced to a bloody spectacle in a place of utter squalor. Into this grim tableau rode Major James Neely. He arrived to find his worst fears realized. He saw the body, the pistols, the razor. He listened to Mrs. Grinder's harrowing, disjointed account of the night's events. For Neely, there was no mystery here. He saw the tragic but logical conclusion to the mental decay he had witnessed just days before at Fort Pickering. He was not a detective arriving at the scene of a crime. He was an officer arriving to confirm a casualty. His mind was already made up. The fate of the survivors began to solidify in those first few hours. Priscilla Grinder's story, born of terror and confusion, became the one and only official account. She was the sole eyewitness, and her narrative of Lewis's madness and self-destruction provided a simple, horrifying explanation that answered every question, even if it created a dozen more. Her fight was not for justice for the governor, but for a version of the truth that would allow her and her family to survive the terrible event that had landed on their doorstep. For Lewis' servant, John Pernier, the fight was over. He was a man adrift, his master and protector gone, left with the grim task of attending to the remains. There was no manhunt. No posse was formed to scour the woods for land pirates or assassins. The authority on the scene, Major Neely, saw no need for one. The immediate task was simply to deal with the body. Meriwether Lewis was buried with a haste that defied his station. He was placed in a crude coffin and interred just a few dozen yards from the cabin where he died. There was no eulogy from a president, no honor guard, just a simple hole in the ground on the very edge of the wilderness he had given his life to explore. His final resting place was as lonely and desolate as his death. And here, my friends, is where the door to any other possibility was slammed shut and bolted. Major Neely took charge of Lewis's belongings, his trunks, his papers, his remaining money. Then he sat down and composed a letter to Thomas Jefferson. In it, he laid out the story just as he saw it. A clear case of a brilliant but deranged mind finally succumbing to its own demons. That letter, traveling from the dark woods of Tennessee to the quiet study of Monticello, was more powerful than any sheriff's warrant. It wasn't an appeal for an investigation, it was a final report. It sealed the governor's fate in the pages of history, burying any suspicion of foul play under the immense weight of his own mentor's grief and acceptance. The news of Lewis's death traveled fast, but the truth got left behind on the dark and muddy road. As the story spread from the trace to the halls of power, it immediately fractured the world into two camps. In one camp stood the establishment, led by the powerful voice of Thomas Jefferson himself. Grieving the loss of his protege, he accepted Major Neely's report without question. His public declaration that it was an unquestionable suicide, born of hereditary melancholy, became the official history. It was a neat, tragic, and above all, final explanation. For a nation that revered its heroes, it was easier to mourn a fallen angel than to hunt for a mortal demon. But in the other camp, there was a raw, angry disbelief. This was the camp of the Lewis family, led by his mother, Lucy Marks. A mother knows her son, and she refused to accept that the strong, resilient boy she had raised, the man who had faced down the entire continent, would end his own life in such a brutal, clumsy manner. Her conviction was absolute. He was murdered, she stated plainly, a cry of maternal certainty against a chorus of official pronouncements. This wasn't a debate for them. It was a desecration of his memory. They drew a line in the dirt, a line of loyalty and love that has not faded to this day. In St. Louis, a different kind of division took place, a division between public mourning and private relief. For Frederick Bates and Lewis's other political rivals, the news was not a tragedy, it was a solution. The troublesome governor, the man whose honor they had so carefully dismantled, was gone. A collective, unspoken sigh of relief went through the city's old guard. No one in power there had any interest in asking difficult questions that might lead back to their own intrigues. Their silence was a powerful endorsement of the suicide verdict, a quiet conspiracy to let the matter die with the man. Meanwhile, back along the Natchez Trace, the community of settlers and frontiersmen drew their own conclusions. These were practical, often brutal people who understood the dangers of the road. To them, a high-profile traveler getting killed for his money was a story that made perfect sense. The complex tale of a hero's mental collapse seemed far less plausible than simple, bloody-minded greed. A dark cloud of suspicion settled over Grinder's stand. Whispers turned Robert Grinder into a murderer and his wife into a liar, their poverty seen not as proof of their innocence, but as a sign of a curse for the blood they had spilled. This is how the story was buried. Priscilla Grinder, the only witness, was trapped in a conspiracy of silence by her own testimony. To change it would be to invite suspicion upon her own family. The politicians in Washington and St. Louis remained silent out of self-preservation. And so, the only person left to scream for justice was a grieving mother whose voice was drowned out by the official narrative. An act of profound courage on her part was dismissed as the predictable denial of a heartbroken parent. The community had been irrevocably split, not just over the facts of a death, but over the very soul of the man they thought they knew. There was no posse, no sheriff riding out with a warrant, no official manhunt for the killers of Meriwether Lewis. The law had closed its eyes and declared the case solved. But a different kind of hunt began, a quiet, phantom pursuit that took place not in the sunlit woods, but in the dark corridors of rumor and suspicion. The prey wasn't a man on the run, it was the truth itself. The ones who took up this chase were not lawmen, but Lewis's family and the handful of people who could not stomach the official story. The hunt was led by a ghost, the ghost of General James Wilkinson. For those who suspected murder, every path led back to him. He was the man with the most to gain from Lewis' permanent silence. The papers Lewis was carrying were a loaded gun pointed directly at Wilkinson's treacherous career. Had he dispatched assassins to the trace? The hunters in the shadows, men like Lewis' own kin, looked for clues. They spoke to travelers who had been on the road at the same time. They listened to the whispers in river towns and frontier forts. They were searching for a trail that had gone cold the moment it was made, trying to connect the shadowy general to the bloody clearing at Grinder's Stand. This hunt played out not against the backdrop of the mountains, but on the pages of newspapers and in private letters. It was an ordeal against an enemy you couldn't see. For every claim of foul play, a dozen official voices rose to defend the suicide theory, citing Jefferson as their unassailable source. The hunters found themselves chasing whispers, trying to prove a conspiracy against a powerful establishment that had already declared its verdict. The wilderness they navigated was one of innuendo and political influence, a landscape far more treacherous than the Bitterroot Mountains. The moment of capture never came. There was no fierce firefight, no dramatic arrest. Robert Grinder, the most obvious suspect, lived out his days in obscurity, neither punished nor exonerated, forever trapped in the amber of local suspicion. General Wilkinson, the spider at the center of the web, not only escaped justice but thrived, his treason not fully exposed until decades after his death. The truth, if it was murder, was the perfect crime. The assassins, if they existed, simply melted back into the shadows of the frontier, their identities lost forever. The hunt failed because the quarry was too powerful, the trail was too cold, and the keepers of the official story had no interest in seeing it found. The shadows won. But my friends, the most chilling part of this story is the trial that never happened. There was no packed courtroom with armed guards, no cunning lawyers arguing points of law. The courthouse doors in Hickman County, Tennessee, remained shut. The justice system, the great institution of American law, never once looked into the violent death of one of the nation's most prominent citizens. The trial of Meriwether Lewis was conducted not by a judge and jury, but through private correspondence, and the verdict was sealed before his body was even cold. The courtroom where this case was decided was the quiet study of Thomas Jefferson. The star witness was Major James Neely, whose letter provided the only testimony that mattered. The evidence was not a bloody pistol or a torn shirt, but Jefferson's own memories of his friend's hypochondriac affections. There was no cross-examination, no defense attorney to challenge the narrative. The most powerful and respected man in the country, acting as judge, jury, and executioner of his friend's memory, declared the case closed. It was the law of powerful men, swift and absolute. The defendants, if there were any, never had to offer a plea. Robert Grinder, the innkeeper, simply faded back into the obscurity of the frontier, though he would live out his life under the permanent shadow of suspicion from his neighbors. Frederick Bates, back in St. Louis, received the news and seamlessly continued his campaign to secure the governorship for himself. And General James Wilkinson, the master of shadows, watched from a distance as a great threat to his treasonous career was not just eliminated, but erased in a way that left no questions and no trail back to him. They offered no remorse, no defiant smirks. They offered only a profound and damning silence. The verdict was announced to the world, not with the bang of a gavel, but with the quiet scratch of Jefferson's quill pen. Suicide, he wrote, and the word became history. It was a clean, simple answer to a messy, horrifying death. It allowed the nation to mourn a tragic hero without having to confront a darker possibility, that its institutions were so corrupt and its frontier so lawless that a man like Lewis could be murdered with absolute impunity. So was this justice? Or was it merely the tidiest story? The law of men delivered a verdict of convenience, one that protected the powerful and quieted the scandal. But the justice of the mountains, the justice whispered around campfires and passed down through generations along the Natchez Trace, rendered a different verdict. It was a verdict of murder, a verdict that kept the case file open in the hearts of the people, even as the official record was slammed shut. The law had failed, leaving only the stubborn, unquiet ghost of the story to wander the trace, forever searching for a trial that was never held. For Meriwether Lewis's mother, Lucy Marks, life after the verdict was a long, cold winter of grief. She was forced to endure not only the loss of her son, but the official staining of his honor. While the nation's leaders accepted the story of a weak mind succumbing to madness, she began a mother's lonely crusade. She insisted to anyone who would listen that her son was a victim of foul play, fighting to reclaim his memory from the official narrative. She lived out her days with the unbearable burden of knowing that her son, the man who had conquered a continent, lay in an unmarked, unconsecrated grave, his death certificate signed by the very men who may have benefited from it. And what of John Pernier, Lewis's servant, the man who should have been by his side that night? His fate is one of the darkest and most unsettling footnotes to this story. He eventually made his way back to civilization, reportedly carrying some of Lewis's final possessions, but he never made it to Washington to deliver them. Shortly after his return, Pernier himself was dead. The official cause was a sudden illness, but rumors immediately swirled that he had been poisoned. Was he a loose end that needed to be tied up? A man who knew too much about who his master was meeting, or what was in those papers he carried? His quiet death feels less like a tragedy and more like the final chilling act of a cover-up. For Robert and Priscilla Grinder, there was no atonement, only a curse. They did not profit from the governor's death. In fact, their life spiraled downward. Their remote inn, once a simple stopover, became a place of infamy, a landmark of horror that travelers began to avoid. They lived out their lives in poverty, forever branded by the whispers of their neighbors. The justice of the mountains is slow, and it takes the form of suspicion and isolation. Whether they were guilty or innocent, the blood that soaked into their floorboards that night left a permanent stain on their lives, a ghost that would haunt their family for generations. But for the men in the halls of power, there was no curse, only reward. Frederick Bates, the meticulous schemer, got exactly what he wanted. With Lewis out of the way, he became the acting governor of the Upper Louisiana Territory, his ambition finally realized. And far away, the master of shadows, General James Wilkinson, breathed a sigh of relief. A great danger had been neutralized. He would continue his treacherous career for years, his secrets safe, his reputation intact. For them, Lewis's death wasn't a tragedy. It was a stepping stone. And so, the community did what communities always do in the face of an uncomfortable truth. It tried to forget. The story of what happened at Grinder's stand was pushed down, relegated from a national scandal to a local ghost story. The grave of the great explorer became overgrown, the wooden marker rotting away, his final resting place nearly reclaimed by the same wilderness he had once mapped. The scar on the land was slowly, deliberately, covered over by a blanket of collective silence, in the desperate hope that if no one spoke of it, the ghosts of that terrible night might finally fade away. The bloodline of Meriwether Lewis did not end in that lonely clearing, and the fire of his mother's conviction still burns in the hearts of his descendants. For decades, they have continued her fight. They are not hunting with rifles in the dark woods, but with petitions and the promise of forensic science. They have pleaded with the National Park Service to allow for the exhumation of his remains, arguing that a modern examination could finally answer the question of the bullet trajectories and settle the 200-year-old debate. But just as Lewis was blocked by the bureaucracy of the War Department, so too are his descendants, met with a wall of resistance that prefers to let the past lie undisturbed. The fight for the truth continues, a modern echo of a very old battle. If you travel the old Natchez Trace today, you won't find the squalid, terrifying cabins of Grinder's Stand. The wilderness has reclaimed them. In their place, under the quiet shade of old trees, you will find a quiet, solemn monument. In 1848, the state of Tennessee erected a stone column over his grave. But it is not a whole column. It is broken, deliberately so, a powerful and tragic symbol of a great life cut violently short. It is a place of strange and somber peace now, a stop along a scenic parkway where visitors can read a plaque and pay their respects, many of them completely unaware of the furious, bloody mystery that lies just a few feet beneath the soil. But the monument is not the only thing that remains. For 200 years, the people who live in these hills and hollows have told another story, an echo that refuses to fade. They say the site is haunted. Travelers report seeing a spectral figure in early 19th century dress, pacing frantically near the grave, his face a mask of torment. They tell of phantom gunshots that ring out on cold October nights, and some swear that if you listen closely, when the wind is just right, you can still hear a desperate, disembodied voice crying out for a simple cup of water. They say his spirit cannot rest, because the truth of his end has never been brought into the light. So you see, my friends, the story never really ended. It is etched into stone, carried in the blood of his family, and whispered on the wind. The official documents may gather dust in an archive, and the politicians may prefer a tidy, simple history. But the land itself has not forgotten the blood that was spilled upon it. The mountains remember everything. And so we come back to the question that has haunted this patch of Tennessee ground for 2 centuries. Was it the final, desperate act of a broken man, or was it the perfect, cold-blooded murder of an American icon? The truth is, the trail has gone cold. The physical evidence is buried 6 feet deep. The only eyewitness told a story riddled with fear and contradiction, and the men who had the most to gain are long since turned to dust. In the end, we are left with 2 ghosts. The ghost of a hero whose mind, like an unmapped territory, contained shadows he could no longer navigate. And the ghost of a man of honor, silenced by assassins before he could expose the treason at the heart of the new nation. Which one you choose to believe depends on how much you trust the official story and how much you believe in the darkness that so often lurks just beyond the firelight. But this is more than just a murder mystery. It's a cautionary tale about the cost of greatness and the brutal transition from the wilderness of nature to the wilderness of men. Meriwether Lewis was a man who could face down a grizzly bear, but who was ultimately torn apart by whispers, paperwork, and the quiet betrayals of so-called civilization. His story is a chilling reminder that our greatest heroes are still just men, vulnerable to the same darkness that touches us all, whether it comes from within or from the barrel of an enemy's pistol. This is a profoundly Appalachian story. It teaches us that the most important truths are rarely written down in official reports or history books. They are kept alive in the hills and in the hollows. They are whispered from one generation to the next, becoming part of the land itself. The government closed its file on Meriwether Lewis over 200 years ago, but for those who listen to the whispers on the wind along the old Natchez Trace, the case is far from closed. And now, my friends, you know why. The North Wagon Gate of Moundsville Penitentiary groaned as the torch cut through its iron heart. In the next instant, a storm of lead ripped through the opening, and the rebellion was over. The newspapers screamed that 3 dangerous convicts had been brought to justice. But the men who survived that day, the ones left behind in the cold and the dark, they whispered a different story. They said it wasn't a firefight, It was an execution. Today, we will walk back into that blood-soaked prison and ask the question that has haunted those stone walls for a century. Was it justice, or was it murder? Before the riot, there was the silence. A heavy, suffocating silence that filled the long stone corridors of the West Virginia Penitentiary. From the outside, the prison looked like a nightmare castle, its Gothic towers clawing at the sky above the small town of Moundsville. It was built to look like a fortress, and it was. A fortress designed to hold the human misery overflowing from the coal fields and hard-scrabble hollows of Appalachia. The men inside were the sons of miners, loggers, and farmers, men broken by a world that had little use for them except for the sweat of their brow or the strength of their back. By 1929, that fortress was a pressure cooker, filled with over 1,000 souls where only 400 were meant to be. The world inside was a grim, repeating ritual of degradation. The day began and ended in a cell built for one man, but now crammed with 2, sometimes 3. A space just 5 feet by 7 feet, with a foul bucket in the corner and the sour smell of unwashed bodies clinging to the damp stone. This wasn't living, it was being stored like cordwood. The one break in the monotony was the dining hall, but it offered no relief. The food was the stuff of legend, and not in a good way. Men were served spoiled meat and bread crawling with weevils, ladled from vats that were rarely cleaned. It was a diet designed not for sustenance, but for submission. It weakened the body and corroded the spirit, a constant reminder that you were less than human, an animal to be fed slop. The guards ruled this kingdom of decay with fists and clubs. They were underpaid, often uneducated men given absolute power over the lives of others, and they used it. A misplaced word, a defiant look, anything could earn you a beating. And for the truly unlucky, there was the hole. A black, airless pit in the prison's bowels where a man was left with nothing but his own screaming thoughts. A place where sanity went to die in the dark. This was the calm that came before the storm. A world of quiet desperation where every sunrise promised another day of the same slow death. But something was changing in the air. You could see it in the eyes of the men shuffling in the yard, a harder glint of defiance replacing the dull stare of despair. The pressure inside those walls had been building for years, and the old stone itself seemed to groan under the strain. The men inside had nothing, and a man with nothing is a man with nothing left to lose. You have to understand, the feud that boiled over in Moundsville didn't start inside those walls. Its roots run deep, down into the very rock and soil of West Virginia. This is a state born from a fight, cleaved from Virginia in the fires of the Civil War. It's a land of coal and blood, where generations of men learned a hard lesson. Everything worth having must be fought for, and the men in charge will never give it up easy. The old scars of history were still fresh in 1929. The West Virginia mine wars were not a distant memory. They were an open wound. Men locked in Moundsville had likely stood on the picket lines. They had seen company thugs beat their friends. They had heard the machine guns at Blair Mountain just 8 years earlier. They had fought a literal war against the coal operators and the state militia, and they had lost. That fight taught them 2 things: a burning hatred for any authority that wore a uniform, and the cold knowledge that sometimes the only way to be heard is through the barrel of a gun. The prison was just the final chapter in a story that began in the company towns. There was a direct pipeline from the mine to the penitentiary. When a man was used up, injured, or blacklisted for trying to unionize, he was often left with nothing. Poverty and desperation would lead to moonshining, to theft, to a fight in a saloon. And the same law that protected the company's profits would come down on him like a hammer. The men filling Moundsville's cells weren't just criminals. They were the discarded, angry remnants of a brutal industrial war. In these mountains, a man's pride was often the only thing he owned. He might not have 2 cents to rub together, but he had his name and he had his honor. The system inside Moundsville was designed to strip that away, to grind a man down to a number. But you cannot take the fight out of a mountain man so easily. To be from West Virginia meant you might get knocked down, but you never stayed down. That defiant spirit, the same one that fueled the Union battles, didn't die at the prison gate. It just went underground, waiting for a spark. The feud wasn't between 3 inmates and a warden. It was the continuation of an old, bitter war between the forgotten men of the mountains and the system that was built to crush them. A prison is a world of whispers. In a place like Moundsville, where the walls sweated misery, the grapevine was a twisted, venomous thing. It was the only source of news, and it thrived on fear and suspicion. Word would travel from cell to cell, passed in hushed tones during meal lines or shouted through drain pipes at night. Rumors became facts, and facts became legends. The men whispered about the parole board, convinced it was a sham, that a man's freedom wasn't earned by good behavior, but bought with money they didn't have. This wasn't just a faceless system they hated. The grudges were deeply personal. There were guards known for their particular brand of cruelty, men who seemed to enjoy the sound of a hickory stick cracking against bone. An inmate who had been beaten unjustly wouldn't forget the face of the man who held him down. A family on the outside that was denied a visit for a petty reason wouldn't forget the name of the guard who turned them away. These weren't just inmates and guards. They were neighbors from warring hollows, now locked in a cage together. Frank Heyer, the man they called the ringleader, was known for his sharp mind. He'd likely tried to fight the system with words first, filing grievances that were ignored, trying to reason with an authority that had no interest in reason. Each dismissed complaint was another nail in the coffin of a peaceful solution. Everett Lilly, the muscle, was a different story. His was a language of fists and fury. His file was likely thick with reports of brawls with guards, each one earning him a trip to the hole, each stay in the darkness hardening his resolve into pure, diamond-hard hatred. The air was thick with the poison of betrayal. The most feared man in Moundsville wasn't the toughest killer. It was the snitch. The constant threat of an informant turning a quiet complaint into a charge of conspiracy meant no one could be trusted. This paranoia turned men against each other, but it also forged unlikely alliances. Small, tight-knit groups formed, bound by the simple code of the mountains. You look after your own. And in the winter of 1929, the whispers began to change. They were no longer just about spoiled food or crooked guards. They were about taking a stand. The old grudges were simmering, and the web of rumors was pulling tight, getting ready to snap. In the weeks leading up to the riot, a strange chill settled over Moundsville, a cold that had nothing to do with the March weather. The old-timers, the men who had grown grey inside those walls, they knew the signs. It was like the unnatural quiet that falls over the hollow just before a tornado hits. A deep, listening silence. Men spoke less and watched more. Even the rats, the true kings of the prison, were said to have grown agitated and bold, as if they sensed the coming feast of chaos. Then the omen came, not in the form of a strange bird or a bad dream, but in cold black ink on a newspaper smuggled inside. Governor William Conley had given an interview declaring his iron-fisted policy on the state's criminals. There would be no coddling, no leniency, and absolutely no negotiating with convicts. To the men shivering in their cells, these weren't the words of a politician, they were a prophecy. It was the outside world officially telling them that their letters would go unread, their pleas would go unheard, and their suffering was of no concern. The last door to a peaceful solution had just been slammed shut and bolted from the outside. Frank Heyer lay on his cot in the dark, listening to the symphony of the dying. The tubercular coughs from the next cell, the distant clang of a steel door, the soft scuttling of vermin in the walls. He wasn't a prophet, but he could read the signs as well as any man. He could feel the threads of desperation, anger and betrayal pulling together into a single tight knot in the center of the prison. It was a gut-wrenching feeling, a premonition not of what might happen, but of what must happen. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him more than the stone floor, that they were about to step into a darkness from which none of them would ever truly return. The morning of March 21st, 1929, began like any other in that cold, grey hell. The air tasted of damp stone and coal smoke. Deputy Warden James P. Mearns was making his rounds, his footsteps echoing with authority in the prison's vast central rotunda. This was the iron heart of the institution, the nerve center from which the entire prison was controlled. Mearns walked his familiar path with the confidence of a man who believed he was in absolute command, oblivious to the three shadows detaching themselves from the walls. They moved like ghosts: Frank Heyer, Everett Lilly, and Walter Legg. One moment, they were just inmates shuffling past. The next, they were a single, lethal entity. There was no warning, no shouted demand, just a sudden, violent closing of a circle, a flash of sharpened steel, spoons and bed springs honed over countless nights into crude, deadly shivs. Mearns barely had time to register the threat before he was overwhelmed. The struggle was short and brutal. One moment, he was the master of this domain. The next, he was prey, the cold point of a prison-made knife pressed against his ribs. They didn't just hold him. They dragged him, struggling and terrified, to the circular iron cage that stood in the very center of the rotunda. This cage was the ultimate symbol of the guards' power, the perch from which they could watch over the cell blocks like gods on a steel throne. In a single defiant act, the inmates shoved Mearns inside and slammed the heavy door. The loud clang of that lock echoed through the prison, a sound that was both a death knell and a declaration of war. The watchers had become the watched. That sound was the spark that hit the powder. News of the warden's capture spread not like a whisper, but like a roar. A deep, guttural sound that erupted from the cell blocks. 1,000 voices joined in a single, primal scream of rage and triumph. It was the sound of chains breaking, of pressure valves exploding. In minutes, the riot was in full flood. Inmates overpowered the few guards on the interior, seizing control of the cell blocks and the dining hall. The prison, a place of rigid order, descended into controlled chaos. This was it. The line had been crossed, and there was no going back. By seizing a hostage and taking over the prison, Heyer, Lilly, and Legg had committed an act of open rebellion against the state of West Virginia. There would be no talking their way out of this. There would be no plea for leniency. On that cold March morning, in the heart of their own prison, they had signed their own death warrants. The only question left was how many men they would take with them. For 26 hours, the prison held its breath. Then, from the north wagon gate, came a sound that signaled the end. It was the high, screaming hiss of an acetylene torch, a sound that cut through the cold air and sliced away the last, thin thread of hope. To the state police outside, it was the sound of progress. To the men inside, it was the sound of the executioner sharpening his axe. Heyer, Lilly, and Legg heard it. They knew what it meant. In a final desperate gamble, they dragged Deputy Mearns from the cage and hauled him toward the groaning gate. Were they using him as a human shield? Were they planning one last defiant stand in the doorway? Or were they simply men cornered by fate, running blindly towards the noise and the fire? No one will ever know. All we know is that they moved toward the very violence they had summoned. Then, with a screech of tortured metal, a section of the gate gave way. A ragged hole opened up, and for one fraction of a second, the scene was frozen in a terrible tableau. Through the swirling smoke of the torch, the assault team saw 3 defiant silhouettes framed against the dim light of the prison interior, the terrified form of Mearns caught between them. It was a picture of pure, cornered desperation. The world then exploded in a single deafening roar, an eruption of sound and muzzle flash so violent it seemed to shake the very foundations of the prison. A volley of bullets tore through the newly made opening, a storm of lead that didn't distinguish between rebel and hostage. The air was filled with the sharp crack of rifles, the metallic shriek of ricochets off steel and stone, and the thick, choking smell of gun smoke. It was over in an instant. The defiant silhouettes in the gateway were simply gone. They didn't fall. They were erased, slammed back into the darkness by the sheer force of the volley. One moment they were men making a stand, the next they were just heaps of grey prison cloth on the cold stone floor. A third figure staggered back, a look of shocked disbelief on his face before collapsing into the spreading shadows. Through the smoke, hands reached in and pulled Deputy Mearns out into the daylight. He was alive, untouched by the bullets, but forever haunted by the sounds and the fury of those final seconds. As the state police poured through the breach, a profound and unnatural silence fell over the rotunda. The Great Rebellion had not been crushed in a battle. It had been ended with a single, brutal, and overwhelming act of violence. The wisps of gun smoke curling out of the opening looked like the last desperate gasps of 3 men who had dared to ask for dignity and were answered with hot lead. To understand what happened at Moundsville, you have to try and crawl inside the minds of the men who started it. What switch flips inside a man to make him take a life-or-death gamble where the odds are impossibly stacked against him? This wasn't the work of mad dogs. It was something far more chilling. It was the result of a terrible, twisted logic born in darkness. For Frank Heyer, it was likely a problem of mathematics. He had calculated every other possibility, and each one added up to 0. To him, the state wasn't an authority to be respected. It was a machine to be jammed. Taking a hostage was simply the only tool big enough to stop the gears from grinding them all to dust. The transformation from desperate inmate to armed rebel wasn't a sudden snap. It was a slow, cold burn. It happened every morning they woke up in a filthy cell. It happened every time they were fed rotten food. The final switch, though, the one that turned thought into action, likely flipped when they read Governor Conley's declaration. That was the moment the system officially told them they were not human. In that instant, they stopped being prisoners seeking justice and became soldiers in a war they knew they could not win. When they saw Deputy Warden Mearns walking alone, it was no longer a question of if they would act, but simply how. And what did they feel in those 26 hours of stolen freedom? It couldn't have been simple triumph. It must have been a terrifying cocktail of euphoria and dread. For the first time in years, they were men who gave orders, not men who took them. They held the power of life and death. That power is a potent drug. But beneath it, there had to be a cold, clear understanding of the end game. They were smart enough to know that no governor would ever bow to them. They were standing on the gallows, having a final defiant smoke. After the initial violence, after Mearns was locked in that cage and the roar of the inmates echoed in their ears, I don't believe they felt relief or satisfaction. I believe they felt a chilling emptiness. They had crossed the final line. The world had shrunk to the size of that prison rotunda. There were no more choices to make, no more avenues of appeal. There was only the siege, the wait, and the inevitable violent end. They had traded a slow death in a cage for a quick one in a firefight. In their minds, it may have been the only honorable transaction left to make. The silence that followed the final gunshot was heavier than any stone in that prison. It was a dead, suffocating quiet that swallowed the echoes of the volley. Through the hole in the gate, the state police poured in, their boots crunching on unseen debris, their rifles ready for a fight that was already over. The air was thick with the bitter smell of burnt metal and cordite, a fog that clung to the cold air like a shroud. And there, in the dim light of the rotunda, lay the rebellion. 3 crumpled shapes on the floor, their brief, violent reign ended in a hail of lead. The dream of a new day died with the sound of iron doors slamming shut. As guards swarmed the interior, the brief illusion of inmate control was brutally shattered. The men who had screamed in triumph just a day before were now herded back into their cells with curses and the sharp crack of hickory clubs. The euphoria was gone, replaced by a cold, stomach-turning dread. They had gambled everything, and lost in the most absolute way possible. Hope is a fragile thing in a place like Moundsville, and it had just been murdered right in front of them. Deputy Warden Mearns, shaken but physically whole, was a free man. But the other survivors, the 1,000 inmates locked back in their cages, were now more captive than ever. They had tasted a moment of power, and the system would never let them forget the price of that taste. They knew what was coming. A wave of retribution, a cold, methodical punishment that would be far worse than the conditions they had been protesting. The fight for better food was over. The fight to simply survive the coming vengeance had just begun. The official machinery of the state moved quickly. The bodies of Haya, Lily, and Leg were carried out, not as fallen men, but as evidence to be processed. The warden and the governor prepared their statements for the swarm of reporters waiting outside. The story they told was simple, clean, and brutal. A dangerous uprising had been met with necessary force. Justice had been served. But inside the walls, the guards began their own kind of investigation. They started pulling men from their cells, one by one. The siege of Moundsville was over, but the hunt for every man who had stood with the leaders, that hunt was just beginning. The riot didn't just end at the gate. It bled out into the town of Moundsville itself, drawing a jagged line down the middle of the community. In the saloons and general stores, the talk was low and angry. On one side were the families of the guards, the shop owners, the respectable folk. To them, Here and Lily were rabid animals, and the state police were heroes who had saved the town from a bloodbath. They saw the prison not as a place of suffering, but as a necessary wall to keep the darkness contained. But there was another side, a quieter, more fearful one. It was the side of the mothers, wives, and brothers of the men locked inside. They knew the stories of the spoiled food and the beatings. In the grim faces of the dead rioters, they saw their own kin. They didn't condone the violence, but in their hearts, they understood the desperation that fueled it. They spoke in whispers, terrified that any sympathy shown for the inmates would bring the law's wrath down upon their own houses. Inside the walls, the division was even more brutal. The riot had shattered the fragile inmate society, creating a new and deadly caste system. There were the men who had stood with the leaders, now marked for retribution. There were the men who had cowered in their cells, now viewed with contempt. And then there were the rats, the most despised of all, who saw the aftermath as a golden opportunity to trade information for favor from the guards. The air grew thick with a poison of suspicion. Every friendly word could be a lie, every shared glance a potential betrayal. A conspiracy of silence descended upon the cell blocks, but it was a silence born of pure terror, not loyalty. The guards began their interrogations, dragging men to the hold to beat names out of them. This created an impossible choice. To speak a name to the guards meant becoming a snitch, a death sentence under the inmate's own brutal code. To stay silent meant enduring the guards' methodical cruelty with no guarantee of survival. Men were caught between two forms of execution, a quick shiv in the yard from an inmate or a slow death in the dark at the hands of the law. In this crucible of fear, you saw the true measure of a man. You saw cowardice in the inmate who, after a single slap, pointed a trembling finger at a man who had nothing to do with the riot, just to make the pain stop. But you also saw a different kind of courage. You saw the man who took a beating, who was starved and broken in the hole, but who gritted his teeth and gave up nothing, holding on to the last shred of his honor. The community had been fractured, and on both sides of the wall, people were being forced to decide what kind of soul they truly had. The hunt began, but not with dogs and trackers in the West Virginia hills. It took place within the suffocating confines of the prison walls. The prey was not running. They were caged, helpless. The prison itself became the mountain range, a labyrinth of steel canyons and stone cliffs where every shadow could hide an enemy. The posse wasn't made of lawmen seeking justice. It was formed from the ranks of the prison's own guards, men who had been humiliated and held at bay for 26 hours, and now they were burning for revenge. Led by a captain whose reputation was as hard as the hickory club he carried, this posse of vengeance began its slow, methodical sweep. They weren't looking for evidence. They were looking for names. They moved through the cell blocks in the dead of night, their faces grim and unreadable in the flickering lamplight. The only sounds were the jangle of keys, the squeak of a guard's boots on the stone floor, and the sudden sharp cry of a man pulled from his cell. The chase was a psychological war of attrition. They used the snitches first, dangling promises of better food or an early parole hearing in exchange for a name. Every inmate became a potential Judas, and the terror of betrayal was a tangible thing, colder than the winter draft that snaked through the bars. Men who had stood shoulder to shoulder during the riot now looked at each other with suspicion, wondering who would be the first to break. The wall of inmate solidarity, which had seemed so strong, began to crumble under the relentless pressure. The moment of capture was a scene of brutal efficiency. A cell door would crash open without warning. 3 or 4 guards would flood the tiny space, their faces set like stone. There was no warrant read, no rights given. A name would be barked out, and a man would be hauled from his bunk. Some fought back, a final futile explosion of defiance that was answered with the dull, sickening thud of a club. Others went limp, their eyes wide with the knowledge of what was to come. They were not arrested, they were harvested. Dragged down the long, echoing corridors, past the cells of the other inmates who would lie frozen in their bunks, listening to the muffled screams and praying the guards would not stop at their door. The destination for every man captured in this shadow hunt was the same: the deep, lightless maw of the hole. They were thrown into the darkness, one by one, to face a different kind of executioner. The slow, methodical breaking of a man's body, mind, and soul. There was no trial for Frank Heyer, Everett Lilly, or Walter Legg. Their case was closed by the bullets at the North Wagon Gate. But the state of West Virginia still needed its public spectacle of justice. So, a dozen other men, identified by snitches and beaten confessions as the riot's secondary leaders, were shackled and marched into the Marshall County Courthouse. The trial was a grim formality, a play performed for the benefit of the newspapers. The room was a cauldron of silent hatred, with the families of guards on one side of the aisle and the hollow-eyed kin of the inmates on the other, a wooden railing the only thing keeping the two worlds from tearing each other apart. The air was thick with the threat of violence. State police, the same men who had stormed the prison, lined the courtroom walls, their hands resting on their sidearms. They weren't there just to keep order. They were there as a constant, intimidating reminder of the state's power. The key witnesses were inmates, brought in under heavy guard. They shuffled to the stand, their faces pale with terror. You could see the impossible choice in their eyes. If they told the truth and defended their friends, they faced the guards' wrath back at the prison. If they lied for the prosecution, they signed their own death warrant with their fellow convicts. Most mumbled their way through their testimony, a ghost at their own trial. The defendants themselves showed no fear. They sat in their chairs, gaunt and bruised from the weeks of retribution they had already endured, and watched the proceedings with a kind of stony defiance. There was no remorse in their eyes, only a deep, weary contempt for the whole charade. They had made their stand, they had lost, and this was simply the price. They were mountain men, and they would face the state's judgment with the same grim dignity they would face a harsh winter or a mine collapse. They would not beg. The verdict, when it came, was no surprise to anyone. Guilty, on all counts. The judge handed down sentences that were designed to crush what little was left of their lives, adding decades to the time they were already serving. It was a message sent loud and clear. This is what happens when you fight back. The gavel fell, and the law of West Virginia was satisfied. But in the cold, dark cells of Moundsville, The men knew that justice had not been present in that courtroom. Only power. For the families of the men who died at the gate, the verdict was a final, cruel twist of the knife. A name that had once been spoken with pride in the hollows was now a brand, a mark of shame. In the town of Moundsville, to be a Hire or a Lily was to be the kin of a killer, a cop napper, a failed revolutionary. They were met with stony silence at the general store, with whispers that stopped the moment they turned a corner. There was no atonement for them, only a curse. Most simply couldn't bear the weight of it. They packed what little they had, and under the cover of darkness, they left the Ohio Valley, dissolving like ghosts into the wider world, hoping to find a place where their name didn't carry the stench of gun smoke and rebellion. For the men who were convicted, life after the verdict was a slow, walking death. Their real sentence wasn't written on paper. It was carved into their skin with every sneer from a guard, every extra hour of hard labor, every denial of a letter from home. They were living warnings, the ghosts of the riot made to walk the tiers as a daily reminder of the price of defiance. They were the first to be blamed for any trouble, the last to receive medical care, and the ones who were always watched. They were condemned to serve their time under the absolute power of the very men they had tried to overthrow, and that power was now absolute, unblinking, and hungry for payback. And what of the state, the warden, the guards? They faced no trial, no verdict. They were the victors. For a short time, the riot forced a sliver of light into the dark corners of Moundsville. Newspapers wrote editorials, and a few state commissions made recommendations. The food might have improved for a few months, and the most brutal beatings might have stopped for a while. But the soul of the place remained unchanged. The riot didn't cleanse the system. It taught it a lesson. It taught the men in charge that they had to be more careful, more total in their control. The community, both inside and outside the walls, began the hard work of forgetting. It was a conscious act of burial. The town of Moundsville buried the shame of having a national scandal erupt in its backyard. The prison buried the memory, because it was a dangerous and contagious thing. The story of the riot was locked away in a file, and on the cell blocks, speaking the names Here or Lily became an act of suicide. The whole brutal, bloody affair was covered over with a thick, heavy blanket of silence, pushed down into the dark mud of the past, where everyone hoped it would lie quiet forever. The state of West Virginia eventually closed the doors on Moundsville Penitentiary in 1995. But the prison didn't die. It stands there still, a stone skeleton by the Ohio River, its towers casting the same long shadows they did a century ago. The locks are off the doors now. You can buy a ticket and walk the same halls where Here and Lily made their desperate stand. The prison is a museum now, a tourist attraction, a monument to its own misery. If you go there today, they will take you to the North Wagon Gate. It's still there, a massive wall of iron and rust, and you can stand in the very spot where the state police opened fire. The guides will tell you the official story. But if you look closely at the old stone and steel, you can feel the true echo of that day. It's a scar that never healed, a physical witness to 90 seconds of brutal, overwhelming violence. It's the closest thing we have to a tombstone for a rebellion. You won't find many people with the last name Hire or Lily in the Moundsville phone book. Their families are long gone, scattered to the winds by shame and sorrow. Their bloodlines were effectively exiled from the valley, their part of the story erased. The descendants of the guards and the townspeople remained, passing down their version of the events, the one where order triumphed over chaos. And so, the story became one-sided, the official report carved into the town's memory, while the dissenters' side faded into an uneasy silence. But something remains. The prison itself seems to have a memory. It's called one of the most haunted places in America, and the 1929 riot is the cornerstone of its dark legend. Tour guides and paranormal investigators will tell you about the phantom screams that still echo from the rotunda, or the dark, menacing figure they call the Shadow Man that stalks the halls. Some claim it's the lingering rage of a rioter, a spirit so consumed by the injustice of his end that he can never leave. The riot didn't just stain the floor with blood, it left a permanent psychic wound on the building itself. People may forget, but stone walls never do. So we come back to the question that has hung in the smoky air for nearly a century, the question that clings to the cold stone of the Moundsville prison like a shroud. Was it justice, or was it murder? The law has its answer, written in a dusty report. 3 armed and dangerous convicts killed while resisting law enforcement. A justifiable, if tragic, end to a violent siege. But in the mountains, where the line between a lawman and a company man has always been blurry, they tell a different story. They say that when you corner desperate men, deny them every peaceful path, and then meet their final defiant stand with an overwhelming volley of gunfire, you're not just enforcing the law. You're putting down a rebellion, and that always looks a lot more like murder. This story is not just about a riot. It's about the simple, terrible truth of what happens when a system is built to break the human spirit. You can take a man's freedom, you can feed him garbage, you can beat him in the dark, but you can never truly take his pride. When you push a man to the point where he has absolutely nothing left to lose, you don't break him. You make him the most dangerous thing on God's green earth. The stand of Here, Lily, and Leg was not an act of criminals seeking escape. It was a raw, bloody scream for dignity from the bottom of a man-made hell. They lost their fight, and the world did its best to forget them. But their story is a warning that echoes down through the years. It reminds us that behind every prison number, there is a human heart, and that even the most broken man will eventually fight back if pushed too far. The ghosts of Moundsville don't just haunt those old stone walls. They haunt us with a lesson that must not be forgotten. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. When the gun smoke cleared over the Tug Fork River, one Hatfield lay dead on the ferry landing, put there by another. The killer wasn't some long-hated McCoy. He was the law itself, Sheriff Bud Hatfield, and the man bleeding out in the dirt was his own cousin. This single act raises a chilling question that echoes through the hollows to this day. How does a man forged in the fires of the Hatfield feud, a clan that valued blood above all else, bring himself to kill his own family for a tin star? The newspapers of the day called it justice. But those who lived in the shadows of the mountains whispered a different story, a story of a kinslayer, a man who made a deal with the devil, a traitor who sold his soul. Today, we will separate the facts from the folklore to find the truth behind the most feared and complicated lawman in Appalachian history. To understand the man, you have to understand the silence that fell after the storm. By the turn of the 20th century, the great Hatfield-McCoy feud was over. The shooting had mostly stopped. The famous raids were now just stories told to wide-eyed children. But the peace was a fragile, wounded thing. It was a land of long memories and short tempers, where a man's last name was more important than any law written in a book. The Tug Fork Valley was a world unto itself, a labyrinth of creeks and hollows where families lived by codes carved into their very bones over generations. Justice wasn't found in a courthouse. It was settled in a cornfield, on a riverbank, or at the dark end of a lonely mountain path. In this world of simmering grudges lived William Anderson Hatfield, known to all as Bud. He was not a patriarch like his famous cousin, Devil Anse. He was a younger man, molded by the feud's final bloody years. He had seen the cost of hot-blooded pride firsthand. While his kin were known for their booming laughs and explosive tempers, Bud was different. He was quiet, watchful. He moved through the woods not like a man, but like a shadow, his eyes missing nothing. He didn't boast of his skill with a pistol. He simply practiced, hour after hour, until the Colt revolver felt like an extension of his own hand. He learned the mountains as a hunter, but he wasn't just tracking deer. He was learning how men think when they're being hunted, where they hide when they're scared, and the fatal mistakes they make when they believe they're safe. He was absorbing the brutal lessons of the feud, not as a brawler, but as a student of violence. He was a weapon being forged in the quiet aftermath of a war, waiting for a purpose. His world was one of clan loyalty, where the only thing that mattered was protecting your own, no matter the cost. But a new sound was beginning to echo through the mountains, a sound louder than a rifle shot. It was the chugging of steam engines and the grinding of machinery. Coal companies with their fat checkbooks and their armies of private detectives from agencies like Baldwin Felts were pushing their way into the hills. They saw the mountains not as a home, but as a treasure chest to be cracked open. They brought with them a new kind of law, corporate law, and they had no patience for the old ways of the clans. The world that had created Bud Hatfield was about to be devoured, and he would soon have to make a choice that no Hatfield had ever faced. The conflict that would define Bud Hatfield's life didn't begin with a single gunshot. Its seeds were planted generations before, deep in the rocky Appalachian soil. The Hatfields, like many of the Scots-Irish families who first dared to cross the mountains, carved a kingdom for themselves, not with a pen and a deed, but with an axe and a long rifle. This land wasn't just property. It was their lifeblood, their fortress, and their identity. They owed allegiance to no distant government. They were kings of their own hollows, and they held their land with a fierce, possessive grip that outsiders could never understand. The deepest scar on this landscape was the Civil War. While the nation tore itself apart, the borderlands between West Virginia and Kentucky became a brutal theater of guerrilla warfare. The Hatfields were fiercely Confederate, seeing the Union as an invading force trying to impose its will upon them. Devil Anse himself led a band of irregulars, the Logan Wildcats, who fought a vicious war in the hills long after the main armies had gone home. They weren't just fighting for a political cause, they were fighting for their own sovereignty against any and all outside control. This deep-seated division bled directly into the Hatfield-McCoy feud. At its heart, it was a continuation of the war on a more personal scale, with the largely Confederate Hatfields pitted against the largely Unionist McCoys. The conflict was fueled by old loyalties and betrayals that the rest of the country was trying to forget. For these families, the war never ended. It simply smoldered under the surface, waiting for any spark, a stolen pig, a forbidden romance, to erupt into a full-blown inferno. In this world, a family name was everything. It was a heavy cloak of obligation and pride worn from birth. And to be a Hatfield meant you lived by an unwritten, unbreakable code. It meant you stood by your kin, right or wrong. It meant you settled your own scores, answered insults with your fists or your gun, and never backed down from a fight. Above all, it meant you never, ever turned to an outside lawman for justice, and you certainly never became one. The law was the enemy, the outsider, the threat to the clan's power. This was the legacy Bud Hatfield was born into, a legacy of fierce independence, deep suspicion, and a sworn duty to put blood before all else. The end of the feud didn't bring unity. It left a vacuum. With no common enemy to fight, the old clans began to turn on themselves. The Tugfork Valley became a tangled web of personal slights and simmering resentments. The supporting cast wasn't just Hatfield and McCoy anymore. It was the Hatfields who sold timber rights to the coal companies versus the Hatfields who refused. It was the families who wanted schools and roads versus the families who saw every change as an invasion. It was a community teetering on a knife's edge, where everyone was watching everyone else, waiting for the first sign of weakness or betrayal. At the center of the old guard's resistance was Bud's own cousin, another Elias Hatfield, but this one went by a different name, Bad Lias. He was everything the old Hatfields were supposed to be, wild, violent, and utterly contemptuous of any law but his own. He drank, he brawled, and he took what he wanted. While Devil Anse was growing old and making calculated deals with the coal barons, Bad Lias was a living, breathing reminder of the clan's lawless past. He was a festering wound, a source of both pride and shame for the family. and his violent exploits kept the old animosities burning bright. The air itself grew thick with gossip. On the porch of the general store, men would speak in low tones about which Hatfield was seen talking to a Baldwin Felts man. Women would whisper over their washboards, speculating on who was behind a mysterious fire that burned a small logging operation. The McCoys and their allies, though quiet, were watching with hungry eyes. They saw the cracks forming in the great Hatfield dynasty and knew that a house divided against itself could not stand. Every fistfight, every land dispute, every drunken threat was fuel for a fire that had never truly been extinguished. This was a world where suspicion was a survival tool. A friendly wave from a man whose grandfather fought for the Union might be a genuine greeting, or it might be a trick to get a better look at the rifle you were carrying. A business deal gone sour wasn't a civil matter. It was a mortal insult that could lead to an ambush on a lonely stretch of road. It was a poison that seeped into the wells, turning neighbor against neighbor and cousin against cousin. The community wasn't healing. It was rotting from the inside out with paranoia and fear. And into this poisonous air, a new rumor began to spread, one more unbelievable than all the others. That Bud Hatfield, the quiet one, the dead shot, was thinking of doing the unthinkable. In the months before Bud Hatfield pinned on his badge, the old folks said the mountains themselves seemed to hold their breath. The air went still and heavy, the way it does before a lightning strike tears the sky open. A hoot owl, that feathered messenger of death, was heard crying in broad daylight near the Hatfield family graveyard. Men hunting deep in the woods came back with stories of feeling unseen eyes on their backs, a cold dread that had nothing to do with the bears or panthers that roamed the hills. The very land seemed to be sending a warning, whispering through the rustling leaves that the old world was dying and its ghost would not go peacefully. The human omen was far less subtle. Strangers began appearing in the hollows, men with clean hands and cold eyes, carrying surveyors' transits and leather briefcases full of contracts. They were the agents of the coal and timber companies, and they moved with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. They spoke of progress and prosperity, but their eyes measured the ancient trees in bored feet and sized up the family homesteads by the tons of coal that lay beneath them. Their presence was a constant, grating reminder that the outside world was no longer content to leave the mountains alone. They were a walking, talking prophecy of a new kind of war, one fought not with rifles over family honor, but with lawyers and hired guns over mineral rights. Bud Hatfield, a man who read the woods better than any book, felt this change in his gut. It was a coiled tightness in the air, a new kind of fear in the eyes of his neighbors. He saw men who had once been proud and defiant, now speaking in hushed tones, worried about losing the very land their grandfathers had bled for. He saw the easy smiles of the company men and recognized the look of a predator sizing up its prey. He felt a deep, chilling premonition that the old Hatfield code of settling their own problems and protecting their own kin was no longer enough. It was a code designed for fighting other mountain men, not for fighting a corporation with limitless money and its own private army. Something terrible was coming, and Bud knew, with the certainty of a hunter sensing a shift in the wind, that he was standing directly in its path. The law in Logan County had become a ghost. It haunted the courthouse, but it held no power in the hollows. The chaos that Bud Hatfield had foreseen was no longer a distant storm. It was a flood. Drunken brawls turned into shootouts in broad daylight. Payrolls for the coal mines were robbed on the open road. Witnesses to crimes would suddenly lose their memory, their silence bought by a quiet threat delivered on their doorstep in the dead of night. The old system of clan justice was crumbling, and the new corporate law of the Baldwin Felts agents was nothing more than organized brutality, serving only the interests of the coal barons. The county was bleeding, and there was no one to stop it. It was in this desperate atmosphere that the county officials made their move. They needed a man who could not be intimidated, who knew the mountains and the mindset of the men who haunted them. They needed a man who was feared more than the outlaws themselves. And so, they came to the one man who fit that description perfectly. They came to Bud Hatfield. The offer was laid on the table, a deputy's badge. It wasn't a job offer, it was a plea. They weren't asking him to be a peacekeeper. They were asking him to be a hunter, a one-man army who could walk into the darkest hollows and drag the violence out into the light. For Bud, this was the moment the world stopped. To accept the badge was to turn his back on everything he had ever known. It was a declaration that the code of the Hatfields, the sacred bond of blood, was no longer his law. He was choosing the law of strangers over the blood of his grandfather. He looked at the chaos around him, at men like his cousin Bad Lears, who were becoming rabid dogs, and at the cold-eyed company thugs who were no better. He saw two paths leading to the same ruin, and in that moment he chose a third. With a steady hand, he reached out and took the small piece of tin. He pinned it to his chest. The word spread through the hollows like a pestilence. A Hatfield was the law. To his family, it was the ultimate betrayal. Whispers of traitor followed him like a shadow. Uncles and cousins who had known him since birth now looked at him with a mixture of fear and contempt. The community was instantly and violently divided. You were either for the old ways or you stood with the kinslayer. There was no middle ground. This was the first drop of blood. It wasn't spilled by a bullet, but by an oath. By pinning on that badge, Bud Hatfield had drawn a line not on a map, but through the heart of his own family. From that moment on, he was no longer just Bud Hatfield. He was Deputy Hatfield. And for men like his cousin, Bad Lears, who saw the badge as a declaration of war, it made him a target. The confrontation was no longer a possibility. It was an inevitability. The confrontation was inevitable, and it happened, as so many things in that country do, by the river. Bud Hatfield and his posse cornered his cousin, Bad Lears, at the ferry landing. The water of the tug fork was slow and brown, the air thick with tension. It wasn't a long standoff. There were no grand speeches. There was only the low, steady voice of Sheriff Hatfield ordering his own blood to surrender, and the wild, defiant laugh of Bad Lears in response. For a moment, the two men stood as living symbols of the two worlds colliding, the old, lawless clan and the new, iron-willed law. What happened next took less time than a single breath, but the silence it created would last forever. There was no Hollywood gunfight, no men diving for cover. There was only a sudden, blurred movement, and then the calm was shattered by a deafening roar that echoed off the water and slammed into the hills. It was followed almost instantly by a second shot, so close to the first they sounded like a single stuttered clap of thunder. The posse froze, their own guns still in their holsters. When the sharp, acrid smell of gun smoke cut through the damp air, Bad Lears was no longer standing. He was on his knees, his head bowed, looking not at his cousin, but down at the wooden planks of the landing. He stayed that way for a single, long second, a statue of defeat. Then, without a sound, he simply pitched forward, his fall making a dull, hollow thud that seemed shockingly loud in the sudden quiet. From across the river, a person would have seen almost nothing. Just two men facing each other, a puff of white smoke quickly stolen by the breeze, and then one man falling. They would not have seen any blood. They would only have seen a dark stain begin to slowly spread across the back of the fallen man's shirt, like a shadow growing in the afternoon sun. The true horror wasn't in the wound, but in the stillness that followed. Bud Hatfield walked forward, his boots making heavy, deliberate sounds on the ferry landing. He stood over the body of his kinsman, his own pistol still smoking in his hand. The pearl handle, they say, felt as cold as a river stone against his palm. He did not speak. He did not offer a prayer. He simply looked down at what the law had required of him. Members of the posse would later whisper that the most terrifying part was the look in Sheriff Hatfield's eyes. It wasn't triumph. It wasn't remorse. It was a chilling, empty calm, the look of a man who had just performed a necessary but terrible piece of work. A Hatfield had killed a Hatfield. In that moment, The old world of clan justice didn't just die. It was executed on a riverbank by one of its own sons. To understand what went through Bud Hatfield's mind on that ferry landing, you must first understand that he likely didn't see himself as a killer. He saw himself as a surgeon. In his cold, calculated view, his cousin, Bad Lias, wasn't a man anymore. He was a disease. He was the living embodiment of the chaos and violence that was strangling the mountains, the very sickness that Bud had sworn an oath to cure. His twisted logic was terrifyingly simple. To save the body, you must cut out the cancer. In that moment, the bond of blood was meaningless. It was an old-world sentiment that had no place in the new order he was trying to build. He wasn't executing his cousin. He was executing a problem. The true transformation didn't happen in the flash of gunfire. It happened in the quiet moment he first pinned the badge to his chest. That act was a silent vow to kill the part of himself that was a Hatfield clansman. He had to consciously sever the ties of blood and tradition that had defined his entire life. To become Sheriff Hatfield, Bud Hatfield, the cousin, had to die. So when Bad Lias made his move, there was no internal struggle. There was no hesitation. The switch had been flipped months ago. He was no longer acting as a man, but as an instrument of the law he had chosen to serve, and instruments do not feel conflict. As he drew his pistol, the world would have narrowed to a single point, the threat in front of him. His years of relentless practice took over, his mind becoming a place of chilling calm. There was no anger, no hatred, not even a flicker of sadness for the boy he once knew. There was only a target, a distance, and a trigger to be pulled. It was the detached, predatory focus of a hunter, but his prey was his own family. He was operating on a level of pure, brutal efficiency that few men could comprehend, let alone achieve. And afterward, standing in the gun smoke over his cousin's body, he would not have felt triumph or relief. He would have felt a profound and chilling emptiness. It was the quiet that comes after a storm has passed, the silence of a void created where something used to be. He had proven his loyalty to the law, but the price was a piece of his own soul. He had become what the county needed him to be, a monster to hunt monsters. But in doing so, he had become a stranger to his own kin, and perhaps even to himself. The legend of the fearless lawman was born in that moment, but so was the ghost of the kinslayer that would haunt him for the rest of his days. The silence that fell on the ferry landing was heavier than a tombstone. Bud Hatfield's posse stood frozen, men who had seen their share of violence now stunned into stillness, not by the death, but by the identity of the killer and the killed. Sheriff Hatfield broke the spell. His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion, as if he were cataloging supplies. He gave orders to secure the body and retrieve his cousin's weapon. He treated the scene with the cold, methodical procedure of a man clearing away a fallen tree from a road. There was no room for grief or hesitation. The law had been served, and now the paperwork had to follow. The body of Bad Lias was brought back to town, laid out on the back of a wagon. That grim procession was the only announcement needed. The news didn't travel by wire. It moved like a ghost, whispered from porch to porch, from one hollow to the next. A Hatfield has killed a Hatfield. The words carried a terrible weight, a sacrilege against the deepest code of the mountains. It was a wound cut into the very soul of the clan, a wound that would fester and poison everything it touched. For the Hatfield family, it was a moment of profound and terrible clarity. The lines were drawn. Doors that had always been open to Bud were now silently, permanently barred. Eyes that once held kinship now held a cold, hard judgment. They did not raise their guns against him, not yet. Their reaction was a silence more menacing than any threat. He was no longer one of them. He was an outsider, a tool of the very government they had fought for generations. He was a kinslayer. In the eyes of his own blood, his badge was not a symbol of honor, but the brand of a traitor. The official reaction was the polar opposite. The county prosecutor reviewed Bud's report, a document as blunt and efficient as the man who wrote it. It was a lawful killing. Bad Lias had resisted arrest. He had drawn his weapon. The men of the posse, shaken but loyal to their sheriff, corroborated the story. The officials who had hired Bud let out a collective sigh of relief. They had unleashed a force of nature, and it was working. He had done the unthinkable, the very thing no one else had the stomach to do. They saw a hero, a man bringing order through righteous, necessary violence. His power was solidified, his legend cemented in the halls of the courthouse. But for Bud, the hunt was just beginning. It was not a hunt for another outlaw, but a lifelong hunt for a peace he would never find. He had made his choice, and now he had to live in the world he had created, a world where he was feared by all and trusted by none. The ashes of his old life were all around him, the family he had forsaken, the traditions he had shattered. He was the law, but he was utterly alone, a solitary figure standing in the chilling silence that follows the final, fatal shot. The killing of Bad Lias split the county like a bolt of lightning hitting a 100-year-old oak. There was no middle ground left, no place for neutrality. Every single person, from the coal baron in his fine house to the farmer scratching a living from a rocky hillside, was forced to choose. The general store became a silent battlefield. A man's loyalty could be judged by who he tipped his hat to and whose gaze he avoided. A woman buying flour would fall silent if a known supporter of the sheriff walked in, the friendly chatter dying as if a cold wind had blown through the room. It was a war fought with averted eyes, tight-lipped smiles, and doors that suddenly wouldn't open. An unspoken conspiracy of silence descended upon the hills. Many knew the official story of the shooting was too clean, too simple. They'd heard whispers of a different tale, that Bad Lias was trying to surrender, that the second shot was unnecessary. But who would dare say so? To speak against Sheriff Hatfield was to invite a visit in the dead of night. People who had once been proud and outspoken now looked at their own children and chose to hold their tongues. Fear was a more effective lawman than Bud Hatfield could ever be, and it kept the community locked in a state of terrified paralysis. The truth, whatever it was buried alive under the weight of that silence. But even in the deepest fear, there were small acts of courage and cowardice that revealed the true heart of the people. A merchant, once a friend of Bad Lias, now made a point to give Sheriff Hatfield a discount, a public display of his newfound allegiance. A preacher, caught between his fear of the lawman and his fear of God, delivered a sermon on the sin of Cain that was so full of careful, veiled language that both sides could claim it as their own. Then there were the quiet acts of defiance. An old woman from a distant branch of the Hatfield family walked 10 miles to lay a single wildflower on Bad Lias's unmarked grave. A miner, his face black with coal dust, was heard to mutter kinslayer as Bud rode past, a single word of rebellion that could have cost him his life. And the McCoys, the old enemies, they said nothing at all. They just watched, their silence one of grim satisfaction as their great rival, the House of Hatfield, began to devour itself from within. The death of Bad Lias was not an end, it was a declaration. With that single act, Sheriff Bud Hatfield had served notice to every outlaw, moonshiner, and hot-blooded brawler in the county. The old ways were over. His posse was no longer made of Hatfield cousins riding to defend the clan's honor. It was a new breed of man. They were young, grim-faced deputies who owed their loyalty not to a family name, but to the paycheck and the terrifying man who signed it. They followed him into the darkest hollows, not out of camaraderie, but out of a deep-seated fear of what he would do to them if they refused. They knew they were not his kin, they were his tools. The hunt for fugitives under Sheriff Hatfield became a new kind of Appalachian horror story. He didn't send his deputies, he led them. And when he went into the mountains, he was no longer a lawman. He was a predator returning to his natural habitat. The very skills the feud had taught him, how to track a man through dense rhododendron thickets, how to read a footprint in a creek bed, how to move through the woods without making a sound, were now turned against the very people who lived by that same code. The mountains that had for generations served as a fortress for the clans, hiding them from the outside world, had now become Bud Hatfield's personal hunting preserve. When a warrant was issued, a chilling game of cat and mouse began. The fugitive would run to the hills, believing himself safe in the familiar terrain. But he wasn't just being chased, he was being stalked. Bud was relentless, a force of nature that did not sleep or tire. Men on the run would tell stories of going days without seeing him, only to find the ashes of a campfire still warm, just 100 yards from where they had slept. They would hear a branch snap in the dead of night and know, with a certainty that chilled their blood, that it wasn't a deer. The psychological toll was immense. They weren't just running from the law, they were running from a ghost who knew every secret trail and every hidden cave. The moment of capture was rarely a chaotic firefight. More often, it was a scene of terrifying quiet. After days of being worn down by exhaustion and paranoia, the cornered man would look up to see Bud Hatfield standing at the edge of his camp, a Colt revolver held loosely at his side. He wouldn't shout or make demands. He would just stand there, his eyes flat and cold, his presence promising a swift and final violence if the wrong choice was made. Faced with that unflinching, predatory stare, most men simply gave up. Hardened killers who had sworn they'd never be taken alive would slowly raise their hands, their will to fight completely broken. They understood in that silent moment that they were not facing a man, but a reckoning. The hunt would end not with a bang, but with the quiet click of handcuffs, a sound that signaled the total and absolute surrender of the old world to the new law of the mountains. The Logan County Courthouse, once a sleepy building of legal debate, transformed under Bud Hatfield's reign. It became a theater of fear. When the sheriff brought a prisoner to trial, the room was packed not with curious onlookers, but with a silent, tense audience of clan members and enemies, all watching each other. Armed deputies, loyal only to Bud, stood at every exit, their presence a constant, unspoken threat. The air was thick with a tension that had nothing to do with legal arguments. It was the ancient tension of the mountains, of blood feuds and violent retribution, now brought indoors and wrapped in the thin veneer of official procedure. The trials themselves became a grim formality. The defendants Bud brought in didn't swagger or boast. They stood before the judge with the hollow-eyed look of a cornered animal that has already accepted its fate. Their real trial hadn't happened in the courtroom. It had occurred days earlier in a dark hollow at the end of a relentless manhunt when they looked up and saw Bud Hatfield emerge from the trees. By the time they reached the courthouse, their spirit was already broken. Their reaction was not one of defiance, but of quiet, defeated submission. Even the sharpest lawyers learned a new set of rules. You did not aggressively cross-examine Sheriff Hatfield. You did not challenge his account of the arrest. To do so was to imply he was a liar, and you could feel the temperature in the room drop when it happened. Witnesses for the prosecution spoke with a newfound clarity, while those for the defense often found their memories grew foggy under the weight of the sheriff's quiet, unblinking stare from the front row. It wasn't jury tampering in the traditional sense, it was an atmosphere of pure, suffocating intimidation. The verdicts, when they came, were swift and almost always the same: guilty. The conviction rate in Logan County skyrocketed. The payroll robberies stopped. The open brawling ceased. On paper, it was a staggering success. The law of men, with its procedures and its juries, was finally working. But a chilling question hung over every conviction, whispered on the courthouse steps after the prisoner had been dragged away in chains. Was this truly justice? Or had Bud Hatfield simply brought the old ways of the mountains inside the courthouse walls? He had not replaced the clan's code with the state's law. He had merged them into something new and terrifying. He used the tools of the state, the badge, the courts, the prisons, to enforce his own absolute, iron-willed version of mountain justice. The mastermind of it all was Bud himself, and he was never on trial. He was the judge, jury, and executioner long before any gavel fell. The people of Logan County had order, but many wondered if they had sacrificed justice to get it. After the trials were over and the jail cells were full, the Hatfield clan did not declare open war on their cousin. They did something far colder, far more final. They simply erased him. He became a ghost in his own family tree, a name spoken only in whispers of contempt. To the world, he was the powerful Sheriff Hatfield, but to the people who shared his blood, he was a dead man walking. The price for his iron-fisted order was a profound and permanent exile. He had brought the law to the mountains, but in the process, he had lost his home. Bud's life became a strange paradox. He was the most powerful man in the county, yet he was also the most alone. He walked the streets of Logan, a solitary king, his throne built on fear, and his kingdom populated by subjects who hated him. The justice he escaped in the courthouse found him in the shadows. Attempts on his life became a regular occurrence. A rifle shot that echoed from a distant ridge, narrowly missing his head. A stick of dynamite found under a bridge he was about to cross. He survived them all, his uncanny instincts and sheer, stubborn meanness keeping death at bay. But it was a life lived on a razor's edge, a constant grinding war of attrition. The mountains themselves seemed to hold a grudge, and every rustling leaf, every snapping twig was a potential threat. He was not a lawman. He was a warden in a prison of his own making. Whether he was truly haunted by the ghost of Bad Lias, as the campfire tales claimed, is a question that lies buried with him. But those who knew him in his later years described a man hollowed out from the inside. The chilling calm he displayed at the ferry landing became his permanent state. The silence around him wasn't just a result of the fear he inspired, it was a reflection of the silence within his own soul. He had made a deal to bring order, but the cost was a lifetime of looking over his shoulder, of seeing his cousin's face in the eyes of every man he arrested, and of knowing that the blood he spilled could never be washed away. This was his true sentence, not a curse from a ghost, but the relentless atonement of a man living with the consequences of an unforgivable choice. As the years passed, and Bud's era of iron rule eventually faded, the community did what communities do after a great trauma. It chose to forget. It was easier to talk about the Hatfield-McCoy feud, a distant, almost romantic conflict, than to speak of the time when a Hatfield hunted Hatfields. The story was too raw, too close, a mirror that showed a reflection of themselves they did not want to see. The tale of Sheriff Bud Hatfield, the kinslayer who brought order, was buried under new roads, new coal mines, and a thick, heavy blanket of willful silence. Today, the name Hatfield is known across the world, often romanticized as a symbol of rugged Appalachian defiance. Tourists flock to see the statue of Devil Anse, the great patriarch, standing proudly in a family cemetery. But there is no statue for Sheriff Bud Hatfield. For his descendants, the inheritance is a far more complicated thing. They carry a name associated not with a legendary feud, but with a kinslaying. It's a legacy of uncomfortable silence, a chapter of the family history that is rarely spoken of, a ghost that still lingers at the edge of family gatherings. The physical traces of his reign are faint, like old scars on the land. The courthouse in Logan may have been replaced by a newer building, but the spot where it stood remains a symbol of his absolute power, a place where the law of men was bent to the will of one man. But the true monument to his legacy is unmarked, and it lies on a quiet stretch of the Tug Fork River. There is no plaque, no cross to mark the spot where Bad Lias fell. It is just an ordinary ferry landing, a place where the slow brown water slips past the banks, holding its secrets close. It is a place of profound and terrible memory, hiding in plain sight. The official records of his arrests and the newspaper articles praising his efficiency still exist, gathering dust in archives. But the true story of Sheriff Hatfield is no longer found in books. It has seeped back into the soil from which it came, becoming a piece of folklore. It lives on in the quiet conversations of old men on their porches, a cautionary tale told to grandsons about the danger of putting a badge before blood and the terrible price of absolute order. The coal mines have scarred the hills, new roads have been paved over the old horse trails, and the world has moved on. The people have forgotten, or perhaps have chosen to forget the specifics of that dark time. But the mountains have not. They were the silent witnesses to it all, to the oath, the hunt, and the final fatal shot on the riverbank. The mountains remember everything. So we return to the question that hung in the air like gun smoke on that fateful day. How does a Hatfield bring himself to kill a Hatfield for a tin star? The simple answer is that he didn't. Bud Hatfield wasn't fighting for the law of the state. He was fighting for his own brutal vision of survival. He saw a world of chaos and blood that was being devoured by an even greater predator, the coal companies and their armies of hired guns. He believed the old ways of the clan were a sentimental weakness, a path to extinction. So he made a terrible choice. He became a monster to save the mountains from other monsters, sacrificing his own family and his own soul in the process. This is a story not just of one complicated man, but of the brutal, heartbreaking bargain Appalachia was forced to make. It's a story about what happens when the forces of the modern world come for a land steeped in tradition, blood, and honor. Bud Hatfield is the personification of that collision. He was the iron will that brought order, but it was the order of the gallows, the peace of the graveyard. His life is a testament to the fact that sometimes the man who claims to be bringing civilization is more savage than the wilderness he is trying to tame. So the next time you hear the name Hatfield and you think of the famous feud, I want you to remember this story. Remember the man who was both a lawman and a kinslayer, a hero and a traitor, a savior and a beast. He was a man forged in the crucible of the mountains, who then used that fire to burn away the very world that created him, leaving behind nothing but the cold ashes of order. And now, my friends, another one of these forgotten stories has been told. When I say the name Fred Rogers, a specific image floods your mind. You see a red cardigan being zipped up, you see sneakers being tied, you see a gentle smile, and you hear a soft piano melody that makes you feel safe. For 50 years, that name has been synonymous with kindness. It represents a man who taught generations of American children that they were special and that they were loved. It is perhaps the most trusted name in the history of television. But in 1957, in the deep, mist-covered hollows of West Virginia, that name did not mean safety. It did not mean comfort. And it certainly didn't mean it was a beautiful day in the neighborhood. In Fayette County, when people whispered the name Fred Rogers, they didn't smile. They locked their doors. They checked the shotgun behind the frame. Because the Fred Rogers of this story wasn't interested in being your neighbor. He was interested in hunting you. This is not the story of a children's show host. This is the story of a man who walked the same earth at the same time, carrying the same name, but living in a completely different moral universe. While one Fred Rogers was building a land of make-believe, the other was building a very real house of horrors. A place so disturbing that the locals, tough, hardened coal miners and mountain men who had seen everything, couldn't bring themselves to call him a man at all. They called him the Beast Man. To understand how this happened, we have to strip away our modern comforts. We have to go back to a time before smartphones, before DNA profiling, and before the term serial killer even existed. We are going to 1950s Appalachia. Picture a world of steep green mountains that act like walls, cutting you off from the rest of civilization. It is a place of breathtaking beauty, but also of profound isolation. In the 50s, the interstate highway system hadn't yet sliced through these hills. Roads were dirt and gravel. Houses were miles apart, hidden behind thick curtains of oak and pine. If you screamed in a city, someone might hear you. If you screamed here, the sound would just travel up the valley and dissolve into the fog. In this world, survival depended on trust. You had to trust your neighbor because he was the only one who could pull your truck out of the mud or help you fix your barn roof. Strangers were viewed with suspicion, but a neighbor was sacred. And that is exactly what Fred Rogers counted on. He wasn't a drifter. He wasn't a shadow in the alley. He was a member of the community. He was the polite man who waved at you from his porch. He was the man who might offer an elderly woman a ride to the grocery store or help a widow with her taxes. He understood the social fabric of the American South perfectly. He knew that if you wore a suit, spoke softly, and smiled at the right time, you became invisible. We often think of monsters as chaotic, messy creatures. We imagine them lurking in the dark, frantic and wild. But the most dangerous predators in history are the ones who have learned to mimic human behavior. They are the chameleons. They stand in line with us at the bank. They sit in the pew behind us at church. They look like us. Fred Rogers was the ultimate chameleon. He crafted a persona of a successful, charming businessman. He projected an image of stability that attracted exactly the kind of people he was looking for. The lonely, the vulnerable, the people who were just looking for a connection in a world that felt like it was moving too fast. But beneath that carefully ironed suit was a mind that didn't process human emotion like yours or mine. Where you see a person, he saw an object. Where you feel empathy, he felt opportunity. And where you see a home, he saw a hunting ground. To truly grasp the scale of what happened, you need to understand the stage upon which this tragedy played out. West Virginia is often called the Mountain State, but that name doesn't quite do it justice. These aren't just mountains. They are ancient, eroded walls that create a labyrinth of valleys, ridges, and hollows, or as the locals say, hollers. In the 1950s, a holler was more than just a geographical feature. It was a world unto itself. You could live your entire life in one valley and barely know the people 3 ridges over. The communities here were tight-knit, bound by blood and the coal dust that covered everything. But they were also intensely private. The unwritten rule of the mountains was simple. You mind your business, and I'll mind mine. Imagine driving down a road that isn't on any map. The canopy of trees overhead is so thick, it blocks out the midday sun. The air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. There are no streetlights, no cell towers, no surveillance cameras, just miles and miles of winding gravel tracks that often dead end at a solitary house. It was the perfect environment for a predator. In a modern city, you are constantly being watched. Witnesses, cameras, digital footprints. But here, a man could disappear. Or worse, he could make someone else disappear. The police presence in these rural counties was minimal. A sheriff might have 3 or 4 deputies covering an area of 500 square miles. They didn't have the manpower to patrol every back road. They relied on reports. They relied on people noticing that something was wrong. But what happens when the person who goes missing has no one to notice? This isolation created a unique kind of vulnerability. We often think of the 1950s as the golden age of American community, where doors were left unlocked and everyone knew everyone. That was true in the suburbs of New York or Chicago. But in the remote corners of Appalachia, isolation was a double-edged sword. It offered freedom, yes, but it also offered silence. In these hills, if you scream, the only thing that answers back is the echo, and sometimes not even that. The geography acted as an accomplice. If you wanted to hide something in a city, you had to be clever. If you wanted to hide something here, you just had to walk 100 yards into the woods. The forest floor, with its deep layers of foliage and shifting soil, could swallow a secret in an afternoon. Into this landscape walked Fred Rogers. He wasn't a mountain man by birth, but he understood the utility of the terrain. He saw the hollers not as a place of beauty, but as a place of concealment. He realized that the privacy the locals cherished so much could be weaponized against them. He chose his location carefully, a house that was respectable enough to invite guests into, but isolated enough that no one could hear what happened after the door closed. A place where the nearest neighbor was just far enough away to see the lights on, but too far away to hear a cry for help. The house he eventually occupied became a fortress of solitude. To the casual observer driving past, it was just another quiet home in a quiet state. A place where a man might retire to read books and listen to the radio. But the geography allowed him to control his environment completely. He controlled who came in. He controlled who went out. And most importantly, he controlled the narrative. If you were casting a movie about a serial killer in the 1950s, you would probably look for someone with a sharp, sinister face, someone with cold eyes and a nervous twitch. You would want the audience to know, the moment he stepped on screen, that this was the bad guy. Fred Rogers would never have been cast in that role. In person, Rogers was disarmingly ordinary. He was a heavy-set man, soft around the middle, with a face that seemed permanently etched with a grandfatherly concern. He wore thick-rimmed glasses that gave him an air of intelligence and harmlessness. He didn't look like a predator. He looked like the guy who taught Sunday school or the accountant who handled the church finances. He dressed the part, too. In a region where denim overalls and coal-stained work boots were the uniform of the day, Rogers was always impeccable. He wore suits. He wore ties. His shirts were starched. He smelled of cheap but pleasant cologne and tobacco. To the people of West Virginia, this attire signaled one thing: respectability. He presented himself as a man of means, a retired civil engineer, or perhaps a businessman looking for a quiet place to settle down after a life of hard work. He spoke with a confidence that suggested he knew things others didn't. When he walked into the local general store, the conversation didn't stop in fear. It stopped in deference. But this persona was a complete fabrication. It was a costume. The real Fred Rogers was a career criminal, but not a violent one, at least, not initially. He was a grifter, a con artist. He had spent years drifting through the cracks of American society, learning the art of the lie. He knew that people see what they want to see. If you act like you belong, people assume you do. If you act like you have money, people assume you are rich. He had learned a crucial lesson early in his life of crime. Violence attracts attention, but persuasion is invisible. If you rob a bank, the police come looking. But if you talk someone into giving you their life savings, they might be too embarrassed to ever report it. Rogers was a master of reading human needs. He could look at a person and see exactly what was missing from their life. For the men in the community, he offered camaraderie and stories of the outside world. For the women, he offered something far more dangerous: hope. He wasn't a young man. By the time he arrived in West Virginia, he was in his late 50s. This age was his greatest camouflage. We are conditioned to view the elderly as harmless. We hold doors open for them. We trust them with our children. We assume that the fire of aggression burns out with age. Rogers used this bias like a skeleton key. Who would suspect the chubby, bespectacled old man of doing anything worse than cheating at cards? And he realized that in the vast, lonely expanse of America, he didn't need to hunt with a gun. He found a weapon that was far more effective, silent, and reached much further than any bullet. He picked up a pen. In the era before dating apps and instant messaging, the search for love was a slow, deliberate process. For millions of Americans in the 1950s, especially those who were widowed, divorced, or simply left behind by the post-war baby boom, loneliness was a quiet epidemic. To cure this, many turned to Lonely Hearts Clubs. These were magazines and newspapers dedicated to connecting singles across the country. You would send in a photo and a short biography, pay a small fee, and your profile would be printed alongside hundreds of others. It was the Tinder of the atomic age, but infinitely slower, and as it turned out, infinitely more dangerous. For Fred Rogers, these magazines were not a path to romance. They were a catalogue. He didn't just browse them, he studied them. He looked for specific keywords: widow, savings, homeowner, no children. He was filtering for vulnerability. He was looking for women who had assets but no protectors, women who were desperate enough to travel to a stranger and isolated enough that no one would immediately come looking for them. Once he identified a target, the seduction began. But it didn't happen in person. It happened on paper. Rogers was a prolific writer. His letters were masterpieces of manipulation. He didn't come on too strong. He didn't sound desperate. He sounded like a kindred spirit. He would write about his own loneliness, a lie, his comfortable retirement, a lie, and his desire for a companion to share his golden years, the biggest lie of all. He spun a fantasy that was irresistible to a woman sitting alone in a small apartment in Ohio or Pennsylvania. He described the beautiful West Virginia hills. He described his large, empty house that just needed a woman's touch to make it a home. He painted a picture of a peaceful, secure future. For a woman struggling with financial insecurity or the fear of dying alone, these letters were a lifeline. Rogers was offering them an escape hatch. But behind the poetic language was a cold, mathematical calculation. Rogers was essentially running a business. The commodity was human life, and the profit margin was whatever was in their bank account. The trap snapped shut when he popped the question. Not necessarily marriage right away, but a visit. "Come see the house," he would write. "Bring your things. If you like it, we can build a life together." He often advised them to sell their property before coming. "Why keep that old house?" he would suggest gently. "Bring the cash. We can put it into a joint account. We'll start fresh. It sounds obvious to us now. The red flags are blinding. But you have to put yourself in their shoes." These were women who had been invisible for years. Suddenly, a charming, successful man is paying them attention. He wants them. He is offering them a fairy tale ending. The desire to believe is a powerful drug. And so, they came. They packed their suitcases. They withdrew their life savings. They boarded trains and buses. They thought they were traveling toward a new beginning. In reality, they were delivering themselves and their money directly to the butcher's door. Let's follow one of these stories to see how the trap actually worked. Imagine a woman named Celia. She's in her late 50s. She's a widow. Her children have grown up and moved away. Her house feels too big, too quiet. The silence in the evening is deafening. Then she meets Fred Rogers on paper. For 3 months they exchange letters. His handwriting is neat, his tone respectful. By the 4th month, Celia is in love. Not necessarily with the man, but with the idea of him. With the idea of being needed again. He suggests she come for a visit. Just to see, he says. No pressure. But he adds a practical note. If you do decide to stay, it would be a shame to have to go all the way back to sell your things. Why not liquidate now? Bring the cash. Banks are so impersonal, and out here in the country, cash is king. She sells her furniture. She closes her bank account. She sews the cash into the lining of her coat or hides it deep in her purse, feeling a thrill of excitement she hasn't felt in decades. She takes a Greyhound bus. The landscape changes from the flat plains or the crowded city streets to the rolling green hills of Appalachia. The roads get narrower. The towns get smaller. When she arrives at the station, he is there waiting. He looks exactly like his picture. He is smiling. He takes her heavy suitcase, the one containing everything she owns in the world. He opens the car door for her. "Welcome home," he says. The drive to the house is long. They leave the main road, then the paved road, then the gravel road. The trees close in. The nearest house was passed miles ago. A flicker of doubt might cross her mind now. It's very isolated. It's very quiet. When they pull up to the house, it looks normal. A 2-story structure, maybe a bit weathered but solid. She steps inside. She expects a warm embrace, a cup of tea, a celebration of their new life. And for the first few days, that's exactly what she gets. This was the most cruel part of Roger's game. He didn't strike immediately. He played the role of the gracious host. He cooked for them. He walked with them in the woods. He let them feel safe. He was waiting. He was waiting for the check to clear. He was waiting for her to write that final letter to her family saying, "I've arrived safely. I'm so happy. I'll write again soon." That letter was crucial. It bought him time. It assured the outside world that everything was fine. Once that letter was in the mailbox, the atmosphere in the house would shift. Subtle at first. A cold look. A snapped command. The charming suitor began to dissolve, revealing the controller underneath. Celia might have noticed he was locking the doors from the inside. She might have noticed he was spending a lot of time in the basement, hammering, building something. But the dream house was rapidly becoming a cage, and the man she thought was her savior was about to become her jailer. The transition from guest to prisoner didn't happen with a bang. There were no bars on the windows, at least not visible ones. The prison Fred Rogers built was psychological first, physical second. Imagine the confusion. You are in a strange house, miles from civilization, with a man you thought you loved. When his behavior changes, your first instinct isn't to run, it's to fix it. You think, did I do something wrong? You try harder to please him. This is the cycle of abuse compressed into a terrifyingly short timeline. Rogers knew that a confused victim is a paralyzed victim. He would start by cutting the lines of communication. The phone is acting up, he'd say. Or, let's just enjoy our privacy for a while. Inside the house, the walls began to close in. The isolation of the holler, once romantic, became oppressive. Rogers would begin to extract information. Where exactly is the rest of the money? Are there any other bank accounts? Who else knows you are here? He did this casually, over dinner, but his eyes were hard. He was taking inventory. He needed to be sure that when she disappeared, no one would have a reason to come looking immediately. We have evidence that some victims lived in the house for weeks before the end came. Weeks of walking on eggshells. Weeks of sleeping in a bed that felt increasingly like a coffin. One can only imagine the moment of realization. The moment when the nice old man mask slipped completely. Maybe she found something she wasn't supposed to see. A piece of jewelry that didn't belong to her. A dress in a size she didn't wear. Or maybe she just saw it in his eyes. The look of a predator who is done playing with his food. She wrote to her sister that she had found paradise. She didn't know she was digging her own grave in the backyard, because that is what was happening. While she was inside, worrying about his mood, Rogers was outside, preparing the disposal site. He was methodical. He dug holes. He prepared chemicals. He sharpened tools. The terror of this situation is the helplessness. Even if she wanted to run, where would she go? She is in the middle of the Appalachian wilderness. She has no car. She likely has no money, as she has already given it to him for safekeeping. And Rogers was always watching. But the end was inevitable. Rogers ran his house like a conveyor belt. He couldn't have the old victim cluttering up the space when he was already writing letters to the next one. He needed the room. He needed the bed empty. The murder itself wasn't a crime of passion. It wasn't a heated argument that got out of hand. It was a chore. It was the final item on a checklist. Get the money, secure the deed, kill the woman, clean the house, repeat. And the most chilling part? While this horror movie was playing out inside the walls, life outside went on as normal. The mailman delivered the post. The sun rose and set over the mountains, and Fred Rogers, the monster of the holler, continued to wave at his neighbors. We often comfort ourselves with the idea that evil is obvious. We want to believe that if a man was butchering people in his basement, he would walk around with a dark cloud over his head. But Fred Rogers destroyed that comfort. He wasn't the outcast. He was the pillar. While he was actively murdering women and disposing of their bodies, he was also attending the local church every Sunday. He sang the hymns. He put money in the collection plate, money that, in all likelihood, he had just peeled from the cold fingers of a dead woman. He was a member of the community in good standing. Neighbors described him as soft-spoken and gentle. One neighbor recounted how Rogers would stop by to discuss gardening tips. Another remembered him bringing over a pie. Imagine that, eating a slice of pie baked by hands that had just dismembered a human body. This is the uncanny valley of real life. It's the dissonance that makes your skin crawl. How can a man compartmentalize his mind so completely? How can he switch from beast to neighbor in the span of a door opening? He was particularly good with children. He would wave to them as they played. He gave them candy. To the kids in the holler, he was just Mr. Rogers up the hill. The parents trusted him. In a tight-knit community, that trust is currency. And Rogers was rich. He used this social camouflage to deflect suspicion. If someone saw smoke rising from his property at odd hours, they didn't think, "He's burning evidence." They thought, "Fred is clearing brush." If they saw him digging, they didn't think, "He's digging a grave." They thought, "Fred is putting in a new septic line." There is a story of a local man who actually helped Rogers move some heavy trunks. The man joked, "What do you have in here, Fred? Bodies?" Rogers just laughed, a warm, throaty chuckle. "Just old books and papers," he said. "Heavy memories." The neighbor laughed too. They shared a moment of connection over the heavy trunk. A trunk that, we now know, likely contained the dismembered remains of a Lonely Hearts victim. That neighbor lived with that memory for the rest of his life. The realization that he had literally helped the monster hide his crimes, that he had looked the devil in the eye and shared a joke with him. He was so confident in his mask that he became arrogant. He believed he was smarter than everyone in the holler. He believed that these simple mountain folk would never catch on to a sophisticated man like him. He thought he was invincible. He thought he could keep this conveyor belt of death running forever. But arrogance is a blinder. When you look down on people, you stop noticing that they are watching you. You stop being careful, and even the most meticulous spider eventually trips on his own web. The perfect crime is a myth. You can be careful, you can be smart, but you cannot control the universe. Chaos always introduces a variable you didn't account for. For Fred Rogers, the variable was greed. He was getting faster. The gaps between victims were shortening. He was becoming addicted not just to the money, but to the process. And when you speed up, you get sloppy. It wasn't a fingerprint that gave him away. It wasn't a witness who saw a murder. It was something much more mundane. It was a taxi driver. Rogers had been bringing women to the house, but he had to get them there somehow. Usually he picked them up. But as he got busier, or perhaps lazier, he started using local taxi services to transport victims from the train station to his isolated home. In a big city, a taxi driver sees 1,000 faces a day. They don't remember you. In rural West Virginia, a taxi driver remembers everyone, especially a stranger, especially a woman dressed in city clothes, carrying all her luggage, looking for the Rogers place. People started to talk. "Hey, did you see that lady go up to Fred's house last week? Whatever happened to her? I haven't seen her since." But the real breaking point came from outside the holler. Rogers had killed a woman and, as usual, forged a letter to her family to buy time. But he made a mistake. He didn't know the family dynamic well enough. The tone was wrong. The handwriting was slightly off. Or perhaps the victim had a specific nickname for her sister that Rogers didn't use. The sister didn't buy it. She didn't just shrug and move on. She got on a train. She came to West Virginia looking for answers. She went to the police. At first, the local sheriff was skeptical. "Fred Rogers? The nice old man on the hill? You must be mistaken, ma'am." But she was persistent. She had the letters. She had the dates. She demanded they look into it. Reluctantly, the police decided to pay a visit. Just a welfare check. Just to ask a few questions and clear everything up. Rogers thought he had cleaned up everything, but he forgot one small, insignificant piece of paper. A receipt, a train ticket stub. We don't know for sure what the initial trigger was, But we know that when the pressure applied, cracks appeared in his story. He told the police the woman had visited but left weeks ago. She went back to her husband. He lied smoothly. She took a bus to Chicago, but the police checked the bus station. No one had seen her. They checked the train station. No ticket was purchased. The net was tightening. The discrepancies were piling up. The nice old man act was starting to look less like charm and more like a deflection. And then, a deputy noticed something. Maybe it was the fresh earth in the garden that didn't match the season. Maybe it was the smell of something burning that wasn't wood. Or maybe it was just the way Rogers stood in his doorway, blocking the view inside, his knuckles white as he gripped the frame. The investigation shifted from a missing person search to a homicide inquiry. The sleepy police force of Fayette County was about to wake up to a nightmare. There is a specific kind of tension that hangs in the air when the law comes for a man who thinks he is above it. It's a psychological chess match. When the Fayette County Sheriff's Department finally decided to move on Fred Rogers, they didn't kick down the door with guns drawn. Not yet. This was 1957. You needed more than a hunch. You needed probable cause. And Rogers, ever the chameleon, was determined not to give them an inch. The sheriff arrived with a warrant to search the premises, but Rogers met him on the porch. He was indignant. He played the victim perfectly. "This is harassment," he claimed. "I am a respectable citizen. How dare you accuse me of harming those lovely ladies?" He used his age as a shield. He pretended to be frail, confused, hurt by the accusations. He invited the officers in, offering them coffee, trying to charm them one last time. "Look around," he said, sweeping his hand across the living room. "Do you see anything sinister here?" And at first glance, they didn't. The living room was tidy. There were doilies on the tables. There was a Bible on the stand. It looked like the home of a lonely, fastidious bachelor. But the officers were no longer buying the act. They noticed that the floorboards in one room seemed newer than the others. They noticed a trunk that was padlocked. They noticed that for a man who claimed his guests had left, there were an awful lot of women's clothes still hanging in the closets. "Why did she leave her winter coat, Fred?" an officer asked. "It's November." "Why would she leave without her coat?" Rogers stuttered. She was in a hurry. She said she'd buy a new one." The mask began to crack. The smooth, confident voice became shrill. The grandfatherly demeanor dissolved into defensiveness. He wasn't the master of the house anymore. He was a cornered animal. The sheriff gave the order. "Tear it apart, boys." Rogers watched in silence as the illusion of his life was dismantled. They pulled books off the shelves. They opened drawers. They looked under the rugs. And then they found the basement door. Basements in Appalachia are common. They are used for storing canned goods, coal and tools. But when the deputy put his hand on the latch of this particular door, he hesitated. There was a smell seeping through the cracks. It wasn't the smell of coal. It wasn't the smell of potatoes. It was a sweet, cloying, metallic scent that triggers a primal alarm in the human brain. The officer looked at Rogers. Rogers wasn't smiling anymore. His face had gone blank. His eyes were dead. He knew the game was over. The officer turned the handle. The door creaked open, revealing a set of wooden stairs descending into the darkness. "Flashlight," the officer requested, his voice tight. A beam of light cut through the gloom, dancing over dust motes. It traveled down the stairs, hitting the concrete floor below. The descent into the basement was a descent into the mind of Fred Rogers. The air grew colder with every step. The smell became overpowering, a mix of damp earth, chemical cleaners, and that undeniable scent of decay. The silence was absolute, save for the heavy breathing of the officers and the creak of the wooden stairs. When the flashlight beam finally swept the room, the first thing they noticed was the organization. This wasn't a chaotic dungeon. It was a workshop. Tools were hung neatly on pegboards. Hammers, saws, knives, all arranged by size. Jars of nails and screws were labeled. It looked like the workspace of a meticulous craftsman. But then, the light fell on the details that didn't fit. On a workbench, amidst the tools, sat a woman's purse. Next to it, a pair of glasses. Further down, a single pearl earring. These were not the artifacts of a carpenter, these were trophies. The officers moved deeper into the room. In the corner, there was a pile of what looked like refuse, covered by a tarp. One officer stepped forward and lifted the corner of the heavy canvas. He dropped it immediately and stumbled back, gagging. It wasn't refuse, it was clothing. Bloody, torn clothing. Dresses that had once been worn to church. Coats that had been bought for a new life in the country. Now, they were just rags soaked in the evidence of a massacre. But where were the bodies? The search continued. They found a crawl space, a low, narrow tunnel dug into the earth beneath the foundation. The soil here was loose, disturbed. "Get a shovel," the sheriff ordered. His voice was barely a whisper. They didn't have to dig deep. A few inches of dirt were scraped away, and the beam of the flashlight caught something white. It wasn't a stone, it was bone. As they uncovered more, the scale of the atrocity became clear. This wasn't just one victim. The earth beneath the house was a mass grave. Rogers had been living, sleeping, and eating directly above the remains of the women he had seduced. The floorboards that the officers had walked on upstairs, they were the ceiling of a tomb. But the most disturbing discovery was yet to come. It wasn't in the dirt. It was in a bucket near the furnace. The officer looked inside. He froze. "Dear God," he whispered. Inside were not just remains, but parts. Prepared parts. Rogers hadn't just killed these women. He had dismantled them. He had treated them like livestock. He had tried to burn what he could and bury what he couldn't. The nickname the Beast Man didn't come from a newspaper headline. It came from the mouths of these hardened police officers who, in that moment, realized they weren't dealing with a human being. They were dealing with something feral. The officer opened the basement door to let in fresh air, but the smell wouldn't leave. It seemed to have soaked into their uniforms, into their skin. Upstairs, Fred Rogers sat in a chair, handcuffed. He could hear the sounds from below, the digging, the gasps, the retching. He didn't look ashamed. He didn't look terrified. He just looked annoyed, like a man whose project had been interrupted, like a man who was calculating how much this inconvenience was going to cost him. The moniker, the Beast Man, suggests something wild, something out of folklore like a werewolf or a yeti. But the reality was far worse because it was real. When the coroner arrived, the task before him was grim. The remains found in the crawl space and the buckets were not intact. They had been subjected to a level of violence that shocked even the medical professionals. Rogers hadn't just murdered these women, he had erased them. The investigation revealed that he used a sledgehammer, a simple, brutal tool found in almost every shed in America. In Rogers' hands, it was an instrument of annihilation. He used it to stun, to kill, and then to facilitate the disposal. The police found jars, not jars of preserves or moonshine, but jars containing souvenirs, trophies harvested from the bodies. It was this specific detail, the keeping of parts, that turned the stomach of the public. It suggested that Rogers didn't just kill for money. He killed because he enjoyed the ownership. He wanted to possess these women entirely, even after death. He had reduced human beings to puzzle pieces. The newspapers couldn't print the full details. It was too gruesome for the 1950s sensibilities. They used euphemisms like dismembered and mutilated, but the whispers in town filled in the blanks. The locals said he fed parts to the hogs. They said he burned parts in the wood stove that heated the living room. Whether these rumors were all true or exaggerated by fear, the core truth remained. Fred Rogers had turned his home into an abattoir. The police found evidence of at least 2 distinct victims in the house immediately, Celia G. and Alvy S. But there were signs of more. Jewelry that didn't match either woman. A wedding ring with an inscription that couldn't be traced. When the bodies were brought out, they were carried in bags, not stretchers. Bags. The sight of those small, heavy sacks being carried out of the nice old man's house broke something in the community's psyche. People who had shaken his hand felt dirty. People who had eaten at his table felt sick. The betrayal was absolute. The Beast Man wasn't a legend anymore. He was the man in the back of the squad car, watching the proceedings with cold, dead eyes. The interrogation of Fred Rogers was not a shouting match. There was no slamming of tables, no sweating under a bright light. It was a conversation, and that was the most terrifying part. Rogers sat in the chair, his hands folded in his lap. He looked like a disappointed schoolteacher. When the detectives laid out the evidence, the bodies, the hammer, the letters, he didn't break down. He didn't cry. He didn't beg for forgiveness. He just sighed. "Well," he said, as if discussing a minor accounting error, "it seems you've made quite a mess of my house." The detectives were stunned. They were showing him photos of the carnage he had created, and he was worried about his floorboards. "Did you kill them, Fred?" the sheriff asked. Rogers looked at him, his eyes devoid of any spark of humanity. "They were problems," he said. "I solved them." He described the murders the way you would describe changing a flat tire. Annoying, but necessary. He spoke of the women not as people, but as obstacles. "She got too clingy," he said of one. "She wouldn't stop talking about her money," he said of another. In his mind, he was the victim. He was the one who had been inconvenienced. These women had come into his life, disrupted his peace, and forced him to take drastic measures. He admitted to the killings with a chilling calmness. He explained how he hit them, how he cut them. He even critiqued his own technique, mentioning that the saw he used was dull and he should have sharpened it. The detectives listened in horror. They realized they weren't talking to a man who had snapped in a moment of passion. They were talking to a man who had no conscience. He was a sociopath in the purest definition of the word. He understood that what he did was illegal, but he didn't feel that it was wrong. "I gave them a nice few weeks," he justified. "They were happy, happier than they'd been in years. I did them a favor." This twisted logic is common among psychopaths. They rewrite reality to make themselves the hero, or at least the rational actor. Rogers genuinely believed that the few weeks of false romance he provided were fair payment for their lives and their fortunes. The transcript of that interrogation is a document of pure evil. It reveals a mind that is completely alien to us, a mind where empathy does not exist, where love is a tool, and where murder is just a transaction. As the detectives left the room, they felt drained. They had looked into the abyss, and the abyss had smiled back. In 1957, there was no 24-hour news cycle, no Twitter, no TikTok. But news of a crime this grotesque traveled faster than any fiber optic cable could carry it. It traveled by word of mouth, by telephone wire, and by the ink-stained pages of the morning paper. Fayette County, usually a quiet blip on the map, became the center of the universe. Reporters from New York, Chicago, and Richmond descended on the small town. They camped out on the courthouse lawn. They hounded the locals for quotes. They turned the tragedy into a spectacle. The headlines were sensational. Bluebeard of the Hills, the lovelorn killer, the Beast Man caught. Inside the courtroom, the atmosphere was electric. The gallery was packed. When Fred Rogers walked in, a hush fell over the room. He didn't look like a monster. He looked like Fred. He was wearing a suit. He was clean-shaven. He nodded politely to his lawyer. This visual disconnect was the hardest thing for the public to process. They wanted a villain with fangs. They got a grandfather. The trial was swift. The evidence was overwhelming. The prosecution laid out the timeline, the letters, the arrival of the victims, the withdrawals from the banks, the blood in the basement. They brought out the hammer. They brought out the saw. The jury, composed of local men, listened with stone faces. They knew this man. Some of them had probably bought him a coffee. The betrayal felt personal. Rogers took the stand. No. His lawyers knew better. They knew that if he opened his mouth, his arrogance would hang him faster than any rope. They tried to plead insanity. They argued that no sane man could do such things. But the prosecution countered with Rogers' own meticulousness. A crazy man doesn't hide bodies so carefully. A crazy man doesn't forge letters to throw off the police. A crazy man doesn't balance his checkbook with the stolen money. This was calculated evil. The most chilling moment of the trial came when the prosecution read the letters Rogers had sent to his victims. The words of love, of hope, of future happiness. And then they showed the photos of what he did to the women who believed those words. The verdict was never in doubt. Guilty. On all counts. When the judge asked if he had anything to say, Rogers stood up. He didn't apologize. He didn't ask for mercy. He simply said, "I did what I had to do." He was sentenced to life in prison. In West Virginia at the time, there was no death penalty for his specific charges due to a legal technicality of the era, or perhaps the jury just wanted him to rot. He would die in a cage, just as he had made his victims die in his house. The gavel banged, the crowd erupted. But as Rogers was led away, he didn't look defeated. He looked bored. The circus was over, and he was ready to go back to his cell and read his books. But the question remained, what made him? Was he born a monster, or did the world make him one? After the gavel fell and the cameras left, the psychologists arrived. They wanted to understand the machinery of Fred Rogers' mind. How does a human being reach a point where dismembering another person becomes a mundane chore? Rogers fits the profile of what criminologists call a comfort killer or a hedonistic killer. But unlike those who kill for sexual thrill, Rogers' primary motivation was profit, mixed with a pathological need for control. He viewed people as resources. In his worldview, a human being was no different than a coal seam or a timber forest. You extract the value and you discard the waste. The value in this case was their savings. The waste was their bodies. Experts looked for a reason: trauma, abuse, a childhood injury. They dug into his past. Rogers had a history of petty crime, of fraud, of deceit. He had always been a grifter, but grifting is a long way from butchery. What changed? Some theorized that age played a role. As he got older, he lost the patience for the long con. He didn't want to spend years swindling someone. He wanted the money now. Murder became a shortcut. It was the most efficient way to close the deal. Others point to the isolation of the Holler. In the absence of societal observation, his darkest impulses were allowed to grow unchecked. Without neighbors to judge him, without the constant reinforcement of social norms, his morality eroded. He created his own kingdom where he was the king, the judge, and the executioner. But there is a more disturbing possibility. The possibility that there was no reason. We desperately want to find a cause for evil because it makes us feel safer. If we can say he was abused or he had a brain tumor, we can tell ourselves that we are different, that we are safe. But sometimes you look into the abyss and the abyss just shrugs. Rogers showed no signs of psychosis. He wasn't hearing voices. He wasn't hallucinating. He knew exactly what he was doing. He just didn't care. He lacked the fundamental hardware of empathy. To him, other people were just NPCs, non-player characters in a video game where he was the only real person. In prison, Rogers was a model inmate. He was polite. He followed the rules. He never caused trouble. This further proves that his violence was pragmatic, not impulsive. He was violent when it served his purpose. When violence no longer served him, he turned it off like a light switch. He died in prison a year later in 1958. His heart gave out. A mundane end for a monster. He took his secrets to the grave. We will never know exactly how many women answered his ads. We will never know how many lie in unmarked graves in the West Virginia hills, but he left behind a legacy, a scar on the landscape, and a warning that the most dangerous monsters aren't the ones hiding under the bed. They are the ones inviting you to sit on the porch. Today, if you drive through Fayette County, you might miss the location of the Rogers house entirely. The original structure is gone, reclaimed by the earth or demolished to wipe away the memory. The woods have grown back, covering the scars in the soil. The birds sing, and the wind rustles through the trees, just as it did in 1957. But the name remains. It is one of the strangest coincidences in American history. Two men, same name, roughly the same era. One became the symbol of ultimate goodness, a man who wore a cardigan and taught us that we are special. The other became the symbol of ultimate darkness, a man who wore a mask of sanity and taught us that we are vulnerable. Fred McFeely Rogers, the TV host, launched his show nationally in 1968. By then, the Fred Rogers of West Virginia was long dead. But for the people of Appalachia who lived through the terror, seeing that name on a television screen must have sent a shiver down their spines. It serves as a grim reminder of the duality of human nature. We are capable of profound kindness, of building neighborhoods where everyone is welcome. And we are capable of profound cruelty, of building traps where no one leaves. The story of the Beast Man is not just a true crime tale. It is a piece of American folklore now. It is a warning whispered to young women in the mountains. Be careful who you trust. Be careful of the stranger with a smile. Be careful of the house that sits too far back from the road. We live in a world that is more connected than ever. We have safety apps, background checks, and digital footprints. We like to think that a predator like Rogers couldn't exist today, that he would be caught instantly. But loneliness hasn't gone away. If anything, it has changed shape. The Lonely Hearts columns have been replaced by dating sites and chat rooms. The methods are new, but the vulnerability is the same. There are still people looking for connection, and there are still wolves looking for sheep. So, the next time you hear the name Fred Rogers, by all means, think of the trolley, the puppets, and the land of make-believe. Let that warmth fill you. We need it. But maybe, just for a second, let your mind drift to a misty holler in 1957. Remember the other Fred. Remember Celia. Remember Alvy. Remember the women who packed their bags for a new life and found only silence. There are two Fred Rogers in American history. One taught us how to love our neighbor. The other showed us why we should fear them. And in the end, the most important lesson might be to know the difference. I'm standing on a piece of ground that has a story to tell, though you wouldn't know it to look at it now. All that's left is a ghost of a chimney, clawing its way out of a tangle of kudzu and briars, and a few foundation stones sweating in the humidity. This was once the heart of the Lincoln family homestead, here in the deep hollows of Lincoln County, West Virginia. The air feels heavy, weighted down by memory. If you listen close, past the wind in the pines, you can almost hear the echoes of a conflict so brutal it was called a war that poisoned this ground and set neighbor against neighbor, kin against kin. Today, we're going to find out why. We're going to listen to these ruins and understand what happened right here that turned a family's dream into this pile of forgotten stone. Let's wind the clock back 150 years. The year is 1870. The chimney we see today isn't a ruin, it's the heart of a home, breathing a steady plume of wood smoke into the crisp morning air. The house it's attached to is a testament to hard work. 2 stories of hand-hewn poplar logs chinked tight against the mountain cold. The porch is wide, and on it sits the patriarch, Colonel Absalom Lincoln, a man as hard and unyielding as the rock-laced soil he commands. His face is a roadmap of hard-won battles, framed by a graying beard, but it's his left sleeve, neatly pinned to his shoulder, that tells the most important story. It's a constant, silent reminder of what he lost at Gettysburg, and a symbol of the cause he still believes in. From this porch, Absalom doesn't see a wilderness. He sees his kingdom. He sees the bottomland, dark and rich, where his sons are already working the fields with a pair of mules. He hears the rhythmic turn of the water wheel at his grist mill down on the creek, the only one for 10 miles in any direction. His world is one of order, built on the unshakable pillars of family, honor, and the sweat of your brow. The Lincolns are not just a family, they are a clan, the closest thing this part of West Virginia has to aristocracy, and Absalom is their unquestioned leader. They believe the old ways are the best ways, and that a man's worth is measured by the land he holds and the word he keeps. Life here is hard, but it's whole. In the house, the women are already at their chores, the smell of baking bread and boiling coffee mingling with the wood smoke. Children's laughter spills out from the yard. This isn't just a farm. It's the center of a community, a place where people come for justice, for advice, or to have their corn ground. For Absalom Lincoln, this homestead is more than property. It is the physical manifestation of his soul, a legacy he intends to pass down through generations. It is a symbol of survival, a piece of the Old South rebuilt here in the mountains. But a shadow is beginning to creep up the hollows. Strangers have been seen in the hills, men with tripods and measuring chains, men in city clothes who speak with northern accents. They talk of progress, of timber rights and railroad lines. They speak of the black rock that lies in seams beneath the earth and the fortunes that can be made from it. To some, this is the sound of opportunity. To Colonel Lincoln, it sounds like a second invasion, a new kind of threat to the way of life he sacrificed his arm to defend. And he knows who is welcoming these invaders. The McCoy clan, led by Black Elias McCoy. They are new money, men who didn't fight for a cause but profited from the chaos, selling to both sides and getting rich while their neighbors bled. The Lincolns see them as scavengers, men without honor, who would sell the very ground from under their feet for a stack of Yankee dollars. For now, the conflict is a cold silence in the town square, a stiff nod at the crossroads. But on his porch, Absalom Lincoln watches the sun rise over his land, and he knows a storm is coming. He can feel it in the ache of his missing arm. To understand how a family's pride curdles into a generation of hate, you have to look beyond the soil and stone. You have to follow the paper trail, as thin and fragile as it may be. I've spent weeks doing just that, digging through dusty boxes in the archives, and I found something. This is what I believe is the first drop of poison. It's a page from the Lincoln County Ledger, dated November 6, 1872. The paper is brittle, the color of old tobacco, and it smells of time itself. Most of it is what you'd expect: crop prices, an ad for a liver tonic, a notice about a church social. But tucked away in a small column on the back page is a single dry paragraph that announces the results of the county election. It officially declares that Jedediah McCoy, brother of Black Elias, had been elected sheriff of Lincoln County. On the surface, this is just democracy at work. But you have to understand, in a place like this, the sheriff's badge was the keys to the kingdom. He controlled everything: who got arrested, whose land got seized for back taxes, and whose brand of justice was enforced. For as long as anyone could remember, the man wearing that badge had been a Lincoln, or a man loyal to the Lincolns. This small, forgotten news clipping wasn't just reporting a political upset, it was documenting a coup. This was the moment the McCoys seized the levers of power, and for Colonel Absalom Lincoln, it was an intolerable insult. This piece of paper tells us what happened, but the question that haunts this story, the question that led to all the bloodshed, is how. That small newspaper column was the official record, the final word. But the story of how Jedediah McCoy's name got printed there was written not in ink, but in sweat, whiskey, and the cold glint of northern silver dollars. On Election Day in 1872, the air outside the Hamlin courthouse was thick with a tension you could taste. It wasn't the celebratory mood of a civic duty. It was the quiet, watchful stillness of two armies waiting for the other to blink. The Lincolns and their supporters gathered on one side of the dusty square, the McCoys on the other. It was a division as clear as a property line drawn in blood. Colonel Absalom Lincoln stood on the courthouse steps, his one good hand resting on a hickory cane. He expected his cousin to win. It was a matter of tradition, of respect. The Lincolns had always guided the county, and their people, the families who had been here for generations, understood that. He watched the proceedings with a stern but confident eye, acknowledging the deferential nods of his fellow farmers and veterans. To him, this election was merely a reaffirmation of the natural order of things, a way of telling the world that the values of the Old South were still alive in these hills. But then came the strangers. They arrived in wagons, a rough-looking collection of men Absalom had never seen before. They weren't farmers. Their hands weren't calloused from the plow, but from the pickaxe and the sledgehammer. They were the survey crews and clearing gangs hired by the railroad interests that Black Elias McCoy had been courting. They were paid in cash and loyalty to the man who signed their checks. One by one, they cast their ballots, their unfamiliar faces a stark insult to the local men who had bled for this ground. A low murmur rippled through the Lincoln crowd. This wasn't an election, it was an invasion by proxy. When the final tally was read aloud, a moment of stunned silence fell over the square. It was quickly shattered by a triumphant roar from the McCoy side of the crowd. Jedediah McCoy had won by a handful of votes, just about the same number of strangers who had been brought in. Black Elias McCoy stood in the center of the celebration, a thin, knowing smile on his face. He had not won an election, he had purchased an office. Colonel Lincoln descended the steps, his face a mask of cold fury. He walked directly to Elias, the crowd parting before him. Their confrontation was quiet, but more menacing than any shout. "You bought this election," Absalom said, his voice low but carrying like a rifle shot in the winter air. "You bought it with northern money and railroad trash." Elias McCoy didn't flinch. He looked the one-armed colonel square in the eye. "The world is changing, Absalom," he replied, his own voice smooth as oiled steel. "It's a new time. You can either get on the train or get run over by it." In that moment, the lines were drawn. It was no longer about politics. It was about honor, about survival. And both men knew, standing there in the dust, that this conflict would not be settled at the ballot box again. Paper and ink can give you the facts, but they can't give you the feeling. They don't have a soul. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. That's what led me here, to a small, neat house perched on a hillside, to sit on a front porch with a woman named Sarah Lincoln Vance. She's 87 years old, the great-granddaughter of Colonel Absalom Lincoln's eldest son. Her hands are gnarled with age, but her eyes are sharp, and her memory is a library of stories that have never been written down. I showed her the newspaper clipping about the election. She looked at it, gave a slow, knowing nod, and handed it back to me. "That was the start of the trouble, all right," she said, her voice a soft mountain drawl. "But it ain't the start of the hate. Politics is one thing. That's about power. The hate started later. It started over a boy defending his father's honor. According to the story Sarah's grandmother told her, a few months after the election, there was a church social. It was one of those rare times when the whole county came together, a fragile truce under the eyes of God. But the McCoy victory had made their young men bold, arrogant. One of Elias McCoy's nephews, a boy barely 20, had too much corn liquor and decided to make a show of his family's new standing. He saw Colonel Lincoln standing by himself and said, loud enough for a dozen people to hear, "Looks like the colonel left his voting arm at Gettysburg along with his sense." The insult hung in the air, a stunning act of disrespect. The colonel, a man of immense pride and control, simply turned his back and walked away. But his youngest son, Daniel, who was only 16, saw it all. His face went white with rage. Sarah told me that her grandmother said Daniel was the apple of the colonel's eye, a boy with his father's fire and his mother's kindness. To see his father, a war hero, humiliated like that by a McCoy pup. It was more than he could bear. That, Sarah explained, is the real story behind the first death. The official record, the one whispered in the courthouse, was that Daniel Lincoln got into a dispute with that same McCoy boy over a property line a few days later. But the Lincoln family has always known the truth. Daniel didn't go to that hollow to argue over a few feet of dirt. He went there to demand an apology for his father. The property line was just the place where a boy's pride finally caught up with him. The election gave the McCoys the power, but it was that cruel joke that provided the spark. And that spark was about to ignite the whole damn county. The insult at the church social was a hot coal in Daniel Lincoln's gut. For days, it smoldered. He was only 16, but he had his father's unbending pride. He saw the way the other men looked at the colonel now with a hint of pity. He heard the whispers, and he saw the shame in his father's eyes, a look that cut the boy deeper than any knife. While the older men of the family spoke in hushed tones of political strategy and legal challenges, Daniel was consumed by a simpler, more primal code. An insult to his father's honor was an insult to the entire Lincoln name, and it had to be answered. He wasn't thinking of war or consequences. He was thinking like a son. He found Caleb McCoy, the boy who'd made the joke, working a stand of timber in a narrow hollow where their property lines blurred. It was a lonely place, the sound of the axe echoing off the steep hillsides, the air thick with the smell of pine sap. Daniel didn't come with a rifle leveled. He came on foot, his hands empty, his heart hammering against his ribs. "I want you to apologize to my father," Daniel said, his voice shaking but firm. Caleb McCoy, flush with the arrogance of his family's recent victory, just laughed. He leaned on his axe handle, a smirk on his face. "Your daddy's a cripple and his time is past," Caleb sneered. "Just like the rest of you Lincolns. Now get off my land before I run you off." He spat a wad of tobacco juice near Daniel's feet. That was the final spark. Daniel lunged, his fists clumsy but flying with all the pent-up rage of a wronged son. Caleb, bigger and a few years older, was taken by surprise but quickly recovered. The two boys tumbled to the ground, trading blows in the dirt and mud, a desperate, graceless fight fueled by generations of growing animosity. It wasn't a duel, it was a brawl. They rolled over roots and rocks, their grunts and curses swallowed by the vast indifference of the woods. The struggle carried them to the edge of a steep, rocky ravine that cut through the hollow. Caleb had Daniel pinned, his knuckles bloodying the boy's face. Daniel, in a surge of desperate strength, bucked and twisted, trying to throw him off. For a split second, their weight shifted. Caleb's boot slipped on a patch of wet moss. His eyes widened, his smirk replaced by a flash of genuine terror. He scrabbled for a handhold, but there was nothing but air. With a cry that was cut short by the sickening crack of a branch, he disappeared over the edge. Silence. A profound, ringing silence broken only by the gurgle of the creek below and Daniel's own ragged breaths. He crawled to the edge and looked down. Caleb McCoy lay twisted on the rocks below, his body unnaturally still. The fight was over. A 16-year-old boy, defending his father's honor, had just committed the first act of war. He scrambled back from the edge, a wave of cold horror washing over him, and he ran. He ran not as a victor, but as a terrified child who had just opened the gates of hell. When Caleb's body was found, the McCoys screamed for blood. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy declared it murder and swore to hang the Lincoln boy responsible. But Colonel Absalom Lincoln, seeing the terror in his own son's eyes, made a decision. He would not give his child to a McCoy sheriff and a McCoy mob. He gathered his clan, and at the funeral for the young Lincoln boy, because that is what the official story now became, a tragic hunting fall, he stood over the simple pine coffin and made his vow. "The law of this county is a tool for our enemies," he declared, his voice like iron. "From this day forward, we will be our own law, an eye for an eye, a life for a life." The point of no return had been crossed. The time for words was over. After a death like that, vengeance doesn't wait long in these mountains. It just waits for the right time and the right place. That place is here. I'm standing beside the Guyandotte River at a sharp, angry turn in the road that locals have called Devil's Elbow for as long as anyone can remember. Today, it's peaceful. The water rushes over the rocks and the sun filters down through a thick canopy of leaves. It's a beautiful, forgotten corner of the county. But if you know where to look, the scars are still here. This wide gravel shoulder I'm standing on isn't the original road. The old wagon trace ran closer to the water, right along the base of this sheer rock wall. And up there, about 50 feet above me, is a high wooded ridge that looks down on this entire bend. It's a perfect natural ambush point, a kill box designed by God himself. The sandstone up there is still pockmarked, weathered by a century of rain and ice, but you can still make them out. Dark little circles against the grey rock, each one a silent testament to the chaos that was unleashed right where I'm standing. This is where the Lincolns delivered their answer to the death of young Daniel. It wasn't a back-alley knife fight. It was a calculated military-style operation, planned and led by a man who had learned the art of war on the bloodiest battlefields in the nation. You have to imagine it. A slow-moving wagon, heavy with the payroll for a McCoy timber crew, rumbling down that narrow trace. The men inside, feeling safe, probably not even thinking of trouble. They never saw the shadows moving in the laurel up on that ridge. They only heard the sound of Colonel Lincoln's justice speaking all at once. The McCoy payroll wagon creaked its way along the river trace, moving at the slow, steady pace of the mules that pulled it. Inside, 3 McCoy kinsmen were relaxed, their rifles leaning against the wagon bed. The money, a heavy lockbox full of silver dollars, was a comforting weight between them. It was a warm afternoon in 1875. The air was sweet, and the only sounds were the jingle of the harness, the rumble of the wheels, and the endless rush of the Guyandotte. As they rounded Devil's Elbow, the high rock wall threw the road into deep shadow, offering a brief respite from the sun. It was the last moment of peace any of them would ever know. The first shot was not a warning. It was a declaration. A single sharp crack echoed from the ridge above, and the lead mule went down as if struck by lightning, its collapse throwing the entire wagon into a groaning, tangled halt. Before the McCoy men could even register what had happened, the ridge exploded in a volley of synchronized fire. It was not the scattered shooting of a brawl, it was the disciplined, concentrated fire of soldiers. The sound was a physical blow, a deafening wall of noise that hammered the wagon from above. The wooden sideboards of the wagon splintered instantly, peppered with a dozen heavy-caliber impacts. The air filled with the smell of gunpowder and hot lead. The man holding the reins was thrown backward from his seat, the leather straps falling from his hands. A second man, who had been scrambling for his rifle, suddenly slumped forward over the lockbox, his own weapon clattering, unfired, to the floorboards. The third and final man managed to raise his pistol and fire a single wild shot toward the trees before he too was silenced, collapsing in a heap beside his comrades. Then, as suddenly as it began, an absolute silence fell over the bend in the road. It was a heavy, profound quiet, broken only by the panicked breathing of the remaining mule and the ceaseless murmur of the river. From the dense laurel on the ridge, a line of figures emerged, moving with quiet purpose down the steep incline. They were led by Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His face was grim, his eyes cold and methodical. He was not a man consumed by rage. He was a commander inspecting a battlefield after a successful engagement. He walked to the wagon and looked upon the scene of instant, overwhelming destruction. His men watched him, waiting for a command. Absalom surveyed the interior of the wagon, his gaze falling upon the untouched lockbox full of silver. He made no move toward it. This was not about money. This was about payment of a different kind. Reaching into his own pocket, he pulled out a single spent rifle cartridge, a 56 Spencer, the signature of his old cavalry unit, and placed it deliberately on the driver's seat. It was a message, a signature left in brass and smoke. He turned without another word and led his men back into the woods, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared, leaving behind a monument of splintered wood and terrible silence. The war had begun in earnest. After the smoke clears and the bodies are carried away, the machinery of the law, however rusty and biased, has to turn. And this is what it produces. This is the official coroner's inquest, filed in the Lincoln County Courthouse just 2 days after the ambush at Devil's Elbow. The handwriting is a spidery, formal script on paper that has gone thin and brown with age, but the words themselves are cold, hard, and clipped. They are the official story, the version of events that was meant to be preserved for history. I'll read you the key passage. It says, "The deceased, identified as Silas McCoy, John R. McCoy, and Peter Vance, did come to their deaths by means of multiple gunshot wounds. Evidence suggests the attack was carried out from the high ridge overlooking the road. The company payroll box, containing approximately $200, was found undisturbed. The perpetrators are, at this time, unknown. Perpetrators unknown. In a county this small, where every family knows every other family's business, that phrase is a lie. A necessary, legal lie, perhaps, but a lie nonetheless. The whole county knew who had the skill to organize an attack like that. The whole county knew who owned Spencer repeating rifles, and the whole county knew who had a fresh grudge and a score to settle. This document, in its sterile official language, scrubs the passion from the event. It doesn't mention the insult at the church social or the death of a 16-year-old boy. It reduces Colonel Lincoln's methodical act of vengeance to a simple, anonymous triple homicide. But this dry, passionless report was more than just a historical record. For Sheriff Jedediah McCoy, it was a weapon. It was the legal justification he'd been waiting for. It transformed a family feud into a matter of state law. Armed with this piece of paper, he could deputize his kinsmen, raise a posse, and legally ride out to the Lincoln homestead, not as an avenging McCoy, but as the High Sheriff of Lincoln County, serving a warrant and hunting down fugitives. The law had officially chosen a side. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy didn't waste a moment. That coroner's report was the only authority he needed, a piece of tin and paper that gave his vengeance the color of law. He deputized a dozen men that very day. This was no impartial posse of civic-minded citizens. It was a swarm of angry hornets. Every man was a McCoy by blood or by payroll, their faces hard, their eyes alight with a hunger for retribution. They rode out from Hamlin not as peacekeepers, but as an army, with Sheriff McCoy at their head, the warrants for Absalom Lincoln's sons tucked safely in his coat pocket. Their destination was the Lincoln homestead. They thundered up the hollow, a column of armed horsemen that was a clear and brutal message. This was not an attempt at a quiet arrest. It was a show of force meant to intimidate and to break the will of the Lincoln clan. But when they arrived, they found not a terrified family, but a fortress. The heavy shutters were barred on the windows, the porch was empty, and the long barrels of several rifles poked from carefully cut loopholes in the log walls. Colonel Absalom Lincoln himself stepped out onto the porch, his Spencer rifle held ready in his one good hand. Sheriff McCoy held up the warrants. "Absalom, I'm here for your boys by the authority of Lincoln County." The colonel's reply was as cold and sharp as a winter wind. "Your authority ends where my property begins, Jedediah. Your piece of paper means nothing here. Now turn your riders around before I am forced to defend my home." For a long, tense moment, the two sides faced each other in absolute silence. Then, a nervous McCoy deputy shifted his weight, his horse stamped, and a rifleman inside the Lincoln house took it as a threat. A single shot cracked the stillness, kicking up dirt just in front of McCoy's horse. That was all it took. The posse unleashed a ragged volley of fire at the house, which was answered by the disciplined, withering fire of the defenders. McCoy's men were exposed, out in the open, and after several minutes of taking the worst of the exchange, they were forced into a humiliating retreat back down the hollow. Furious and thwarted, Jedediah and Elias McCoy devised a new strategy. If they couldn't take the Lincoln fort, they would seize the counties. They rode their posse back into Hamlin, but they didn't disperse. Instead, they dismounted, and in a shocking act of insurrection, stormed the county courthouse. They threw out the Lincoln-appointed clerk and barricaded the doors. From the windows of the very building meant to dispense justice, McCoy riflemen now aimed their weapons out at the town square. There was no trial. There was no capture. The verdict was delivered by Jedediah McCoy himself, who hung a hand-painted sign from the courthouse balcony. By order of the sheriff, martial law is in effect. All sympathizers of the Lincoln clan will be deemed outlaws. The pursuit of the law had ended with the law itself being taken hostage. Lincoln County now had two armed camps, two governments. The Lincolns, barricaded in their home, and the McCoys, ruling from a stolen courthouse. The town of Hamlin became a no-man's land where the slightest movement could draw a sniper's bullet, and the promise of a full-scale battle hung over the valley like a storm cloud waiting to break. Every war, no matter how large or small, ends in the same place, a quiet plot of ground under a silent sky. I'm here now, in the old Hamlin Cemetery, a place where the stones lean like tired old men, and the stories they tell are slowly being erased by wind and rain. The grass is high, and the only sound is the drone of cicadas in the ancient oaks. I came here to find the final chapters of the two men who started it all, to see where their ambition and their bitterness finally led them. It wasn't hard to find Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His grave is on a small rise overlooking the valley. It's a simple, dignified stone of grey granite, the kind a soldier would choose. The inscription is clear and deep: Colonel Absalom Lincoln, CSA, beloved father and husband. A small, sun-bleached Confederate flag is planted in the earth beside it, a sign that even after all these years, someone still comes here to remember the man and the cause he fought for. His legacy, at least to his own family, is one of honor. Finding Black Elias McCoy was a different story. His grave is tucked away in a low-lying corner of the cemetery, where the water gathers and the weeds grow thickest. His headstone was clearly once more expensive than the colonel's, a tall, ornate piece of marble, but time has been cruel to it. It's tilted badly, stained dark green with moss, and a thick vein of ivy is slowly choking the inscription. I had to pull it away to even read the name. Here lies the man who wanted to drag the county into the modern age, the man who dealt in railroads and northern money, yet his final resting place is forgotten, sinking back into the earth. And here is the final bitter irony of the Lincoln County War. They lie just 100 yards apart now. The proud colonel and the ambitious McCoy, enemies who set the hills on fire with their hatred, are now silent neighbors for eternity. They fought for control of a whole county, for timber rights and political power, and in the end, this is all they hold: a 6-foot plot of dirt. Their war of sieges and snipers didn't last forever. It had to end. And standing here between their graves, the question becomes unavoidable. What was the final act that brought these two powerful men to this quiet, humble end? The journey from the courthouse siege to those two lonely graves was not a short one. It was a slow, grinding descent into a hell of their own making. The standoff was eventually broken by a traveling circuit judge, a brave man named Theron Parsons, who rode into Hamlin flanked by federal marshals. He brokered a fragile truce, a peace as thin as January ice, forcing the McCoys to relinquish the courthouse and the Lincolns to lay down their arms under the threat of state intervention. For a few tense months, an uneasy quiet settled over the county, but the hate was still there, simmering just beneath the surface. That fragile peace was shattered by a single rifle shot in the summer of 1878. Judge Parsons, seen as sympathetic to the Lincolns, was sitting on the porch of his boarding house when a bullet from the shadows found him. The assassination was a message. There was no room for impartial law in Lincoln County. The truce was over. The act was so brazen, so final, that it pushed both sides past the point of no return. The rules of engagement, if there ever were any, were burned along with the judge's body on the funeral pyre. The conflict then devolved into a new, more ruinous kind of warfare: economic destruction. One moonless night, McCoy riders swept through the Lincoln holdings, their torches finding the grist mill and the barns full of the year's harvest. The orange glow against the night sky was visible for miles, a signal that the McCoys were no longer just trying to win, but to erase the Lincolns from the land entirely. The retaliation was swift and terrible. The Lincolns, led by Absalom's remaining sons, no longer targeted barns. They targeted homes, setting fire to the McCoy homesteads and driving women and children out into the cold. It was a war of total annihilation, where the goal was to leave the enemy with nothing but ashes. This was the war that finally broke both clans. Black Elias McCoy, for all his cunning, found his fortune turning to ash in his hands. He had spent everything on hired guns, legal fees and bribes, and with his timber operations constantly under threat, his northern business partners abandoned him. He died a few years later, not from a bullet, but a broken man. His dreams of a McCoy dynasty ruined, leaving little behind but debts and a legacy of hate. Colonel Absalom Lincoln met a more direct, but no less tragic, end. In the spring of 1880, believing the worst of the fighting was over, he was out plowing his field, trying to bring life back to the soil that had soaked up so much blood. The man who had survived Gettysburg, who had fortified his home against a sheriff's army, was shot in the back by an unknown assassin from the tree line. He died with his hand on the plow. With the patriarchs of both families gone, the war simply ran out of fuel. The long shadow it cast, however, would stretch for generations, a darkness that fell not just on the families who fought, but on the very soul of the county itself. You might think that after 150 years, the dust would have settled, and the story of the Lincoln County War would be just that, a story. But you'd be wrong. The shooting may have stopped in 1880, but the war of words, the war of whispers and memory, never truly ended. It's still being fought today in quiet conversations on front porches and at family reunions. The truth of what happened depends entirely on who you ask, because in Lincoln County, history isn't a single solid thing. It's a fractured mirror, and every family holds a piece. To this day, if you find someone with the last name Lincoln, they will tell you a story of heroes and villains. In their version, Colonel Absalom Lincoln was a tragic patriarch, a man of unshakable honor who was forced to defend his family and his way of life against a tide of corruption. The McCoys were nothing but greedy upstarts, puppets for northern industrialists who stole an election and used a tainted badge to wage a campaign of terror. The ambush at Devil's Elbow wasn't murder, it was justice. Fortifying their home wasn't insurrection, it was a desperate act of self-preservation. Absalom Lincoln, they'll tell you, died a martyr for the old ways. But go down the road a few miles to a hollow where the McCoy name is still common, and you will hear a very different tale. They'll tell you Black Elias McCoy was a visionary, a man of progress who saw a future for Lincoln County beyond subsistence farming and isolation. He was trying to bring jobs, money, and the railroad into these hills, but he was blocked at every turn by the Lincolns, a violent, stubborn clan who couldn't accept that the world had changed. In their story, the Lincolns were the aggressors, murderers who killed a boy over a petty squabble and ambushed honest men on a public road. Jedediah McCoy wasn't a crooked sheriff. He was a brave lawman trying to bring killers to justice in the face of an armed rebellion. So who was the hero and who was the villain? The truth, as it so often does in these mountains, probably lives somewhere in the grey shadows between those two stories. Most of the other old families in the county, the ones who weren't Lincolns or McCoys, have their own version. They'll tell you it was a pointless feud between two proud, power-hungry clans that tore the county apart, bled it dry, and left it weak and vulnerable. They see both Absalom and Elias not as heroes or villains, but as two stubborn old fools who, in their fight over who would rule the county, ended up destroying it for everyone, paving the way for the real conquerors, the coal and timber companies who bought up the land for pennies on the dollar from the widows and orphans left behind. When a story is carved into a place with this much blood and sorrow, The facts themselves often become too heavy to carry. Over the generations, the sharp, painful edges of history get worn smooth and the story transforms. It stops being a dry account of an election and an ambush, and it becomes something else entirely, a legend. The Lincoln County War didn't just leave scars on the landscape. It left ghosts in the minds of the people, specters that still walk the high ridges and whisper in the deep hollows. The most enduring of these is the tale of the phantom rider of Hart's Creek. Even now, some old-timers will tell you that if you're out on the ridges at dusk, you might see him, a lone figure on a pale horse silhouetted against the dying light. He never gets close, never makes a sound. He just watches. During the war, men from both sides claimed to have seen him right before a killing, a silent omen of the violence to come. Some say he's the ghost of a soldier, eternally watching his home tear itself apart. Others believe he is death himself, drawn to these hills by the sheer volume of hate. The historical fact of the ambushes and killings has been given a supernatural guardian, a way for the people to personify the sense of doom that hung over the county. This is how the community processed the trauma. The raw greed of Black Elias McCoy was too mundane, so it was transformed into a legend of a devil's bargain, a story that he sold the souls of his kinsmen to a dark-suited stranger in exchange for power. The cold-blooded tactics of Colonel Lincoln were easier to understand if you believed he was acting under a curse laid on the land by a crooked surveyor. The facts of the war became the bones, but folklore, ghost stories, and cautionary tales grew over them like flesh. It's the final stage in a story's life, the moment history dissolves and a legend is born to carry the emotional truth of what was lost. And so we find ourselves back where we started, here at the lonely chimney, standing sentinel over the ghost of the Lincoln homestead. When we first stood here, this was just a pile of stones, a forgotten ruin in a tangle of weeds. But it's not just a ruin anymore, is it? Now we see it for what it is. It's a monument. It's a testament to the pride of a one-armed colonel, to the fury of a son defending his father's honor, and to the terrible final silence that fell when the war was over. These stones are heavy with the weight of that story, a story of how a home can become a fortress, and how a fortress can become a tomb. We have walked a long and bloody road today, from a dusty newspaper archive to a quiet front porch where memories are still kept alive. We stood at Devil's Elbow, where justice was delivered from the barrel of a rifle, and we walked between the graves of two old enemies who are now neighbors in the silent earth. We have seen how a political squabble, fueled by a simple, cruel insult, could ignite a fire that would consume two families and poison a county for 100 years. The ultimate tragedy of the Lincoln County War is that in the end, nobody won. The Lincolns and the McCoys fought over who would control the future of these hills, and they fought with such ferocity that they destroyed each other. Their war left a vacuum, a void of power and leadership that was quickly filled by the very outsiders they both, in their own ways, distrusted. The coal and timber barons swept in, and the true conquest of Lincoln County began, not with a gunshot, but with the stroke of a pen on a deed. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the choices that define us. The people are gone, the houses are gone, but the story remains. I'm standing here in the town square of Manchester, Kentucky, looking at the Clay County Courthouse. On a quiet afternoon like this, it looks like any other seat of county government. But these bricks have seen more history and more blood than most battlefields. A Kentucky governor once called this place the bleeding wound of the state. And for over 50 years, this very spot was the heart of that wound. Here, where all you hear now is the wind in the trees, The silence was once shattered by a war between families that turned the rule of law into a bitter joke. Today, we're going to listen to the whispers from this place and piece together the story of how it all began. To understand the explosion, you first have to see the powder keg. Let's go back to 1844. Manchester, Kentucky wasn't much more than a collection of log and clapboard buildings around a courthouse, set against the vast green wilderness of the Cumberland Mountains. Life here was hard, governed by the seasons and the unwritten laws of kinship. A man's word was his bond, and his honor was worth more than his life. In this world, some names carried more weight than others, and no name carried more weight than Garrard. They were the closest thing Clay County had to royalty. The family patriarch, Theophilus T. Garrard, was a powerful statesman, a name known all the way in the capital. His son Daniel moved through these dusty streets with an air of absolute confidence, the kind that comes from knowing your family's power is the ultimate law of the land. Then there was Dr. Abner Baker. He was a man of two worlds. On one hand, he was a physician, a man of education and science in a place where folk remedies were still king. But he was also a man of Clay County, born and bred. His hands were just as calloused by the code of these hills as any farmer's, and his pride ran just as deep. He was respected, but he wasn't a Garrard, and in Clay County, that distinction mattered. The flashpoint between these two men wasn't some mythical silver mine, as the legends now claim. It was something far more practical and far more valuable, the local saltpeter works. In the 1840s, saltpeter was the key ingredient in gunpowder. Controlling it meant controlling the means for every man to hunt, to defend his home, to be self-reliant. It was power, pure and simple, and both Baker and Garrard wanted control. For months, their business dispute was a low rumble of thunder in the distance. You could feel it in the air of Manchester. The sideways glances in the general store, the conversations that stopped when one of them entered a room. Two proud men, their ambitions circling each other like wolves. The people of the town went about their lives, but they were watching. They knew the code. They knew that in these mountains, a storm can roll in without warning, and everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the first crack of lightning. The stories passed down through generations are one thing, but sometimes you can find the cold, hard facts printed in black and white. Here, in the Clay County Historical Archives, I'm holding a digital copy of a newspaper clipping from a Lexington paper dated 1844. It's fragile, even as an image on a screen. The language is formal, a world away from our own. It describes the killing of Daniel Garrard not as a murder, but as an unfortunate and fatal affray. It speaks of the public shock and the immediate arrest of Dr. Abner Baker. But it's a small, almost overlooked detail in the third paragraph that truly matters. It mentions that Baker's defense team, some of the most expensive lawyers in the state, were preparing a novel argument, temporary insanity. This wasn't just a legal strategy. In a place like Clay County, where honor and accountability were everything, this was an insult. The idea that a man wasn't responsible for his actions, that he could kill the son of the most powerful man in the county and then hide behind a doctor's diagnosis, it was unthinkable. This piece of paper isn't just a news report. It's the official record of the moment the two sides stopped speaking the same language. One side started talking about the law, and the other was thinking only of justice. And that raised a critical question that would echo for decades. What happens when the law offers an escape, but the people demand a reckoning? That newspaper clipping only tells you what happened. It doesn't tell you how it felt on that hot, dusty day in Manchester. The argument between Dr. Baker and Daniel Garrard didn't start with a shout. It started as a low murmur in the middle of the street, two men standing toe to toe, the air crackling around them. The saltpeter works was the reason, but honor was the fuel. Voices rose with the heat of the day, and soon the whole town was watching from doorways and windows, silent witnesses to a prideful rage that was about to boil over. An insult was thrown. We'll never know the exact words, but in a place like this, a man's name is all he truly owns. Whatever was said, it was the point of no return. There was a flash of steel, a single, deafening crack that echoed off the clapboard storefronts, and Daniel Garrard fell to the ground. The son of the most powerful family in the county lay dead in the dust. In that moment, Dr. Abner Baker wasn't a man of medicine. He was just another Clay County man who had answered a perceived slight with finality. The law moved swiftly at first. Baker was arrested, and for a moment it seemed like the system would work. A trial, a verdict, a hanging. That was the expected order of things. But then, a new word began to filter through the mountains, a word that felt like a trick from a faraway city. Insanity. The Baker family, with its money, had hired lawyers who claimed the doctor hadn't known what he was doing, that his mind had snapped. To the Garrards, and to half of Clay County, this was a second, deeper wound. It was a declaration that a rich man's law could wash away a poor man's blood. It was a cowardly trick, a way to cheat the hangman, and more importantly, a way to cheat the code of the mountains. They saw it not as a legal defense, but as a profound act of disrespect to the dead and a challenge to the living. The seeds of conflict had been sown the moment Garrard fell, but this legal maneuver was the dark, fertile soil they needed to grow. The Garrard clan and their allies gathered on their porches and in their cabins, not to wait for a verdict from a judge, but to plan a reckoning. The official court had its own schedule, but in the hollows of Clay County, a different, older court was now in session, and it recognized only one sentence: blood for blood. Official records and old newspapers can give you the skeleton of a story, but the soul of it, the part that still beats, lives in the people who carry the memory. That's why I drove down a winding road deep into Clay County to a small house with a porch swing that's probably seen 100 years of summers. I came here to speak with a woman named Mary, the great-great-grandniece of Daniel Garrard. She is in her 80s, with eyes as clear as a mountain spring, and she holds the family's version of the story not as history, but as a living truth. We sat on that porch for an hour, the chains of the swing groaning a slow rhythm, before I even asked about the feud. She knew why I was there. She told me stories of her childhood, of hard winters and loving parents. And then she looked out toward the hills. "You want to know why they couldn't let it be?" she said. It wasn't a question. "My granddaddy told me what his father told him," she began, her voice steady. When the news came that the Bakers were trying to get Abner off by claiming he was insane, it was like Daniel had been killed all over again. It wasn't about the law anymore. It was about honor. To them, the Bakers were saying a Garrard's life was worth so little, you could take it and then just lie your way out of the consequences. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes locking onto mine. It wasn't just anger. It was a duty. They believed if they let Abner Baker live out his days after a stunt like that, the Garrard name would be a joke. Every man in the county would know that you could wrong them and get away with it. They felt they had no choice. The law had failed to give them justice, so the family had to. That single piece of family law, passed down through 5 generations, explains everything. It wasn't just an act of revenge they were planning. In their minds, it was an act of survival. Dr. Abner Baker was sent to the Eastern State Asylum in Lexington. To the outside world, this was the end of the matter. A killer, deemed insane, was safely locked away. But in the hollows of Clay County, it was seen as a temporary delay. The Garrards and their allies didn't see walls and doctors. They saw a debt that was still unpaid. They waited. Patience is a virtue carved into the people of these mountains, and they could wait for true justice as long as it took. For months, a tense, unnatural quiet settled over the county, the kind of stillness that comes before the deadliest of storms. Then, in 1845, the news came. It traveled by horseback and word of mouth, a spark landing in a field of dry tinder. Dr. Baker had escaped. He was coming home. To the Garrards, this was the ultimate act of defiance. The law had failed to punish him, and now it had failed to even contain him. He wasn't just a killer who had cheated justice. He was a ghost walking back into their lives, a living symbol of their family's dishonor. The time for waiting was over. There was no public call to arms. It happened quietly, with grim-faced men grabbing their long rifles from above the fireplace, nodding to their wives, and disappearing into the woods. This wasn't a mob. It was a posse, a self-appointed instrument of the only law they now recognized. They knew the trails, the creeks, and the hiding places better than any lawman from the city. They weren't hunting a fugitive. In their minds, they were escorting a man to the gallows that the state had been too cowardly to build. They found him. We don't know exactly where the ambush was laid, perhaps in a narrow hollow where the creek runs shallow, or along a ridge that offered a clear line of sight. But for Dr. Abner Baker, the journey home ended there. The deep silence of the Appalachian forest was shattered by a coordinated volley of rifle fire. It was swift, brutal, and final. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. Just the cold, hard arithmetic of the mountain code, a life for a life. This was the point of no return. The first killing had been a crime of passion, a dispute that ended in tragedy. This second killing was a calculated execution, a public statement written in gunpowder and blood. It was a declaration to all of Clay County and to the distant government in Frankfort that the official law had no authority here. The Garrards had reclaimed their family's honor, and in doing so, they had thrown down a gauntlet. Now, the Baker family and their allies had a blood debt of their own to repay. The feud was no longer a disagreement. It was an inheritance, and it would be passed down to the next generation with all its terrible weight. I'm back at the courthouse in Manchester, but this time, I'm looking closer. The afternoon sun is low, casting long shadows across the lawn. A building like this, over 100 years old, absorbs history. And if you run your hand along these old bricks, you're touching the last silent witness to the war's most violent chapter. This is the place where the feud stopped being a series of back-alley ambushes and became an open rebellion. They say if you look close enough at the stone pillars by the entrance, you can still find the chips and scars where bullets from a dozen different gunfights struck home. You have to imagine this lawn, not neatly trimmed, but churned to mud, filled with armed men loyal to the Howard clan. You have to picture those high windows, not with sunlight glinting off them, but barricaded from the inside with heavy oak desks and law books, with the glint of rifle barrels poking through the gaps. Because in 1898, this building wasn't a courthouse. It was a fortress, seized by Bad Tom Baker and his men. And right here, on this very lawn, the governor of Kentucky set up the state militia with a Gatling gun, a weapon of industrial warfare aimed at the heart of their own county seat. This is where it happened. The war came out of the shadows of the hollers and declared itself right here in the open. And on these very steps, years later, a final, fatal price would be paid. The feud didn't just smolder after the Civil War. It was forged into something harder, something colder. By the late 1890s, the fight was in the hands of a new generation, men who had grown up on stories of the first killings. On one side was Big Jim Howard, a man who could use a law book or a rifle with equal skill. On the other was the fearsome Bad Tom Baker, a one-armed Confederate veteran whose reputation was as hard as a coffin nail. The animosity between them finally reached its breaking point when Howard, using his political influence, began to stack the legal system against the Baker clan. Feeling the walls of the law closing in, Tom Baker made a decision that would stun the entire state. He would take the law itself hostage. In 1898, he and his heavily armed followers marched into Manchester, not as citizens, but as an occupying army. They stormed the courthouse, drove out the officials, and barricaded the doors. The seat of county justice was now the fortress of a clan warlord. From the second-story windows, the glint of rifle barrels sent a clear message to Jim Howard and his allies. The time for legal tricks was over. This would be settled with gunpowder. Manchester became a ghost town. Doors were bolted, windows shuttered. The only sounds were the scraping of boots on gravel and the sharp, ugly crack of a rifle shot that would echo through the empty streets, followed by an even more terrifying silence. A spider web of cracks would appear in a storefront window. A horse tied to a post would suddenly fall, its quiet death a warning to anyone who dared to show themselves. Inside the courthouse, the air was thick with tension and the smell of stale tobacco smoke. Tom Baker, his one arm as steady as iron, directed his men, their faces grim in the dusty shafts of light filtering through the barricades. The standoff dragged on for days. The news of a county courthouse under siege by its own citizens reached the governor's mansion in Frankfurt. It was an embarrassment, an open sore on the face of Kentucky. Governor William O. Bradley declared Clay County to be in a state of insurrection. He called it the bleeding wound of the state, and he decided to cauterize it with force. The arrival of the state militia was a sight no one in Manchester would ever forget. Uniformed soldiers marching in formation, followed by a wagon carrying a weapon of modern war, a Gatling gun. They set it up on the courthouse lawn, its brass casings gleaming in the sun, its multiple barrels aimed squarely at the front doors. This was no longer a family feud. This was a rebellion. The government of Kentucky was prepared to mow down its own citizens to restore order. The air grew heavy, silent. Inside, the Baker clan looked out at the machine gun, a weapon that could tear through their wooden barricades like paper. Outside, the militia commander stared at the courthouse, knowing the order to fire would result in a slaughter. This was the heart of darkness, a moment when all pretense of civilization had vanished, leaving only two armed camps separated by 100 yards of lawn and 50 years of hate. The siege didn't end with the roar of the Gatling gun. It ended with a quiet, cold calculation. Tom Baker, for all his fury, was not a fool. He saw the inevitable. The doors to the courthouse eventually swung open, and the Baker clan walked out, laying down their weapons. But it wasn't a surrender. Their eyes, burning with defiance, promised that this was only a pause. The state had taken back its building, but the war for Clay County was far from over. The bleeding had been stopped for a moment, but the wound was now deeper than ever. After the soldiers and the Gatling gun went home, the war moved from the courthouse lawn back into the courthouse itself. The weapons were no longer rifles, but pieces of paper, and I'm looking at one of them right now. This is a copy of the official indictment brought against Bad Tom Baker and his men following the siege. The script is formal, the ink faded, the language cold and precise. It lists the charges in stark legal terms: armed insurrection, sedition, conspiracy to intimidate an officer of the law. On paper, it paints a simple picture of a band of outlaws who tried to overthrow the government. It's neat, it's clean, and it's a masterclass in how history is written by the winners. But reading this is like reading a doctor's report that lists the cause of death as cessation of heartbeat. It's technically true, but it tells you nothing of the disease that ravaged the body for years. This document has no lines for the 50 years of bad blood. It doesn't mention the political machinations of the Howard clan or the deep-seated belief that a Baker couldn't get a fair hearing in that very building. The paper simply lists the crime. It completely erases the reason. It reduces a multi-generational war down to a few sterile legal phrases, stripping away all the honor, the rage, and the grief that led those men to make their stand. And with this document, the full weight of the state's power was about to come crashing down on the Baker clan. With the Gatling gun gone and the militia back in their barracks, a different kind of army descended on Clay County. This one wore suits and carried leather briefcases filled with law books. The state of Kentucky was determined to make an example of Bad Tom Baker. This wouldn't be a local trial with a jury of neighbors. This was the full weight of the Commonwealth coming down on one man. The trial was a spectacle. The Manchester courthouse, the very building Tom Baker had held as a fortress, was now his cage. Every day, the courtroom was packed to the rafters, a silent, divided sea of humanity. On one side sat the friends and family of the Baker clan, their faces set like stone. On the other side sat the allies of Big Jim Howard, their expressions a mixture of triumph and anticipation. Howard himself was often there, a quiet, imposing figure in the back, watching the slow, methodical destruction of his great rival. You could feel the hate in the air, so thick you could choke on it. Tom Baker sat at the defendant's table, his one arm resting motionless. He was a lion in a cage, a creature of the open ridges and wild hollows, now trapped by legal arguments and procedural rules he neither understood nor respected. The state's prosecutors painted him as a traitor, a revolutionary who had spit in the face of the law. His defense argued he was a man pushed to the brink, a citizen who had only occupied the courthouse because he knew he could never get justice within its walls. An argument that was, in its own way, a damning confession that the system was broken. The jury listened, their faces pale. They were local men, and they knew that whatever verdict they delivered, they would have to live with the consequences. They were judging not just Tom Baker, but the future of Clay County. But the outcome was never really in doubt. The state had been humiliated, and someone had to pay. When the jury foreman stood to read the verdict, the room fell into a dead silence. The word guilty was spoken quietly, but it landed like a hammer blow. Tom Baker didn't flinch. He didn't rage or despair. He simply looked across the room, his gaze locking onto Jim Howard. In that one look, a lifetime of hatred was exchanged. The law had finally put bad Tom Baker behind bars. But everyone in that room knew that a jail cell could hold the man, but it could never contain the feud. The law had won its battle, but in doing so, it had only ensured the war would continue. Up on a hill overlooking Manchester, there's a quiet cemetery where the wind rustles through the leaves of ancient oak trees. The tombstones are a library of endings, some new and polished, others old and leaning, their names almost erased by a century of rain and frost. This is where all the fury and ambition of the Clay County War finally came to rest. And this is where you find them. Over here is the grave of Bad Tom Baker. It's a simple military-style stone befitting a Confederate soldier. It lists his name, his company, and his dates. There are no grand pronouncements, just the hard, simple facts of a life that ended. His family still tends to it. A small flag flutters here on Memorial Days. It's a place of quiet, defiant dignity. And then, you walk just 100 yards or so past a few other families, and you find the marker for James Big Jim Howard. It's a bit more substantial, a testament to a man of property and political power. He lies here surrounded by his own kin. They lie so close now, these two great enemies. For decades, they were the twin poles of a war that tore this county apart, and now they're silent neighbors in the same Kentucky soil. All that rage, all that blood, all that power, reduced to two names carved in granite, slowly fading under the Appalachian sun. Seeing them here, you'd think the story ended with Tom Baker's conviction. But a prison sentence wasn't the final chapter. The Mountain Code had one last bill to collect, and the story of how both these men ended up on this hill is the feud's last and most bitter reckoning. With Bad Tom Baker locked away in the Frankfort Penitentiary, a strange and fragile peace settled over Clay County. For the first time in decades, Big Jim Howard was the undisputed king. He had won. He had used the law, the militia, and the courts to do what generations of his family couldn't do with rifles. He had broken the power of the Baker clan. For a few years, it seemed the war was finally over, ended not with a bang, but with the clang of a prison gate. But the politics of Kentucky have always been a blood sport. In 1899, the state was ripped apart by the most violent and disputed gubernatorial election in its history. When the Democrat William Goebel was assassinated in Frankfort in 1900, the state teetered on the brink of its own civil war. A massive investigation was launched, and a net was cast for anyone with a reputation for political violence. And in one of history's cruelest twists, the master of the law, Big Jim Howard, found himself caught in its web. He was accused of being a conspirator in the plot to kill the governor. The trial was a statewide sensation. Jim Howard, the man who had so skillfully used the courts against Tom Baker, now faced a jury with his own life on the line. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. The great victor of the Clay County War was now a prisoner himself. And then, the feud delivered its final, bitter irony. The same political chaos that had condemned Jim Howard miraculously set his old enemy free. The new governor, in a flurry of politically motivated pardons, granted clemency to many men, including the aging, one-armed insurrectionist from Clay County. Bad Tom Baker walked out of prison a free man. So, by 1901, the chessboard had been reset for one final terrible move. Jim Howard, through his own powerful connections, soon secured a pardon as well. Both old lions were back in the same territory. Baker was now an old man, perhaps believing the feud had died with their mutual imprisonment. Howard was also old, but he was a man who had been publicly shamed and imprisoned, and he had one last debt to settle. The long shadow of the feud had stretched across 57 years, and it was about to fall one last time, right back where it all began, in the streets of Manchester. Even now, more than a century after the last shot was fired, the Clay County War isn't a settled matter here. It isn't just a chapter in a history book. It's a living memory, a story that gets told on front porches and at family reunions. And the version you hear depends entirely on which family is telling it. The names Baker and Howard don't just belong to the dead. They belong to the living, and they still carry the weight of that old, bitter argument. To this day, if you talk to folks whose ancestors stood with Tom Baker, you'll hear the story of a hero. They'll tell you, Bad Tom was a man of the people, a proud Confederate soldier who stood up to a corrupt political machine run by the wealthy and powerful Howard family. They'll say the courthouse siege wasn't insurrection. It was a desperate man's only way to demand a justice he could never get from a bought and paid for judge. In their version, Tom Baker was a man of honor who was assassinated in cold blood, a victim of a coward's bullet because his enemies could never face him in a fair fight. But then, you drive a few miles down the road and ask a family whose great-grandfather rode with Jim Howard, and you'll get a different truth entirely. They'll tell you Big Jim Howard was the law. He was a sheriff, a leader, a man trying to drag a wild and violent county into the modern age. To them, Bad Tom Baker was a ruthless outlaw, a violent thug who thought he was above the law and terrorized anyone who stood against him. The courthouse siege was an act of treason, an attack on civilization itself. And his death on the courthouse steps. That wasn't an assassination. It was an execution, the long overdue end for a man who had lived by the gun. So which one is the truth? Was Tom Baker a folk hero or a homegrown terrorist? Was Jim Howard a civic leader or a political boss who used the law like a club? The honest answer is that after 100 years, the truth is a matter of blood and memory. The facts are a pile of dry bones, and it's the families that put the flesh and spirit back on them. The war is over, but the argument about who was right, who was wrong, and who deserved what they got, that argument will probably never end. When the shooting finally stops and the last of the warlords are in the ground, a story enters a new phase of its life. The hard, jagged facts of who did what to whom begin to get smoothed over by time, like a stone in a fast-running creek. History becomes folklore. The Clay County War was too big, too bloody, and too long for people to simply file away. They had to make sense of it, to turn the sheer, brutal chaos into a lesson, or a warning, or a ghost. Ask around Manchester today, especially among the older folks, and you might hear a story told in a hushed voice on a dark autumn night. They say that if you stand near the courthouse when the streets are empty and quiet, you can sometimes see a shadow moving on the steps where Bad Tom Baker fell. A tall, lonely figure with one empty sleeve that seems to sway in a breeze that no one else can feel. They say he's still waiting, still looking for the man who shot him, or perhaps for a kind of justice he never found inside that building. It's more than just a ghost story. The feud lives on as a cautionary tale, a lesson that became woven into the fabric of the community. It's the story a father would tell a hot-headed son to warn him about the poison of carrying a grudge. "Remember the Bakers and the Howards," he'd say. "They fought for so long, they forgot what they were even fighting about, and all they earned was a piece of land on Cemetery Hill." The war became a local proverb, a dark piece of wisdom paid for with generations of blood. This is how a community processes a trauma this deep. The specific details of the legal disputes and the political maneuvers fade away. What remains is a powerful myth, a story of two families locked in a death spiral, a one-armed ghost who haunts the seat of justice, and a bloody warning that echoes down through the years. The facts belong to the archives, but the legend belongs to the mountains. So here I am again, back on the square in Manchester, looking at the same courthouse as the day begins to fade. But I'm not seeing it the same way. It's no longer just an old brick building. I can almost see the shadow of Daniel Garrard falling in the dust, feel the tension of the siege with Tom Baker's men peering from the windows, and hear the echo of that final fatal shot on these very steps. We came here to listen to the whispers of this place, and what we heard was a 57-year-long scream. The Clay County War is a story about how honor, when it turns to pride, can become a prison. It's about how revenge can become a family's only inheritance. It's a hard lesson, written in blood, that shows how easily the law can be broken and how much harder it is to put back together. It proves that the most dangerous place on earth can be the few miles between your neighbor's house and your own when a grudge is on the line. The next time you pass a quiet courthouse on a sleepy town square, remember this one. Remember what these bricks have seen and the price that was paid right here. The men are gone. The guns are silent. The bleeding wound has finally scarred over, but the story remains. Imagine the Tennessee frontier in the dead of night. A settler family huddles in their small cabin, listening to every snap of a twig outside. Suddenly the air explodes with the terrifying gobble of a Cherokee war cry. But amidst the chaos, another sound cuts through the fear, a sound so unnatural it freezes the blood. It's a voice shouting orders to the painted warriors in perfect, unaccented English. This is a story whispered in terror around the campfires of the first American frontier. A story of a raid led not by a native, but by a man with white skin. How does a settler's son, born to fear and fight the Cherokee, become their most cunning and brutal war chief? What can happen to a man in the depths of the wilderness to turn his soul inside out, making him a monster to his own people and a legend to his sworn enemies? The newspapers called him a traitor, a turncoat. But the men and women who lived in these mountains knew the truth was something far darker, far more complex. Tonight, we will peel back the layers of rumor and time to find the real story of the man they called Nickety Jack. Before the legend of Nickety Jack was ever whispered, there was just a boy, and a world built on the knife's edge of hope and terror. To understand the man he became, you must first walk through the world he lost. This was late 18th century Appalachia, a labyrinth of misty hollows and shadow-choked forests that the settlers called Tennessee. The mountains themselves were the first great character in this story. They were ancient, indifferent, and possessed a beauty that could steal your breath one moment and your life the next. The morning fog clung to the valleys like a shroud, and the creeks whispered secrets that only the Cherokee, who had lived there for generations, could understand. The people who came to this land were a hard breed, mostly Scots-Irish, who had traded the tyranny of landlords in the old country for the freedom of this new, wild world. They were clannish, stubborn, and deeply suspicious of any authority beyond their own family and a long rifle. For them, the land was a promise from God, a thing to be wrestled from the wilderness tree by tree, rock by rock. Life was a cycle of back-breaking labor, clearing fields, splitting rails for fences, and building stout log cabins with loopholes cut into the walls, just in case. In one of these cabins lived a boy well called Jack. He was a product of this harsh Eden. Before he had a man's beard, he could track a deer for miles, skin it with a hunter's knife, and handle an axe with grim efficiency. He knew the relief of a heavy bar locking the cabin door at night, and the deep, gnawing fear that came with every owl's hoot or snapped twig from the dark woods that pressed in on all sides. His world was simple, carved in the stark black and white of the frontier. His people were the settlers, the families who gathered to raise a neighbor's barn or share a prayer on Sunday. The enemy was the Cherokee, a shadowy, terrifying presence in the forest. This was a life lived under a constant, low-burning siege. Peace was a fragile thing, an illusion that could be shattered in an instant. Every man who went to the fields carried his rifle. Every woman knew the quickest way to gather her children and bolt the door. The silence of the forest wasn't peaceful. It was watchful. It was a silence that held its breath, waiting for the single gunshot or the blood-chilling war whoop that would signal the end of everything. Yet, there were moments of grace. The scrape of a fiddle by the hearth on a cold winter night, the shared laughter over a successful harvest, the simple dream of a future where their children wouldn't have to live with a gun in their hands. They dreamed of turning this dangerous wilderness into a home, a legacy. They saw themselves not as invaders, but as pioneers, fulfilling a destiny written for them in the pages of the Bible. They were building a new world on this land they had claimed. But the land itself seemed to remember. The Cherokee called this place the Dark and Bloody Ground, and that name clung to the air like the mountain mist. The treaties signed by men in powdered wigs hundreds of miles away meant little here. There was a debt on this land, a tension in the very soil, and every settler, in the quietest corners of their heart, knew that a day of reckoning was coming. The calm they cherished was nothing more than the deep breath a predator takes before it strikes. This wasn't empty land that Jack's family and others had settled. To them, it was a wilderness to be tamed, a future to be built. But to the Cherokee, every river bend, every mountain pass, every clearing had a name, a story, and a spirit. Their claim wasn't written on a piece of parchment from a distant king. It was etched into the land itself, in the bones of their ancestors, buried in the sacred mounds that dotted the river valleys. The conflict that would swallow Jack whole wasn't born from a single act of violence. Its seeds were sown generations before in two completely different ways of seeing the world. The great fire that forged these lasting hatreds was the American Revolution. While men in the East fought for liberty from a king, the war in these mountains was a brutal, intimate affair. Most of the Cherokee, seeing the insatiable hunger of the American settlers, had sided with the British. It wasn't out of love for the crown, but from a cold, hard calculation. The British, for their own reasons, had tried to draw a line along the crest of the Appalachians, forbidding colonial expansion. To the Cherokee, the redcoats were the devil they knew. The land-hungry settlers were a plague that could never be stopped. When America won its independence, it was a death warrant for the Cherokee way of life. The line on the map was erased. The veterans of the Revolution, having bled for this new nation, felt they had earned this land as a spoil of war. They came flooding over the mountains, armed with land grants given in lieu of pay, a sense of righteous purpose, and a deep-seated hatred for the people who had sided with their former enemy. Every raid was seen as a continuation of that war. Every act of resistance by the Cherokee was seen as treachery. In these mountains, a family name was a heavy thing to carry, a story in itself. For the settlers, a name like Sevier or Shelby was a banner of leadership, of Indian fighting, of a divine mandate to push civilization westward. A boy like Jack grew up knowing these names, knowing that his own family name carried with it a duty to stand your ground, to protect your kin, and to never, ever yield to the wilderness or its people. But the Cherokee had names that carried an even older weight. Their great war chief, Tsiyugunsini, or Dragging Canoe, had a name that was a living promise. It was a vow of unending resistance, a declaration that the sale of their ancestral land was a crime that would be paid for in blood. To be a follower of Dragging Canoe meant you never forgot a broken treaty. It meant you fought until the last warrior fell. This was the world Jack was born into, a place where the lines weren't drawn in the dirt, but in the blood of a war that had never truly ended. In a world this isolated, news traveled on the wind, and it was almost always bad. The ground for the conflict that would claim Jack's identity was made fertile by a web of rumors and old, festering grudges that poisoned the very water in the creeks. The settlers were not one unified people. There were the hardliners, men who had lost family in previous raids, whose hearts were calcified with a hatred so pure they believed the only good Indian was a dead one. They were the first to grab a rifle and the last to ask questions. Then there were others, quieter families, who just wanted to farm their land in peace, who might even trade a bit of corn for a well-cured deer hide with a Cherokee hunter they knew. To the hardliners, this was treason. These small, personal interactions were a constant source of friction, but it was the bigger events that fanned the flames. Just a season before, after a few horses were stolen from a homestead, the local militia had formed up. Blind with rage, they bypassed the warrior towns of the Chickamauga and fell upon a small, peaceful Cherokee village known for trading with the whites. They burned the lodges and killed whoever they could catch, arguing later that any Cherokee was a potential enemy. To the settlers in their forts, it was a necessary act of frontier justice, but to the Cherokee, it was an unforgivable massacre of innocents. The story of that raid spread like a wildfire through the Cherokee nation. Runners carried the news from town to town, the story growing more horrific with each telling. It was the proof they needed that the white man's peace was a lie, that his true goal was not just to take the land, but to exterminate their people entirely. This one act of undisciplined vengeance became a rallying cry. It drove neutral bands into the arms of Dragging Canoe. It turned young men who had never held a weapon into warriors screaming for revenge. Back in the settlements, the air grew thick with paranoia. The fear of retaliation was a physical presence, sitting at the dinner table with every family. Neighbors started looking at each other with suspicion. Who among them was trading with the enemy, giving them food, or worse, gunpowder? Who was the weak link in the chain of defense? Rumors slithered from one cabin to the next like black snakes in the high grass, turning small misunderstandings into deadly accusations. This wasn't a conflict of armies meeting on a field. It was a war of the soul, fought in the whispers between neighbors and the stories told to children. Every past slight, a dispute over a hunting ground, a trade deal gone sour, a drunken insult at a horse race, was dug up from its shallow grave. These old wounds were now infected with the fresh poison of fear and hatred, and the community was rotting from the inside out. The stage was set not just for a war between settlers and Cherokee, but for a war within the hearts of the people themselves. In the weeks leading up to the tragedy, the very air in the hollows grew heavy, as if the land itself knew what was coming. The old people, those with one foot still in the superstitions of the Scottish Highlands, saw the signs and spoke of them in hushed tones. They said the cry of the painter, the Appalachian mountain lion, had been heard too close to the settlements, its scream sounding unnervingly like a woman in mourning. Flocks of crows would gather in the skeletal branches of a lightning-struck oak, sitting in unnatural silence, watching the cabins below with their black, intelligent eyes. It was a bad luck moon, they whispered, a time when the veil between the world of the living and the world of spirits was thin and torn. Then came the human omen, not a single stranger, but the news he carried. A trapper, passing through on his way back east, brought a rumor that spread faster than fire. He spoke of new talks, of another treaty being planned by the far-off government, one that would demand the Cherokee give up all the hunting grounds between the Cumberland and Tennessee rivers. To the settlers, this news was a poisoned promise, a green light to push deeper, to stake claims on land that wasn't yet theirs. But to the Cherokee, and especially to the warriors of the Chickamauga, this rumor was the final insult. It was proof that every treaty was a lie, every promise a trap. The time for talk was over. The time for war was now. And a young Jack, who knew the forest as well as he knew the lines on his own hand, felt it too. He couldn't put a name to it, but there was a change in the woods. The familiar sounds of the wilderness were off-key, strained. The deer were gone from their usual trails, and an eerie quiet had fallen over the paths he used to walk. One afternoon, while checking a trap line near the creek, he was overcome by a sudden, gut-wrenching feeling of being watched. He spun around, long rifle ready, but saw nothing but the deep, impenetrable wall of the forest. The feeling didn't pass. It was a cold dread that settled deep in his bones, a premonition that the shadows under the trees were no longer empty. Something was coming. The world he had always known was holding its breath, waiting for the first drop of blood to fall. The breaking point came not with a negotiation or a declaration, but in the grey, misty hour just before dawn. The silence of the forest didn't break. It shattered. It started with a single sharp report of a rifle, followed an instant later by the sound that every settler dreaded more than death itself, the terrifying, gobbling war cry of the Chickamauga. It erupted from all sides at once, a wave of pure, predatory sound that washed over Jack's small, isolated settlement. The attack was not a battle, it was a storm, a whirlwind of violence that descended with shocking speed and precision. For Jack, the world dissolved into a blur of smoke, muzzle flashes, and painted faces that seemed to materialize from the fog. He was on his feet in an instant, long rifle in hand, his heart hammering against his ribs. The splintering crash of the cabin door being forced inward was followed by the acrid smell of gunpowder and burning pine as torches were thrown onto the roof. There was no time for strategy, no time for anything but the primal instinct to fight for his life and the lives of his family. He fired his rifle, reloaded in a desperate, fumbling motion, and fired again into the chaos. He was young, strong, and knew how to fight, but he was one man against a tide. He saw his world coming apart in flashes of horrific violence. He swung his rifle like a club, fighting with the ferocity of a cornered animal, but he was overwhelmed. A blow from a war club sent him reeling, his vision exploding in a shower of stars. He was subdued, his arms wrenched behind his back and bound tightly with leather thongs. He was not killed. For reasons he couldn't comprehend in that moment, he was being kept alive. Forced to his knees in the dirt outside his burning home, Jack watched the end of his world. The raid was over as quickly as it had begun. The warriors, their work done, melted back into the forest, taking their captives and their spoils with them. The only sounds left were the crackle of the flames devouring his cabin and the terrible, unnatural silence that follows a slaughter. As he was hauled to his feet and dragged away into the dark woods, he took one last look back. He was leaving behind not just a smoking ruin, but the body of the boy he used to be. The line had been crossed. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and they were his own family's. The feud was no longer a distant rumor. It was now the only thing he had left. For Jack, helpless on the ground, the world became a series of horrific sounds and fractured images, a nightmare seen through a haze of smoke and terror. Time seemed to warp and stretch. Seconds felt like hours. He heard his father's voice, not in a plea for mercy, but in a defiant roar of rage, a sound of pure, untamed frontier spirit. And then he heard that roar cut short, replaced by a wet, choking gasp that was swallowed by the surrounding chaos. The sound was so final, so absolute, it felt like the whole world had tilted on its axis. He couldn't see everything. The swirling smoke and the flickering firelight played tricks on the eyes, creating monstrous shadows that danced and writhed, but he could hear. He heard a scream from the cabin, a high, sharp sound of a woman's terror that was suddenly silenced. It wasn't followed by another scream, but by the heavy, rhythmic thud of a war club against the cabin's thick wooden door, a sound of methodical, relentless destruction. Every impact was a blow against his own heart. Through a momentary clearing in the smoke, his eyes fixed on a single, heartbreaking image. His little sister's corn-husk doll, the one she took everywhere, lay on the ground, trampled into the mud. Its simple, stitched smile seemed to mock the carnage, a tiny, innocent casualty in a war it could never understand. Nearby, his mother's rocking chair lay on its side, one of its rockers split clean in two. These were the small, mundane pieces of his life, now shattered and desecrated, silent witnesses to the end of his world. The warriors moved with a terrifying efficiency. This was not a mindless rampage. It was a practiced military operation. They flowed through the settlement like a dark river, their movements economical and purposeful. One warrior emerged from the cabin not with a weapon, but with a sack of flour slung over his shoulder. Another calmly collected the long rifles that had been mounted over the fireplaces. They were not just destroying, they were erasing a life and taking its resources for their own. Then, a figure of authority emerged from the smoke. He was taller than the others, his face a mask of grim purpose, not rage. He walked over to Jack and looked down at him, not with hatred, but with a cold, appraising stare. His eyes were like dark chips of flint. He looked at the bound, terrified boy. Then his gaze shifted to the burning cabin, then back to Jack. No words were spoken, but the meaning was as clear as a rifle shot. This is what your people have earned. This is the price of the land you stole. As the warriors began to pull him away, dragging him toward the dark tree line, the main roof beam of his home finally gave way. With a great groan, it collapsed into the heart of the inferno, sending a massive plume of orange sparks spiraling up into the pre-dawn sky. It was a funeral pyre for his family, for his name, for the boy he once was. The sound of the flames was the last sound he heard from his old life. And then there was a new sound, the unnatural quiet of the forest, broken only by the soft tread of moccasins on the damp earth. As they marched him deeper into the wilderness, away from the glowing embers of his past, he felt nothing. The shock had scoured him clean, leaving a hollow, echoing void. All he could see, burned into the back of his mind, was the image of that small, mud-stained doll, its vacant eyes staring into an empty sky. To the settlers, the war chief who led this raid was a monster, a devil from the deepest hell. But in his own mind, he was a surgeon performing a painful, necessary operation. Standing on the ridge overlooking the settlement, watching the orange glow of the fires, he felt no sadistic pleasure. He felt the cold, heavy weight of a man trying to save his people from a plague. His logic was as sharp and brutal as the edge of his tomahawk. For every broken treaty, there must be a price. For every acre of stolen land, there must be a reckoning. For the massacre of his people in the peaceful village just a season ago, there must be a response so terrible it would be spoken of in whispers for generations. This wasn't about hatred for the white man as a person. He had seen their courage and their stubbornness. He hated what they were collectively. A tide of locusts that consumed the forest, drove away the game, and plowed over the sacred bones of his ancestors. They did not understand the land. They only understood how to own it. To him, every new cabin was a tombstone for the Cherokee way of life. He was not the aggressor. He was the antibody, the fever that must burn the infection before it killed the host. His violence was a form of medicine, bitter and agonizing, but in his mind, it was the only cure. The moment that changed everything for Jack was a moment of cold calculation for the chief. He had seen the boy fighting. While others screamed or fled, this one fought back with a cornered wolf's fury. He saw past the pale skin and the settler's clothes and recognized a spirit that was worth more alive than dead. Killing another settler would send a message for a day. But turning one? That was a weapon that could last for years. In his mind, the switch flipped from destruction to opportunity. He saw the boy not as a victim, but as a piece of raw material, a lump of iron to be heated in the fires of their ways, hammered into the shape of a warrior, and quenched in the cold waters of their revenge. As he and his warriors melted back into the forest with their captive, there was no feeling of triumph. There was only a grim, chilling sense of balance restored. He had answered their violence with his own. He had shown them that the dark and bloody ground would live up to its name. The raid was a success, but the war was far from over. He looked at the bound, silent boy being marched through the trees and felt not a shred of pity, but a flicker of strategic hope. He had lost warriors. His people were hungry. But in this one act of calculated cruelty, he believed he may have just forged the one weapon the settlers would never see coming, a ghost with their own face. As the sun finally rose, its clean morning light fell upon a scene from hell. The raid was over. The warriors were gone. In their place, they left a profound, unnatural silence. The birds did not sing in the trees surrounding the clearing. The usual sounds of a frontier morning, the crow of a rooster, the lowing of a milk cow, the ring of an axe, were gone, replaced by the soft, hissing whisper of the smoldering cabin. A thick, greasy smoke, smelling of burnt pine and something else, something sickeningly sweet, hung heavy in the humid air, clinging to the valley floor. The cabin itself was no longer a home. It was a blackened skeleton, its chimney rising into the sky like a tombstone. The first to find it was a neighbor from the next ridge over, a man named Miller, who had come looking to borrow some shot. He approached cautiously, his long rifle held at the ready. He'd heard the faint echo of gunfire before dawn, but had prayed it was just a hunter. As he entered the clearing, he stopped dead. The scene before him was so absolute in its devastation that his mind couldn't immediately process it. He took in the trampled garden, the slaughtered livestock, and the gaping, fiery maw of the cabin. His breath caught in his throat. He saw the bodies then, scattered where they fell, and the hard, grim mask of the frontier fell over his face. He became a machine, his eyes scanning for any sign of life, for survivors, for tracks. The alarm was raised by hoofbeats and a hoarse voice screaming a single word: "Raid!" The news spread like a contagion of fear from one isolated homestead to the next. Barricades were dropped into place on cabin doors. Women gathered their children, their faces pale and drawn, while men took their rifles down from the mantles, their knuckles white as they checked the flint and powder. The fragile peace of the frontier had been a comforting lie, and now the brutal truth had returned. Every shadow was a warrior, every rustle of leaves a threat. The entire community was now a fortress under siege, locked in the grip of a cold, collective terror. Back at the smoking ruins, a small party of men gathered. They moved with a grim purpose, their faces set like stone. They were there to bury their dead, a task performed with a terrible, silent reverence. But as they accounted for the fallen, a chilling realization dawned on them. Jack, the family's eldest son, was not among the dead. His body was nowhere to be found. The immediate assumption was that he had been taken captive, dragged away for a fate many considered far worse than a quick death. A tiny, desperate flicker of hope was born, the hope of a rescue, but it was quickly choked by the dark possibilities of what captivity meant. This was not a crime to be solved by sheriffs and judges. This was an act of war, and it demanded a warrior's response. The local militia captain, a veteran of countless brutal skirmishes, declared an immediate pursuit. A posse of grim-faced men was formed on the spot, neighbors, relatives, and seasoned Indian fighters whose eyes burned with a cold, patient fire. There was no talk of justice, only of vengeance. A bounty was offered, not for the return of a captive, but for Cherokee scalps. It was a hard, jagged promise of revenge, a vow to repay blood with blood. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the posse rode out, their horses kicking up dust and ash, and disappeared into the same vast, silent wilderness that had swallowed the boy called Jack. In the wake of the slaughter, the community didn't come together. It clenched like a fist, tight and trembling. The open-hearted frontier spirit vanished overnight, replaced by a lockdown of suspicion and fear. Families that once shared meals and helped raise barns now looked at each other from behind barred doors and through the narrow slits of rifle loopholes. The local blockhouse, once a place for social gatherings, became a grim refuge where the air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, fear, and the bitter taste of fresh grief. It was here, in the cramped, suffocating confines of the fort, that the first cracks began to show. The lines were drawn in the dirt floor. On one side stood the militia captain and the families who had lost kin, their faces masks of cold rage. Their argument was simple and brutal. Every man who could hold a rifle needed to join the posse and ride until they had burned the Chickamauga towns to the ground. To them, any hesitation was cowardice. Any argument for caution was a betrayal of the dead. Their grief had burned away all nuance, leaving only the white-hot desire for vengeance. On the other side were the quieter folks, the families whose cabins were furthest out on the fringe of the settlement. They didn't speak up in the public meetings, but their silence was a heavy, stubborn presence. They knew a terrible truth. If every able-bodied man rode out on a quest for revenge, their own homes would be left defenseless, ripe for the picking. They were caught in an impossible choice: join the posse and risk their own families, or stay behind and be branded cowards and traitors by their neighbors. The war was no longer just outside the walls. It was inside, dividing them man from man. This division was fed by a conspiracy of silence, born not of guilt, but of pure, rational terror. Many of the settlers knew the woods. They knew there were Cherokee who wanted peace, and there were the implacable warriors of the Chickamauga who wanted war. Some may have even seen the direction the war party fled. But to speak that knowledge aloud was to paint a target on your own door. The warriors of Dragging Canoe had eyes and ears everywhere. To be seen as an informant for the militia was a death sentence, one that would be carried out in the dead of night, swift and silent. So people who knew things said nothing. They became deaf and blind, their fear a gag in their mouths. In this atmosphere of paranoia, small acts of character were magnified. A woman whose own pantry was nearly bare secretly left a small sack of cornmeal on the doorstep of a widowed neighbor. A quiet act of courage that risked angering those who believed every family should fend for itself. But there were acts of cowardice too. A man who was questioned by the posse gave them a deliberately vague direction, sending them on a wild goose chase into the swampy lowlands, simply because he wanted the trouble as far away from his own land as possible. The community was breaking under the strain, revealing the true nature of its people, not in their loud proclamations of unity, but in the quiet, desperate choices they made when they thought no one was watching. The posse that rode out from the settlement was not a disciplined army. It was an instrument of pure, hot-blooded vengeance. At its head rode the militia captain, a man whose face was a roadmap of past sorrows and old hatreds. Beside him was a grizzled tracker named Elias, a man so thin he looked like he was made of sinew and wood smoke, a man who could read a broken twig the way a preacher read scripture. Behind them came the farmers and blacksmiths, their jaws set, their eyes scanning the tree line. They were not lawmen seeking justice, they were hunters, and their prey was human. For the first day, they made good time, following the clear, brutal trail of the war party through the lowlands. But as they climbed into the tangled green maze of the mountains, the world changed. The forest deepened, the air grew cooler, and the sun became a distant, mottled light through the thick canopy of leaves. They were entering the Cherokees' domain now, and the wilderness itself seemed to rise up to protect its own. The trail became a phantom, a whisper of a moccasin print here, a displaced stone there, signs only Elias could see. The pursuit slowed from a gallop to a grim, plodding walk. Days bled into a week. The hunt became an ordeal, a war not just against the Cherokee, but against the mountains themselves. They clawed their way through rhododendron thickets so dense they called them hells, their clothes and skin torn to ribbons. A sudden, violent thunderstorm turned the ravines into raging torrents, nearly sweeping away their horses. Rations dwindled, and the men's burning rage cooled into a sullen, gnawing exhaustion. The mountain was wearing them down, sanding away their resolve, and Elias grew quieter, his eyes darting nervously. He knew this feeling. They weren't just following a trail, they were being led. The trap was sprung at a place called Cutter's Gap, a narrow pass flanked by high, rocky cliffs. Elias found the sign they were meant to find, a single discarded feather from a warrior's headdress lying in the open. It was a taunt, a dare. As the posse filed into the gap, a sudden, chilling war cry echoed from the rocks above, and the air was instantly filled with a deadly swarm of arrows and rifle balls. Chaos erupted. One man fell from his saddle with a cry, an arrow buried in his chest. Another screamed as a ball shattered his arm. The posse was caught in a perfect crossfire, unable to charge and with no cover to speak of. They fired their rifles wildly at the cliffs, but they were shooting at ghosts. They could see nothing but puffs of smoke from behind the rocks. The militia captain, his face a mask of fury and desperation, saw the truth in an instant. This wasn't a fight. It was a slaughter. "Back!" he roared. "Fall back!" The retreat was a panicked, desperate scramble. They dragged their wounded with them, firing blindly over their shoulders as they fled the gap. As quickly as it began, the attack stopped. The forest fell silent once more, the only sound the ragged gasps of the retreating men and the moans of the injured. The posse limped back into the settlement days later, a beaten and broken thing. They returned with empty saddles and hollow eyes. They had not found the war party. They had not recovered the captive boy. All they had found was the chilling, undeniable proof that out here, in the heart of the shadows, they were not the hunters. They were the prey. The hunt was over. Jack was gone for good, swallowed by a wilderness that would not give him back. And so, my friends, there was no grand trial in a courthouse. There was no judge in a black robe, no jury of 12 good men and true. The Cherokee warriors who burned the settlement and stole the boy were ghosts. You cannot put a shadow in the dock, but a trial did happen nonetheless. It took place in the dusty, crowded courtyard of the blockhouse, under the harsh glare of the afternoon sun, and the verdict handed down would poison the community for years to come. The defendants were the returning members of the posse, hollow-eyed men who walked with the stoop of the defeated. The jury was the rest of the settlement, the women, the old men, the children, who stared at them with a mixture of pity and accusation. There were no lawyers, but there was a prosecutor. He was a raw-boned farmer whose younger brother had been one of the men left behind in Cutter's Gap. He stood before the militia captain, his face contorted with grief and rage, and spoke in a voice that trembled but did not break. He accused the captain of incompetence, of pride, of leading good men into a slaughterhouse just to satisfy his own hatred. "You didn't hunt them," he spat. "You fed them our kin." The militia captain stood and took it. He didn't offer excuses. He didn't smirk with defiance. He looked like a man who had aged a decade in a week. His shoulders slumped under an invisible weight. When the farmer was finished, the captain spoke, his voice low and gravelly. He described the impossibly rugged terrain, the cleverness of the trail, the perfect, deadly precision of the ambush. He spoke not of savages, but of a masterful enemy fighting a brilliant defensive war on their own ground. He admitted his failure, but his words carried a chilling undertone. They had not simply been beaten, they had been profoundly outclassed. He had brought the law of men into the mountains, and the mountains had laughed. There was no gavel to announce the verdict. It was written in the averted eyes and the hard, unforgiving set of the jaws of the other settlers. The farmer who had spoken the accusation turned his back on the captain and walked away. Others followed. The posse, the symbol of their collective strength and law, was broken. The captain was not formally stripped of his rank, but he might as well have been. He was a leader with no one left to follow him. The community had found him guilty, not of malice, but of something worse on the frontier: weakness. He had failed to provide the only kind of justice they understood, the justice of blood for blood. And so the central burning question remained unanswered, hanging in the air like smoke. Was this justice? The system of the settlers, their organized militia, their belief in their own strength, had failed completely. The raiders were free, roaming the mountains, perhaps even watching them from the ridges. The boy was gone. The dead were in the ground. The verdict of the blockhouse trial was clear. The law of men was useless here. The only thing left was the justice of the mountains, a bitter personal code of survival and revenge, where every man was his own law and every stranger was a potential enemy. The verdict of the community trial, delivered in silence and turned backs, settled over the settlement like a permanent winter fog. Life went on, but it was a stunted, withered version of what had come before. The militia captain, the man who had led the failed posse, became a ghost at his own hearth. He still worked his fields, but he moved with the heavy, shuffling gait of a man carrying a corpse on his back. His authority was gone, his name a quiet synonym for failure. The community didn't banish him, but they didn't have to. They simply looked through him, and in doing so, they erased him. This was his curse, to live out his days among his people, but to be utterly alone. But while the settlement was turning inward, licking its wounds and slowly burying the memory of its own failure 100 miles away in the deep green shadows of the mountains, Jack was being unmade. His life after the verdict was not a curse or an atonement, it was a crucible. He was not being punished in the way the settlers imagined. He was being systematically taken apart, piece by piece, and put back together in a new and terrifying shape. The Cherokee chief who had captured him was now his teacher. The boy's old life was burned away, not with cruelty, but with a relentless, immersive education. He was forced to learn the Salagi language until his English tongue grew thick and clumsy in his mouth. He was taught to hunt, not with the loud boom of a rifle, but with the silent flight of an arrow, to move through the forest without snapping a twig, to become another shadow among the trees. This was more than just learning new skills. It was a reprogramming of his very soul. They did not just teach him how to fight, they taught him why they fought. By the light of the council fire, he heard the history of his new people. It wasn't a story of savage raids, but a long, heartbreaking litany of broken promises, of sacred lands stolen, of women and children murdered by the very people he had once called his own. The massacre that had destroyed his family, which had once been a singular, world-ending tragedy, was now presented to him as a single link in a long, unbroken chain of violence initiated by the settlers. He was being given a new truth, a new history, and it was a story that, to his broken and betrayed heart, made a terrible kind of sense. Back in the settlement, the scars were fading by force. The community, in a desperate act of self-preservation, began to forget. The burned-out ruins of Jack's cabin were slowly swallowed by the aggressive green of the wilderness, becoming a taboo place no one visited. The names of the men who died in Cutter's Gap were spoken less and less, and the name of the lost boy, Jack, was buried the deepest of all. It became a lesson whispered to children before bed, not a story of heroism, but a grim warning about the price of weakness, a ghost story to keep them close to home. They were trying to heal by cutting out the memory, but they had left the wound to fester in the dark. Years turn into decades, and decades into centuries. The official histories of Tennessee, written in neat ink in leather-bound books, rarely mention a boy named Jack or a warrior called Nicotee. The records of that time are a chaotic jumble of land deeds, militia muster rolls, and faded letters. A story this personal, this brutal, this shameful simply slips through the cracks. But it didn't vanish. It did what all powerful stories in these mountains do. It went to ground, seeping into the folklore of the region like water into limestone, whispered from one generation to the next. For the descendants of the settlers, the name Nicotee Jack became a boogeyman, a cautionary tale told to frightened children who wandered too far from the cabin. He was the ultimate horror, not the savage from without, but the traitor from within. To this day, there are places on old maps, hollows and ridges, that carry names whose dark origins are long forgotten by most. A place called Cutter's Gap still exists, a name that means nothing to the tourists who drive through it, but to a few old families, it's a place where the air still feels heavy. The story of Nicotee Jack became a part of their DNA, reinforcing a deep-seated distrust of outsiders and the ever-present fear of the wilderness's power to change a man for the worse. But there is another echo, one that is rarely heard. Among the descendants of the Cherokee, particularly those whose ancestors fought with dragging canoe, the story is different. They remember the white Indians, the captives who were adopted and became fierce defenders of their new people. In their version, a man like Jack is not a traitor, but a man whose eyes were open to the truth. His story is not one of shame, but of a spirit that was Cherokee in its heart, regardless of the skin it was born in. It is a haunting and powerful thought that somewhere today, among the members of the Cherokee Nation, there are people who carry the blood of this lost boy, a forgotten link in a chain of survival they may not even know exists. You cannot go and find a monument to Nicotee Jack. There is no tombstone with his name on it, neither his settler name nor his Cherokee one. If you knew where to look, you might find a slight depression in the forest floor, a place where a cabin once stood, now marked only by a few moss-covered foundation stones and a patch of ground where the wild blackberries refused to grow. This is the only physical trace left of the world that was lost. His real monument is the story itself, the chilling echo of his name that has managed to survive the centuries. Because while people forget, and the paper they write on turns to dust, the mountains remember. The ancient silent ridges that witnessed the raid are still standing. The creek where he was taken captive still carves its path through the valley. They hold the memory of the gun smoke, the blood, and the impossible choice a young boy was forced to make. The mountains saw it all, and in their deep, enduring silence, they keep the truth of the story safe, waiting for those who are quiet enough to listen. So we return to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, like smoke from a dying fire. How does a boy become a monster to his own people? The easy answers are the ones history prefers. He was a traitor, a turncoat, a man whose mind was broken by captivity. But the truth, my friends, is far more unsettling. The wilderness didn't turn Jack into a savage. It simply burned away the boy he was and showed him the man he was always capable of becoming. His old world, built on a foundation of righteous belief, was shattered by a single act of violence. His new world, though brutal, offered him something he had lost: a family, a purpose, and a cause that felt righteous in its own terrible way. He wasn't stolen so much as he was forged anew. This is more than just the story of one man. It's the story of the Appalachian frontier itself. It is a timeless lesson that the line between civilized and savage is a fragile thing, a line drawn not on a map, but in smoke and blood. It reminds us that every story of heroism has a shadow, and every act of monstrous violence has a logic, however twisted it may seem. This is a story not just of cruelty and hatred, but of the indomitable human spirit in its most extreme form, the desperate need to belong to a tribe, and the terrifying lengths a person will go to defend it, especially when he has to choose that tribe himself. The name Nicotee Jack no longer belongs to a boy or a warrior. It has become a piece of the mountain itself, a haunting whisper on the wind that reminds us of the true cost of this land. He is a ghost born of two peoples, belonging to neither, but a timeless reminder that the deepest battle lines are not drawn between forts and villages, but are carved directly through the human heart. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. In the deepest folds of the Appalachian Mountains, there are valleys and hollows that have names. Names whispered by the old folks. Names like Moan Hollow. They say it wasn't the wind that gave it that name. It was the sorrow that soaked into the ground, a sorrow that belonged to one family, the Howards. For generations, their story was told not in letters, but in bruises and broken bones. A rage passed from father to son, as sure as their blue eyes and stubborn chin. The legends say it was a curse, a witch's dying breath, or a deal made with the devil in a dark coal mine. But what if the truth is something colder, something more terrifying than any ghost story? What if the monster wasn't a spirit from the woods, but a demon that lived right inside their own home, passed down like a family heirloom? Today, we will separate the rumors from the facts and find out what really happened to the men of the Howard family. Was it a curse that doomed them, or was it a chain of pain they forged themselves? Before it was called Moan Hollow, it was just a nameless fold in the earth, a sanctuary carved by a silver creek. The mountains rose up on all sides like silent green-robed giants, their peaks shrouded in a perpetual blue haze. It was a true oasis, hidden in the wild and rugged lands. The forests were thick with chestnut and oak, teeming with deer and turkey. The soil in the narrow bottomland was black and rich. It was a place where a man willing to work until his hands bled could build a life from nothing. And that's exactly what Jedediah Howard came to do. He was the first of them, a man who carried the chill of the Scottish Highlands in his bones and a fierce hunger in his heart. He'd left the old world behind, a world of landlords and famines, and saw in this untamed Appalachian wilderness a kingdom waiting to be claimed. He was a hard man, to be sure, with eyes as cold and clear as a winter stream, but his toughness was first turned against the land itself. He felled trees that were ancient when his grandfather was a boy. He broke the soil with his own back, and he raised a small, sturdy cabin stone by stone. For a time, there was peace in that hollow. Jedediah took a wife, a quiet woman named Elspeth, and soon the silence of the valley was broken by the cry of their firstborn son, Silas. Their life was a rhythm of seasons and survival. They were governed by the rising of the sun and the ache in their muscles. They feared the hard frost and the dry summer, but they feared little else. They were poor, but their barn was full. They were isolated, but they were self-sufficient. Jedediah had done it. He had carved out a piece of the world that was his, and his alone. But the mountains keep secrets. And the story the neighbors told was that this piece of the world hadn't been empty when Jedediah arrived. They said an old Cherokee woman had lived there, a healer who knew the secrets of the herbs that grew in the dark places of the woods. The official record says Jedediah bought the land fair and square, a simple transaction. But the whispers said something different. They said the deal was less of a purchase and more of an eviction. They said she didn't leave quietly. And so, a shadow lingered at the edge of their hard-won peace. Sometimes, Elspeth would swear she saw a flicker of movement by the ancient oak at the edge of the property. At night, when the fire burned low, the wind blowing through the gorge would sometimes sound like a mournful voice, a lament. Jedediah Howard had built his home, but he didn't know that the foundation was laid on a grievance. He believed he had conquered the wilderness, but he hadn't yet learned that some debts aren't paid with money, but with blood. The storm was gathering, and it would bear his family's name. Now, in the mountains, a good neighbor is worth more than a good mule, but Jedediah Howard never found one. The closest family, the Sutries, lived a mile down the creek, and they looked upon Jedediah's prosperity with a sour eye. The patriarch, Elias Sutri, was a man whose family had been hunting and trapping in these hills for 2 generations before the Howards arrived. He told anyone who would listen that the fertile bottomland Jedediah had claimed was promised to him, that he'd been on the verge of filing the deed himself. The Sutries felt the land had been stolen right from under them, and their resentment simmered like a pot left too long on the fire. The old wound festered over a property line. A small creek separated their lands, and after a spring flood one year, the water changed its course, carving a new channel that gave a few more acres of rich soil to the Howards. To Jedediah, it was an act of God. To Elias Sutri, it was theft by water and a sign of Howard's devil's luck. It came to a head at the crossroads store, where words, sharp and heavy as stones, were thrown. No punches were exchanged, not yet, but a line was drawn. Sutri swore that creek would one day run with more than just rainwater. It wasn't spoken of loudly after that, but memories in the mountains are as long as a winter's night. This bitter dispute was the dry kindling, and the legend of the Cherokee woman was the spark. The Sutries and their kin started repeating the story, adding their own dark embellishments. When one of Jedediah's cows took sick and died, it wasn't colic, it was the curse. When a late frost killed the Howards' apple blossoms, it wasn't the weather, it was the witch's revenge. The story of the curse became a social weapon, isolating the Howards and marking them as other. People who had once nodded a greeting now looked away. The Howard land, once seen as a testament to hard work, was now viewed as a place of bad blood. And so, the hollow became a pressure cooker. Inside the Howard cabin, the whispers from the outside world turned Jedediah's heart to granite. He saw enemies in every shadow. His wife Elspeth grew more withdrawn, her silence a constant, fearful prayer. And young Silas, he was being raised on a diet of resentment and suspicion. His father taught him to read the weather and to mend a fence, but the real lessons were unspoken. He learned that the world was hostile. He learned that a Howard trusts no one but another Howard. And he learned that any sign of weakness would be seized upon by your enemies. He was being forged in a crucible of suspicion and pride, being shaped into the perfect instrument to carry the family's legacy, whether it was a blessing or a curse. The harvest festival that year was supposed to be a time of truce. For one day, families set aside their grievances to celebrate the bounty of the land. There was music from a fiddle and banjo, the sweet smell of roasting meat, and the amber glow of moonshine being passed in a jar. And in that brief moment of peace, a dangerous seed took root. Silas Howard, now a young man with his father's solid build but his mother's quiet eyes, saw Sarah Sutri. She was Elias Sutri's youngest daughter, and a young man's heart doesn't care much for property lines or old grudges. They stole glances across the crowd, their secret a fragile spark in the midst of a simmering hate. That spark became a fire when the dancing started. Under the light of the harvest moon, Silas asked Sarah to dance. It was a reckless, defiant act. For the length of one song, they were just a boy and a girl, lost in the music, the world of their fathers fading away. But it was a world that wouldn't be ignored. Sarah's 2 older brothers, Caleb and Joshua, saw it all. They were their father's sons through and through, barrel-chested and quick to anger, and they saw a Howard's hands on their sister as the ultimate trespass. The music hadn't even finished before they pulled Sarah away and cornered Silas behind the barn. The first words weren't about the dance. They were about the land, the creek, the old rumors. They called him the son of a thief and a witch lover. They sneered that the curse was already showing in his eyes. Silas, raised on a strict diet of Howard pride, stood his ground. He didn't say a word, but his silence was louder than any shout. The taunts escalated. his family's name dragged through the mud with every curse. Then Joshua Sutry shoved him hard against the rough-hewn planks of the barn wall. Silas shoved back, and the festival was over. It was 2 against 1, a brutal, clumsy fight fueled by moonshine and generations of bad blood. Silas was strong, but they were stronger. They beat him to his knees, his face in the dirt. But as Caleb raised a heavy boot to stomp his hand, Silas's desperate eyes landed on a heavy wooden mallet left behind from setting up the tents. With a guttural roar, he lunged, swinging the mallet in a blind arc. There was a sickening crack of wood against bone. Caleb Sutry collapsed to the ground, his arm bent at an unnatural angle, a shard of white bone peeking through his skin. Blood, dark in the moonlight, soaked into the dry earth. The screams that followed silenced the fiddle for good. The community scattered, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire. Elias Sutry, his face a mask of pure fury, cradled his screaming son and pointed a trembling finger at Silas. "You'll pay for this, Howard," he choked out. "Your whole damned family will pay." Back in his own cabin that night, Jedediah didn't tend to his son's cuts and bruises. He looked at the blood on Silas's knuckles, at the fire in his eyes, and saw not a mistake, but a beginning. The whispers were over. The time for waiting was done. In both the Howard and Sutry homes that night, rifles were taken down from the wall and carefully, methodically cleaned. The first drops of blood had fallen, watering the seeds of a war that would consume them all. The revenge came not with a warning, but with the quiet mist of the following dawn. Jedediah Howard was at the woodpile, the rhythmic thud of his axe a familiar heartbeat in the hollow. He was splitting kindling for the morning fire, a simple, honest chore. The air was still and damp, carrying the scent of wood smoke and wet earth. Then came a sound that didn't belong, a sharp crack that wasn't a breaking branch. The axe fell from Jedediah's hand, its blade burying itself in the dirt. He crumpled without a sound, a slow, heavy fall onto the very soil he had claimed as his own. From the cabin, Elspeth heard it, a mother's instinct, a wife's dread. She threw open the rough-hewn door, her question dying on her lips as she saw the dark shapes of Elias Sutry and his son Joshua emerging from the tree line, rifles in hand. The air filled with a blood-curdling scream, and then there was a dull thud, and the scream was cut short. A second crack echoed the first. Then an unnatural silence fell over the hollow, a silence so profound it seemed to swallow all other sounds, the rustle of leaves, the call of the birds, everything. The world had turned into a hell of screams, followed by a ringing quiet. Silas was down by the creek, checking a rabbit snare he'd set the night before. He heard the 2 shots, spaced just far enough apart to be deliberate. A cold knot formed in his stomach. He didn't think, he ran. He sprinted through the woods, branches whipping at his face, his lungs burning. As he broke through the clearing, the sight of his home stopped him cold. The cabin door was swinging wide open, like a gaping mouth. There were no voices, no movement. The chickens were scattered across the yard, clucking in frantic terror. The silence was the most terrifying part. It was the silence of a place where life had just been violently erased. He crept inside, his heart hammering against his ribs. The single room was a scene of pure chaos. A table was overturned, chairs were splintered. A sack of flour had been torn open, casting a ghostly white powder over everything. And there, in the middle of the floor, a single dark boot print was pressed into the spilled flour. His eyes scanned the room, landing on a splash of crimson against the stark white. Near the cold hearth, his mother's favorite wool shawl, the one she was always mending, was cast aside in a heap. He backed out of the cabin, a silent denial screaming in his mind. And then he saw him. His father lay near the woodpile, a place of work, of life. He looked smaller somehow. His eyes were open, staring blankly at the misty sky he would never see again. The world for Silas shrank to that single, still image. His father, the unmovable mountain of a man, now just a broken thing on the ground. In that moment, something inside Silas Howard broke. Or perhaps something was forged. The fear, the grief, it was all there, but it was instantly flash-frozen by a rage so pure and cold it burned. The tears would not come. The boy who had danced with Sarah Suttree under the harvest moon was gone, buried in the ashes of his home. In his place stood the son of Jedediah Howard, a vessel for a generation of hate, now filled to the brim. He didn't run to his father. He didn't cry out his mother's name. He walked, slowly and deliberately, to the woodpile. He looked down at his father's still face, the face that had taught him that the world was a hard and unforgiving place. Then he bent down. His hand closed around the smooth, worn handle of the fallen axe. As he lifted it, its weight felt familiar, righteous. The curse, whether real or imagined, had found its new champion. Silas Howard stood alone in the clearing, the axe in his hand feeling less like a tool and more like a part of his own arm. He did not weep. Tears were a luxury, and the price of vengeance was paid in sweat and resolve. With a grim, mechanical determination, he went to the small barn and retrieved 2 shovels. He chose a spot under the old oak tree at the edge of the property, the one his mother had always admired. And he began to dig. For hours, the only sound in Moan Hollow was the scrape and thud of a shovel biting into the earth, a solitary, heartbreaking rhythm. He carried his parents, one by one, and laid them to rest. He filled the graves himself, tamping down the soil with the back of his shovel, his movements precise and unhurried. There were no prayers said, no final words spoken. The act itself was the only eulogy. When the grim task was done, he did not go back into the cabin. He stood at the threshold and looked in at the scene of desecration, the spilled flour, the broken furniture, his mother's discarded shawl. This was no longer his home. It was a monument to a promise made in blood. He turned his back on it, leaving the door to swing on its hinges, an open invitation for the wind and the rain to come in and reclaim the place. He took only his father's rifle from the wall, a pouch of shot, a powder horn, and the axe. He walked away from the hollow without a single look back, melting into the deep woods that bordered his land. The hollow fell silent again, but this time it was the silence of a tomb. Word travels slowly in the mountains, but it travels surely. A few days later, a traveling preacher making his circuit found the Howard homestead unnervingly quiet. He saw the 2 fresh mounds of earth under the oak tree and knew instantly what they were. He didn't linger. He spurred his horse and carried the news to the nearest settlement. The story spread like a fever. It wasn't the killing that shocked people. Feuds and violence were a known part of life. It was the manner of it. The killing of a woman. An ambush at dawn. It was an act without honor, and it struck a chord of fear in the scattered community. Families who had feuds of their own looked at their neighbors with new eyes. Locks were bolted that had never been used before. The county sheriff, a portly man named Abernathy, who preferred settling disputes with talk rather than a gun, eventually made the ride out to the hollow. He saw the graves, noted the abandoned cabin, and then paid a visit to the Suttree family. Elias and his sons met him on their porch, their faces like stone masks. They denied everything. They'd been tending their own land, they said, and hadn't seen a soul. With no witnesses and no bodies to examine, Sheriff Abernathy's hands were tied. He made some notes in a dusty ledger, issued a stern warning about mountain justice, and rode away. The law in those mountains moved with the speed of an old man walking uphill, and in this case, it had come to a dead stop. But the story wasn't over. The community knew it. The Suttrees certainly knew it. Silas Howard was gone, but he wasn't dead. He had been swallowed by the mountains, the same ancient, unforgiving wilderness that had forged his father. He was out there, somewhere in the endless ridges and dark ravines. The manhunt had begun, but it wasn't the law that was doing the hunting. A ghost was now stalking Moan Hollow, and Elias Suttree and his sons began to understand that the 2 shots they had fired at dawn were not an ending, but the beginning of a reckoning. Every snapped twig in the woods, every shadow that moved at dusk, now held a terrifying new possibility. Silas Howard was no longer a name, but a whisper on the wind. There was no posse. Sheriff Abernathy had declared the matter closed, a family tragedy best left to the ghosts and the mountains. The hunt that began was a far more personal and primal affair. Elias Suttree and his remaining sons, Joshua and the one-armed Caleb, became both the hunters and the hunted. Their farm became a fortress, and they became its prisoners. They barred the windows at night and took turns standing watch, rifles cradled in their arms, their gazes fixed on the dark, whispering tree line that separated them from their unseen enemy. They were hunting a ghost, a boy they had created and then unleashed. But Silas Howard was no ghost. He was flesh and blood, and he was perfectly at home. The mountains that the Suttrees now saw as a terrifying wall of shadow, Silas saw as his sanctuary and his accomplice. He had been raised in these woods. He knew the hidden game trails, the secret springs, the shallow caves where a man could disappear. The mountains had taken Silas Howard in, adopted him as one of their own. He moved like a deer, lived off the land, and his senses became as sharp as a hawk's. He became a roomer with a rifle, a phantom whose presence was felt in the cold dread that settled over the Suttree homestead. Silas did not launch a direct assault. He was waging a war not on their bodies, but on their minds. The torment began with small, deliberate cruelties. One morning, Elias found a freshly killed rabbit hanging from his porch rail, skinned with the same distinctive knife stroke his own father had taught him. A few nights later, a rock shattered the kitchen window in the dead of night, and when they rushed outside, there was nothing but the chirping of crickets. They started hearing things, the distant rhythmic sound of an axe splitting wood deep in the forest, a low whistle on the wind that sounded like a tune Silas used to favor. He was everywhere and nowhere, a constant invisible pressure that began to fray their nerves raw. The Suttree brothers, once bold and arrogant, became twitchy and paranoid. Caleb, his useless arm a constant reminder of the feud's beginning, was consumed by nightmares. Joshua, the more hot-headed of the two, grew reckless with fury. He'd fire his rifle into the shadows at the slightest sound, his shouts echoing unanswered in the night. The forest that had been his backyard his entire life was now a deadly labyrinth with a monster at its center. The father, Elias, saw his sons unraveling and his own iron will turning to rust. The fear was a poison, and Silas was letting it work its way deep into their souls before he delivered the final blow. The breaking point came a month into the siege. Driven by a mix of rage and cabin fever, Joshua Suttree declared he was going to hunt the hunter. Ignoring his father's pleas, he took his rifle and stormed into the woods, vowing to return with Silas Howard's scalp. He stalked through the familiar forest for hours, his anger making him clumsy, his shouts making him an easy target. As dusk began to bleed through the canopy, he found himself in a part of the woods he didn't recognize. A sudden snap of a twig behind him made him spin around. He saw nothing. A cold dread, colder than any winter morning, washed over him. He knew in that instant that he was not the hunter. He was the prey, and he had walked right into the center of the web. They found him at dawn, not 50 yards from his own tree line. Elias Suttree, his face a pale, haggard mask, followed the trail of broken branches his son had left. He didn't find a man. He found what was left. Joshua was slumped against the base of a massive pine tree. There was no sign of a struggle, no gunshot wound. A single dark mark on his temple showed where the butt of a rifle had struck with brutal final force. But it was the other detail that made Elias's blood run cold. Lying neatly on Joshua's chest, was the family axe, the one Silas had taken from his father's woodpile. Its blade was clean. It had not been used to kill, but to send a message. One Sutri was down. The ghost had a taste for blood, and his work was not yet finished. There was no trial held in the county courthouse for the death of Joshua Sutri. The only court in session was the court of public opinion, and the verdict was delivered in hushed tones and averted eyes. When Elias and Caleb carried the pine box to the small family plot on the hill behind their house, only a handful of distant cousins came to stand with them. The rest of the community stayed away, their absence a silent, damning judgment. They weren't mourning Joshua, they were watching the Sutri family be consumed by a fire of their own making. The law of men had failed, and now the older, harsher law of the mountains was handing down its sentence. The Sutri homestead became a courtroom and a prison all in one. Elias and Caleb were the accused, and Silas Howard was the unseen judge, jury, and executioner. The farm began to die around them. Fences sagged, weeds choked the cornfields, and the livestock grew thin from neglect. How could they work the fields when their eyes were constantly scanning the tree line? How could they sleep when every creak of the floorboards sounded like an intruder? Elias, the once proud patriarch who ruled his family with an iron fist, was reduced to a hollow-eyed old man, watching his world crumble one terror at a time. The legacy he had fought to build was being systematically dismantled by the ghost of a boy he had wronged. Caleb, however, was haunted by more than just fear. With his useless dangling arm, a constant aching reminder of his role in starting the feud, his spirit began to break. He started drinking heavily, seeking courage in a jar of corn liquor that only brought forth the demons of his guilt. In his drunken stupors, he would whisper his mother-in-law's name, swearing he saw her face in the shadows. He raved about a curse, not the one they had mockingly pinned on the Howards, but a real one, a curse of blood they had brought upon themselves that day at dawn. The trial within the Sutri home reached its climax one moonless night. Fueled by whiskey and terror, Caleb finally turned on his father. He stood in the middle of the cabin, his one good hand trembling, and screamed the truth into the suffocating silence. He shrieked about the look in Elspeth Howard's eyes, about the silence after the second shot, about the blood on their hands that would never wash away. "It's him! He's not a man, he's a spirit, and he's come for us!" Elias tried to silence him, to slap the hysteria out of him, but the dam of denial had burst. The truth, ugly and raw, now filled the space between them. The verdict was delivered just before the next sunrise. Caleb Sutri, stripped of his bravado and his sanity, seemed to find a strange and sudden calm. He walked out onto the porch, unarmed, his face pale in the grey pre-dawn light. He took a deep breath of the cold mountain air, and then, in a voice that was not a shout, but a weary plea, he called out a single name into the mist-shrouded woods. Silas. He stood there, a man offering himself up to the inevitable. A moment passed, then another. And then, from the dark, silent wall of trees, a single shot rang out, sharp and final. It was an answer, an execution, a mercy. Was this justice? A circuit judge would have called it murder. But in the hollows and hills, where life was cheap and honor was everything, the story was told differently. They said Silas Howard was simply balancing the scales. He had taken an eye for an eye, a son for a mother, a brother for a father. Elias Sutri was now utterly alone, a king of a dead and haunted kingdom, left to live with the ghosts he had created. The law of men had never laid a hand on him, but the justice of the mountains had delivered a sentence far worse than a hangman's noose. It had taken everything. Elias Sutri didn't die from a bullet. He died from silence. He lived out his remaining years in that hollow, a ghost in his own home, surrounded by the ghosts of his sons. His land went fallow, and his name withered on the vine. When he finally passed, No one was there to mark the occasion. The Suttree line, once a source of pride, ended in a weedy, forgotten grave on a lonely hillside. Their story became a cautionary tale about the price of hate. And Silas Howard, the avenging angel of the Hollow, walked out of the mountains and into a bigger, bloodier war. When the nation split apart, he joined the Union Army, perhaps seeing in the chaos of the Civil War a place where a man with his particular skills could belong. He saw the horrors of Gettysburg, a slaughter that made his family feud look like a schoolyard scuffle. But the war didn't wash away his sins. It just baptized him in a new kind of hell. He returned a broken man, quiet and cold, the fire of righteous vengeance replaced by the hollow emptiness of trauma. It was this Silas, the soldier with the haunted eyes, who would eventually take a wife and have a son of his own, passing down not a name, but a darkness. The curse had found its vessel for the next generation. If you were to go looking for Moan Hollow today, you wouldn't find it on any map. But the locals could point the way. The Suttree place is gone, reclaimed entirely by the forest, a place where people say the weeds grow a little too thick and the birds sing a little less sweetly. The Howard cabin was swallowed by the woods too. All that remains today is a pile of moss-covered foundation stones and a single stubborn chimney standing like a tombstone for a home. They call it the Howard Chimney now, a local landmark where teenagers dare each other to spend the night. And the 2 mounds of earth under the ancient oak tree? They are still there, sunken and subtle, almost invisible to the untrained eye. But they are there. The paper trail of this tragedy is thin, a few lines in a dusty county ledger about a land dispute. But the mountains have a longer memory. The story of the Howards and the Suttrees isn't written in ink. It's carved into the landscape itself, in the names people whisper, in the ruins they avoid after dark. Though most people have forgotten the details, the sorrow has soaked into the soil and the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that started it all, the question whispered around campfires in these mountains for over a century. Was the Howard family doomed by a supernatural curse? It's a powerful story, the idea of a witch's hex or a deal with the devil. It gives a name to an evil that feels too big and too relentless to be human. But the truth, as it often is simpler and somehow far more tragic. The real curse wasn't a whisper on the wind. The real curse was the silence between neighbors nursing old grudges, the silence of a man who can't speak his pain, and the ringing, final silence after a gunshot. This is a story not just of cruelty, but of the formidable, unyielding Appalachian spirit, a spirit forged in hardship and isolation. It's a story of the fierce pride that can build a life on a steep mountainside with nothing but bare hands, and the terrible pride that can tear that same life apart over a single insult. The Howards weren't monsters. They were men, trapped in a cage built by poverty, ignorance, and trauma. Each generation inherited the pain of the last, and the only tool they were ever given to deal with that pain was rage. Silas Howard didn't learn his violence from a demon in a mine. He learned it in the silence of a father who never showed him love, and in the screams of a mother he couldn't protect. The names on the headstones have faded, and the cabins have crumbled back into the earth, but the lesson of Moan Hollow remains, a quiet warning carried on the mountain breeze. It teaches us that the most terrible ghosts are the ones we create ourselves, the ones that live inside our own families. The story of the Howards is a bitter parable about how a man can escape a war, can escape a hollow, but can never truly escape the legacy of his father's hands. And now, my friends, you know the story of Moan Hollow. And you know why the old folks say, even on a still day, the wind in that valley still sounds a little like weeping.